Yeah, I try to be nice, but Will
Except
might.
today, I heard you talking shit about iFi's community, and I will have you know, young lady, there are dozens of us. Dozens of us.
In your community watching
Dozens.
your. Go ahead, connect your. Oh, did you already connect your
I already
restream?
did.
All right,
All
let's see
one
how many
person
are
watching.
viewing. Nope, it says 0 still. It says
Oh.
0. But when we get that extra one on there, I'll let you know.
When one person shows up, then you have to admit you were wrong and then feel bad.
I told you, I think you've had like one person viewing, but I think it was Flo who said it was probably you.
Maybe.
Hold on. I've got somebody without a camera on.
Be careful.
So, yeah, I know. AKS Psycho. Hello. Hello.
Say hi to the panel.
You got to unmute. Oh, they left. All
Uh-oh.
right. Now we have Jack's evil twin. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hi. How are you doing?
I'm good. Who is this?
This is Jack's evil twin.
Jack's
Jack
evil
Talcott.
twin. What
What?
is it?
Jack Talcott.
Jack
Talcott's
Talcott's evil twin. Don't you know?
Oh, no.
You don't recognize? You've never heard of me?
Who is Jack Talcott?
You've never heard of Jack Talcott?
What?
Oh, my
Wow.
God, Sarah.
You have a panel? You never heard of Jack Talcott?
Wow.
My goodness, Sarah.
Am I
My
supposed to
goodness.
know who this is?
Nobody
should
tell
know.
her who Jack Talcott is. Just let her find out for herself.
My goodness.
Who
I'm
is Jack
famous.
Talcott?
I'm
He
famous,
is a
woman.
spiritual leader of those lost and seeking answers.
Oh, okay.
We're
Let
all
me.
brothers and sisters here.
I've got AKS. Are you there, my friend? AKS Psycho.
Say hi to the
Hello.
panel.
You gotta talk.
AKS said no.
Hello? Hello?
No. Hi.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I
Hello.
wanted to talk I
We
wanted
can
to
hear.
talk about this situation with Based Oracle and Andrew Wilson. Okay.
Okay.
Is based on the panel right now?
He might
He's
be. He's in the
not, but
comments.
he's in the chat.
Are you from India?
Yeah.
He might be. It's okay. We can understand him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just no silliness on cameras, fellas. This is
Yeah.
a professional channel.
I'm not here to troll, or I'm not here to stream sniper or something like that. So
You better not, because if iFi has
Yeah,
to come for you, you're in big trouble.
I mean, why would I do it?
Okay.
I'm
Well, we
here to
just-
talk. I'm not
we
here
don't.
to
We're
show
not
my
saying
goods.
you will. We're not saying you will. We just don't know you.
No, no.
Yeah,
I-
we don't know
know.
you, bro, so.
Do you know me?
I also
mean,
don't know
I
who
was
Jack
I
is. So.
yeah
Go ahead.
I've come here in good faith, and I just wanted to have a conversation. That's it.
Let's talk.
Yeah, so I was last night in Grid One Motorsports. I was watching Grid One Motorsports panel, and I heard that Based Oracle was kind of trolling, and he kind of backed out of the debate that he had with Andrew.
False.
Yeah.
Based
I
did
mean,
not
I
back
saw the
out of
messages,
debate.
I saw the messages, he's kind of doubling down, and he's backtracking on all the conditions that were set up for the debate. So,
Okay, well, it's still tentatively on, depending on all parties, but we'll have to wait and see.
I mean, he declined to pay for Glenn Lawrence's ticket and stuff like that. He is not paying for any of that.
That's why he hired me. I'm a cheap bastard. I'm for free.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have to pay for anything. I just love him so
I mean,
much. I
I
love
also
both
saw,
so much.
from my perspective, what I honestly think is Based Oracle is just, he's just virtue signaling. That's his shtick right now, is that he is virtue signaling. He is butthurt about, the growing popularity of Andrew, and that he was once a small streamer, and now he just he wants his attention. That's it. And and I'm also pissed at Andrew that why he's so fixated at, giving this guy so much attention. You know, I think he should just ignore this guy
Hmm.
because even if the debate happens and after Base loses badly, what's going to happen? He's going to double down in his hate. He's going to double down, triple down, and that is all that's going to happen at the end
Who
of the day.
who should ignore who? I wasn't clear on that.
Hey, hold on just
Andrew
a
should
second.
ignore Base.
I'm just gonna put the overlay up for a second. I'm just gonna run up and grab a charger, but
No
you guys
problem.
can still continue talking. I'm just gonna leave the overlay up just to make sure, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I have to
I
apologize.
think that
What's the Indian guy's name again? I can't see it on
AKS.
my name.
the- AKS.
Yeah.
I'm having a
Yeah.
cow burger right now. I can't ignore this cow burger, but you said something
Yeah.
about ignoring.
Great.
Do you eat cow?
No,
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm
no.
just
I mean,
it came to mind.
yeah, okay. Cut the bullshit and just stick to the point, okay? I'm not
What?
here to
What bullshit?
cut with your bullshit, okay? The first jibe that you had to make was cow, okay? I get the racist joke and all that. I don't mind it. So cut
I'm
with the
not
bullshit
racist.
and just answer the
Hey.
question.
What question? Are you asking
Yeah,
me a question?
why I'm asking you a question that why should a big streamer like Andrew Wilson engage with a nobody like Based Oracle?
That's a good question. So, Sarah's a big streamer, and I'm a tiny little channel. Should Sarah ignore me by your logic?
No, because that's her show. She hosts open panels. I'm a nobody compared to you. But
Right,
that's
but
her
like,
show, right?
so you're saying Sarah
So
should never come to
Andrew,
my channel? Is
yeah.
that what your point is?
So by your logic, Andrew should debate every hater online, every dissenter, every hater.
He should debate the
And
ones
if you
to debate.
if you
with,
listen to Based Oracle's complaints and excuses, and I just call them excuses because these are not even legitimate excuses, is that he's just a whine ass, who's virtue signaling.
Are you
Even in
saying
his debate
Andrew's
with
making
PWF,
excuses, or what? I didn't hear you.
I mean, even in his debate with Alex
Oh, shit, here it comes.
PWF,
Speak of the devil,
He's
AKS.
No. What do we know, Aladdin? Go on.
Oh.
yeah, Based. Can I ask you a question?
I don't know.
What have you accomplished in your life that Andrew Wilson should debate you? What have you done? Who are you?
No, nothing. No one. Right.
Uh,
So, to your
then
logic,
shut-
it's pretty
then why
strange
don't you-
that he reached out to me to do a debate.
Yeah, because at the
Yeah.
end of the day, because he reaches out to everyone in good faith. But you're
Oh,
just
okay.
a loser who's just whining
are
on
you
the
in his
internet.
mind? Are you in his mind?
No.
How do you know he has good
Anyone
faith?
who I know that anyone who disagrees with you is a ball washer or something like that. But can you answer the question
Is a
that
what?
why is a loser like you behind him? Why
I don't
what have
know.
you
Why is a
accomplished in your
loser
life?
on the panel right now? I don't know.
Shut
Just
up.
things happen the way they do.
Because I mean that's it. That's the only thing you can do is whine and
That's
complain
a
and
really
virtue
good
signal.
argument.
Yeah. I'm not
Okay.
making an argument. I'm just stating facts.
I know you're just trying to
Because
remove the
you-
dick from your mouth.
You're
I
just a
gotcha.
party pooper. You are just a party pooper and nobody likes you.
No, you got
Yeah.
me there. You
Party
got me there,
pooper.
Aladdin.
I mean, you have broken friendships with almost every streamer except Sarah on the internet. You have made enemies with Glenn Lawrence. Grade One
Stop
Motorsports
being a
dislikes you.
party pooper.
Everyone dislikes you. Why are you dislikable? Why are you so dislikable?
Hold up. Why can't you just give me the credit for being an awesome peacemaker? Maybe the reason why he doesn't get along with everybody else is because everybody else is a party pooper that's stubborn and argumentative and drama based
Sarah,
and problem.
Everyone can't be wrong, and only Based Oracle can't be right. Okay.
So
I
are you
think
telling me I'm
AKS
wrong?
You're right.
AKS.
No, I'm
Common
not saying you're
denominator
wrong,
is
but
base.
One
The
at a time,
common
please.
denominator is base. Hey, Sarah, if I want to speed date Nova if she comes up here, okay? Nova, if you're
Okay.
out there, get ready for a speed date. Base, you're a
but hey,
chicken
Base,
shit liar.
Base, are you going to
Base, you're a
debate Andrew
chicken
Wilson?
shit
One
liar.
at a time.
I can't
one
hear
at a
you
time.
spurging on each other. All right, go on.
Well, you're
Are you
walking
going to
off.
debate Andrew Wilson? Are you going to debate Andrew Wilson?
No, he chickened out. He doesn't have the 1,000. He's
I
a broke.
feel okay based
Okay.
on what I'm seeing. I think the debate was kind of equally squashed, but either by action or inaction or whatever the case may be.
I don't think
it's
so.
just-
I don't think
I
so.
don't think so. I think
Luckily,
this guy
the two of
chickened
you
out.
don't seem to think very much because I didn't pull out of
Yeah.
anything. Glenn
You
Lawrence
chickened
quit
out.
as the mod. He quit as the mod, and then Andrew blocked me and quit the debate.
Yeah,
I have
because
not quit the
when the
debate. I'm
debate was
still
set
ready
up-
for the debate.
When the debate was set up, Glenn Lawrence was the moderator, and he was
Oh,
supposed
no,
to
no,
set up
you tell
everything,
me.
right?
You tell me.
Wait.
Yeah.
Who do you guys
Yeah.
believe? Andrew Wilson, Glenn Lawrence, or Base Floppical?
Well,
Not
you don't need to
big.
believe me. I put up all the messages after they put up the messages. Some of them, I put up all of them.
You're a known LARPer. You're a known
I mean,
LARPer.
Okay, that's a good
I
argument.
mean, you chickened out. That's
You
what
did.
happened.
Oh,
I mean,
okay. Okay, so despite proof, as long as
You're
Aladdin say I
afraid.
chickened
Yeah.
out,
What
then-
proof have you? What proof? What proof
You're
do you
afraid of
have?
my ass, pussy.
Do you have any proof of Andrew saying that he's not going to debate you?
Yes, he blocked me, dumbass.
Yeah,
Because
he
you
blocked
got
you because
tired
you are
of
So
a
how do I
lies.
set up the rest
You
of
are
the
a
debate
whining-
when
you are a
somebody
whining troll.
blocks me?
Lies.
You know, you
I don't
are
know,
one
you
of
came
those
up here to whine
comments.
about what?
Hey, Biz,
Chickened
you know what
out,
you are,
pussy.
what you represent. You know that one comment,
First
that
he
one
says he's
comment
gonna
in
pay
one of
for
the
Glenn to
1,000
go
One
and he
at
comments.
talks
a
about that.
time. Hey, one at a time.
All right.
You know,
two
Biz,
are-
what you represent
two-
is-
Stop for a second. The two of you, Spicoli and AKS, are acting like a bunch of little girls right now. So knock it off. Shut up and listen more. Wait your fucking turn.
All
Do I
right.
get a turn? Can I
You
have a
tell
turn?
him, Sarah.
Yes, whoever asked for a turn, please.
It was
interrupt
Fi.
this
It was
guy.
your favorite YouTuber.
Go ahead, Fi.
Yeah, go ahead, Fi.
Okay, Psycho. So first of all, am I just a side of beef because you said Based has no friends, and I'm good friends with Based, so don't I count?
You don't even know
Also,
his real fucking name. How can you be friends
First
with
of
a dude
all,
whose name
first,
don't
if you are
know?
his friend, listen, if you are his friend, then Biz
Uh-huh.
lied in
He
the
doesn't know his
CWF
name, and he's friends with the
debate.
dude whose name he doesn't know.
Yeah,
and second
because
of
most
all,
people suck. Because
second
most
of
people
all,
suck.
Psycho,
As per,
let other people talk. You have to talk and then wait, and then talk and then wait.
yeah,
Okay, so Psycho.
Based
They're
or
friends.
Rectal-
Everybody needs to get their dick sucked. That's why they're friends. Go ahead.
So Psycho.
Supposed to
you
be
asked-
giving out
Hey.
wishes, Aladdin.
Psycho, you asked for evidence, and you're in the room with the new moderator. I am the new moderator for the debate that's still open.
The bait that's never gonna happen.
For-
Still on.
For if all parties are interested, it can happen for free. No one has to promise anyone anything. All you got to do is
No.
Vince already said he was
Why
going to pay
free? Why free?
$1,000.
One.
Why
between-
free?
because money shouldn't be an issue. It should be free.
No, money was the issue. Money was the issue from the start.
They
Because
offered
Biz,
him 500 to
Psycho.
They
Psycho.
offered
Psycho, the original offer still stands. If Andrew can convince Base that he's agreed to all the original terms, Base can send me the deposit, and once I see the debate happen, I will transfer the deposit to Andrew. So that's all I need is documented evidence.
the
that all
agreed
parties-
terms were that he would pay $1,000 he would pay $1,000 upfront. That was
Yes,
the
yes.
condition.
If that was still the
Yeah.
original condition and it's being met, then we'll continue with that contract.
Aladdin, did Glenn hire you off of Fiverr or something? Were you like one of those $5 deals? Like you come and spurg on
Yeah,
a panel?
anyone who challenges your opinions is paid, right? Yeah.
So you only get
I
$5 to do this?
Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
even get $5. You
Yeah,
don't even get
I don't work
$5.
for Fiverr. You're
I
right.
challenge his
Yeah,
opinion.
I don't
all the
get
time
$5.
for free.
Oh, you don't even get the
Crazy.
5.
Hey,
Okay.
based. Listen, you don't have any
I'm
friends,
trying.
right?
Huh?
You don't have any friends, right? Most people suck, right?
Yeah, most people suck.
I'm his friend, and Sarah's his friend.
Yeah,
mean,
he
you're,
lied.
You're telling me.
I mean, he's a
but-
grifter
okay.
because he lied. He lied because he's a
What did he
grifter.
lie about? Present your
He's a
evidence. What did he
grifter.
lie about? Psycho?
He lied that he has no friends. He has no friends on the
I've
internet. He
never
lied.
said that, but
He never
okay.
said he
doesn't
doesn't
like
have
You
friends.
said that in the debate. You are
Yeah.
lying again.
Okay.
You're a liar, bitch.
Okay, no, that's pretty good proof. You're a liar. Good proof.
You're a liar.
Yeah. I mean, you want me to put timestamps on the debate that you had with PWF, where you said that you literally said that you have no friends?
Yeah, go get
I
the
said I have
video.
no friends on the debate with Alex.
What about the video where he said he's an
What a big
incel?
liar! What a big
He doesn't
liar!
meet girls and he's not in a relationship. He's an incel.
So
yes, I'm an incel. You got me.
You are. We know you are.
Base.
Right.
So
You
you're
got
saying
me.
that you had no friends in the debate. How many debates? How many people were you having in the debate with Alex? Only one. You clearly did not mean that you have no friends in the debate. You're lying again.
I like how they're tag teaming him. Like they're just like back and forth, like little tennis
Made the
game.
point. Move on.
And that's beside the point. I want to ask Based that he represents that one negative comment on every Andrews debate under that he's a grifter, he's a liar, he's a blah
Say
blah
it
blah
again
blah
in
blah.
English.
Yeah, I'm saying it in English.
That's the topic of the debate, Tycho. That's the topic of the debate. They're going to have a debate if both parties agree.
Don't make fun of my accent, loser. You're making fun of my accent.
Also,
when
Psycho,
you have lit.
That was pretty good.
Psycho,
you're not in a position to make fun of anybody with your list.
You should adopt that one, Spicoli.
With base, you have a list like this.
I mean, imagine Andrews going on Tenet Media. He's debating these big content creators, and then this loser comes from nowhere and he wants to debate. Pay $1,000 upfront, and then you get time.
He's a broke. According to who? Like, who gets to call him a loser?
Base,
yeah,
why don't you show us?
That's all he does.
Show us what you sent him. Bring
Second, I have a thought.
Instead of moving on to other things.
Shut up.
Shut up.
In all fairness, paying $1,000 in order to skip the line, I think is fair game. I think anybody could do that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it originally was, I'll pay you. Shut the fuck up, Spicoli. I think paying, like, I think the original offer was, I could pay you $500. Basically, he's skipping the line to get the time. Nothing is wrong with that. And I think Andrew added on the extra 500 for Base being a cocky little shit or something like that. I don't think that's wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, anybody could do that. Just like somebody could totally super chat me $10 right now to kick off Spicoli, and I would totally do it because somebody paid for that. Just saying.
I'd be glad to go.
But, one difference between Andrew Wilson and Based Oracle is when Andrew debates his haters, he actually debates them on their points, and when Based debates them, the only arguments he has is, speak in English, you are a ball washer. That's his argument.
Can I just jump in and
crazy.
say something? I haven't been able to get a chance. I think Sarah looks like a hot tomato tonight. I just want to say that.
Did you get some sun, Sarah? Looks like you got some sun today.
Careful, they'll call you a simp for that kind of stuff.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. I'm a smooth operator here.
Also,
everybody knows you want to get in your panties. It's Based that we're worried about Based. Why don't you want to debate Andrew now?
Hold up. Did Spicoli actually switch the topic of like sexualizing Sarah to tormenting like he actually did that? Everybody just saw that?
Yes.
Spicoli, I don't think you're feeling okay. I think something's wrong. I think you need more shrooms or something.
I'd rather talk about hot tomatoes personally.
Tomorrow,
and Sarah, I want to ask you a question.
Tomorrow.
Smooth operator.
Also, may I add
Going to
Spicoli
Catalina Island tomorrow, boys and girls. I'm going to go on a Catalina Island shroom cruise. How about that?
Nobody cares.
On a boat with your
Sarah,
I know you don't, big guy.
All right, hold on. Hi-fi. Shut
You
up,
autistic
Spicoli.
motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
Shut up.
Shut the fuck up. You're muted. Now shut up. I-Fi and then AKS, I think you had a question.
Okay, all I was going to add was Spicoli and Psycho, stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen. That's all I had to share. Sorry.
Fair enough. All right, AKS.
Sarah.
Nova, come up here. I want to bury my head. I want to bury my nose.
Fucking Christ, Spicoli, stop. AKS to you. AKS
Sarah,
is
you have titled the stream that Andrew, Glenn, and Based Oracle both are girls. All three are girls.
What?
I
Say
want
that
to
again?
say that Andrew did not start any of this. It was based that started shitting on Andrew out of the blue for no reason.
Okay.
And literally, I would say that he has no reason because
It's
all
not
his
about
excuses are
it's not
lame.
about who starts what, okay? It's about how you approach things, your delivery, and what you're going to do with the information you receive. And I think Andrew knows better. I said as much, and I think he can do better
I mean,
in terms of
I
coming to
mean, if
debates or setting them up. I think he can do better. 110%.
It's about
You
who
think
finished.
Faith can do better?
and how
Sarah, do you
and
think
what do you
Faith can do better?
Jesus fucking Christ, Piccoli. AKS was still talking. Let him finish his thought.
and
Sorry.
if he was literally a true grifter, you know what he would have done? He would have literally made a stream about based Oracle, shit on him for 3-4 hours, like he does on almost all the people that
Yep.
are lunatics on the internet, and that would have been it. He would have not even entertained the thought of debating this guy. you know but
True. Very true.
because he's a good faith guy, because he actually engages with his dissenters, he tried to engage with this guy, and all he's doing is piety signaling. He's literally virtue signaling,
But the real
and that's
grifter's
all he's
Based who
doing.
shits on Glenn and Andrew. Based is the true grifter for shitting on both of them and me, right? AKS?
Hi, Drew.
I mean, everyone who everyone, according to based Oracle, anyone online is a grifter.
Drew, can you just wave
Anyone
at me?
online.
Drew, can you just wave to me?
Durantist!
I'm sorry. I keep saying Dawson. I kept saying Drew. I mean Dawson. I'm sorry. Hey, all right. Just making sure. And then who? Can you voice confirm you're not a weirdo?
I'm
No,
not a
hello,
weirdo.
Confirmed.
Voice. Are you confirmed?
I promise I'm not a
I was on
weirdo.
Glenn.
All
I was
It's
on
you a
me.
Glenn.
weirdo?
I won't whip my penis out. I promise. I won't take my penis out of a JJ. It'll be cool.
Stop it, Spicoli.
Testing.
Yeah, I saw you were on Glenn's too, but I don't know your, if that's like, your name that does the authentication and stuff. I don't know you. But anyways, we
If
can
you whip
continue the
anything out,
conversation.
lightning will strike you down. Sorry.
Yeah, and Spicoli will try to eat it. All
I'll cut
right,
your penis off.
so
How you like Chinese food?
I think all three men in this situation were just being awkward in terms of like everybody was heated. Everybody
I
was.
said this to grade one. I said this to grade one motorsports as well. That why are you bringing this guy on when all he's doing is virtue signaling? That's all he's doing. He has
What do
no
you mean?
arguments.
Wait,
He has,
whoa! Stop.
he
Are you asking me why I'm bringing him on?
no, I'm not saying. I'm saying that most people online that are engaging with this guy,
So
I mean,
what?
you may be his friend, you might be his friend,
I don't
and
have
I
him
mean,
as
I
a
have
friend. He's not
nothing
my
against
friend.
that. But still, the only thing that this guy.
Hold up. Shut the fuck up for a minute. Don't come onto my panel and tell me what you think I should or should not be doing with my panel. Or maybe you just be friends with him, maybe you're not. But most people on the internet wouldn't like that. I'm going to take very personally because I'm letting your dumbass on here, and I don't have to do that either. The last thing you should be doing, hold on for just a second. The last thing you should be doing is going onto a person's panel who is letting you openly talk and say your thought process and not like telling you to, whatever. Like I'm letting you air out your thoughts openly, and you're going to like indirectly but directly tell me what I should or shouldn't be doing with my show or who I should or should not allow on my panel. If that's the case, I'll just kick your ass off right now. So I highly recommend going forward, before you start insulting the host of a show, you should probably rethink that statement before it comes out of your mouth. Is that understood?
Okay, Sarah, first of all, let me rephrase that. I was not targeting you. I was pissed off at Grade 1 Motorsports, Josie, and all these people that are, that why are they engaging with him and repeatedly on Andrew Wilson? Because the only topic that this guy has is Andrew Wilson and how he's a grifter, whatever. But when you ask him, but when you ask him that why he's a grifter, all he can show is couple of tweets and couple of things, these small things that nobody gives a shit about,
Hey,
and that's it.
Psycho, is it possible because he was saving it for the upcoming debate is why he wasn't going to talk about much in detail?
No.
I mean,
And aren't you doing the same thing you're accusing him of right now?
no.
what am I accusing him of?
Getting in someone else's business?
No.
I mean, no.
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 No, he's
No.
not.
No.
When he calls me
That's a good
when he
point.
calls me a ball washer, he calls me that I'm being paid $5. Then I think I have a business in engaging with this guy, because all
I
he's
do
doing,
too.
he's
I don't think that you
accusing
wash him.
people without any proof. He's
I don't
accusing
think you
people
wash
without
them.
any proof.
You might swallow
No.
them, but I doubt you wash them.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
Okay. There we go.
I mean, I'm
Now
the
we're
guy.
getting somewhere.
I'm the
Yeah, he swallows.
yeah.
You're ball.
Can we
Spicoli,
substitute Joseph
Spicoli,
Michael?
listen. we guys are ball washers because we are the guys who are paying Andrew Wilson $1,000 for a debate that's not going to air anywhere. We are flying out to Michigan in his state to debate him. I mean, we are the biggest ball washers, right? We are
That
paying
was
him
Somebody-
$1,000 for his
compelling.
time.
It's all about the 1,000. You don't have the money. If I paid the 1,000, will you put it? If I paid the 1,000, will you call Andrew right now or DM him and tell him it's back on?
Well, yeah, you can pay the 1,000, but as far as call him, I already showed that he blocked me, you dumbass.
Yeah, because you're a
Yes,
troll.
you're a bitch.
That's why
I
he blocked
blocked
you.
your bitch ass, too.
Okay, all right, no, you
You're
got
a
me.
troll.
Also,
you're a
I
troll.
blocked you.
if I'm going to do it for free, where's your argument?
I saw
I would
I
rather
saw
be
the
a
big.
troll than whatever it is that you are.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't be what I'm. Yeah, again, accusing, because I've
Yeah.
seen the message that Andrew Wilson showed us the message last night.
Okay,
Yeah,
how many
okay.
messages
You
did he
did.
show you?
Yeah, he showed
How
us
weak
the
How
you
message.
are.
many
You just
messages
How
did
sorry
he
you
show
are.
you?
declaring
How
yourself the
many
winner.
messages? Oh,
Declaring yourself.
how many
Yeah.
messages?
How
I don't need
autistic
to see
you
more
are.
messages. I don't need
Answer
to see
the
more
Why don't we
question,
messages.
debate your?
Aladdin.
Why don't
I
you
saw
and
the
I
latest
debate your
message.
autism
Oh,
right
he
now?
saw the
One
latest.
at a time, or I'm going to boot everybody and do the show by
Sorry.
myself.
Spicoli,
Mom.
you're a ball washer. Grade 1 Motorsports is a ball washer. I am a ball washer. Everyone is a ball washer. Who sides with Andrew
I
Wilson
mean,
is a ball washer.
If you
But
say so, I mean, I
I'm
believe
a
you.
big
Well,
Yeah.
JJ
honestly,
either.
I would
I
hope
wash
that
my own balls.
shut up,
I wash
Spicoli.
my
I would,
own balls.
I
I would
doubt
hope
that.
in this moment, being the only female on this panel, that I would be the only one considered to be a ball washer at this instance. But I mean, if you all are ball
No,
washers,
I wash
well,
my own balls.
I'm
We
not.
all wash our
Aladdin
own balls.
insists he loves
My
to
baby,
wash.
they
know
go
this-
for my balls.
Mine.
Spicoli,
My girlfriend
this
washes
was this insult was originated from the Thorpes, right? Ben Thorpe and Grace Thorpe. They used to say everyone is a ball washer, and based Oracle, he's so unoriginal that he stole that from the Thorpes.
why? What is your what's
I've
your
never
thing with ball
that.
And look where
washing?
that
Like,
and look where that got Ben, AKS. He's sitting 6 months in a jail,
he's like
possibly.
literally washing balls now. Literally washing balls.
I think all
Not-
fans.
Can we
I
say
mean,
hi to
I
Dawson?
disagree. I
Can we
think
give
that
a
based
welcome to
Oracle is.
Dawson? And see, what does Dawson have to say? First of all, Dawson, he's a Yes fan. Most of you don't even know who Yes is, but they were a famous progressive group from the 70s. I saw them at least 10, 12 times. Dawson, how the hell do you even know about those? Why don't we hear Dawson for a while? Things get so real fast.
Well, you're actually changing the topic. I just probably would say that Andrew is probably being sarcastic, so I think AKS is taking things too seriously. And if you want to
What about Dave?
up with him, if you want to talk about that, other things. Also, Sip and Streamers, I got Asia tickets today. I'm going to see them in early July, and it's going to be a great show. I'm going to see them for the second time.
What about
Where are
King
they
Crimson?
playing?
They're coming out too. King Crimson's touring. Are you going to see King Crimson?
I seen King Crimson a few years ago. I'm not sure what their tour dates are, but I'm going to try to pop in and see if I can see those guys.
Where's
who is
where's-
Josie talking to?
I don't know. Who's talking shit?
Probably-
Who's lying?
Psycho
Josie-
Spicoli?
Josie, you can come on up.
I'll
Come up,
trade you.
Josie.
I've got to say, I've got an issue now.
Noel, tonight's
Nova,
not
come
the
on
night.
up, Nova.
Shut the
Nova,
fuck
come on up.
Listen, Spicoli, if I start talking, that means you shut your fucking trap. Now knock it off. I'm sick of it. Every time I fucking try and talk to my chat or try to figure something out on the panel, you're always running your goddamn mouth. Now knock it off. Getting on my fucking nerves. Noel, tonight is not the panel for you. Not this evening, but we can definitely have you on a different one, okay? But tonight's not the night. Yeah, if Josie wants to pop on, that's fine.
I wasn't going to say.
Sounds like. Don't worry, Josie. I could just put you. We just put you and I on the screen for a few minutes and put all the boys in the back. That'd be all right. Girls always have, the priority on talking up here. So yeah.
And Nova too.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm starting to get really pissed off with that AKS psycho guy. Listen, man, I've been on hold for an hour and a half. Can you get to my fucking customer support at your call center? This is ridiculous. I mean, shit. I'm starting to get frustrated. Come on, man. Sorry.
Sarah didn't like it. Not that kind of humor, bro. Read the room.
I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
It's funny, but this is not. I don't want to be that channel that gets shut down for some stupid customer service joke.
It's just a joke. It's not
a person. Come on.
She's not drunk
I
enough.
love Indian people.
Bro.
I have
Calm
some Indian people on my channel. I love them. And I love cows, though. That's
yeah,
the thing. I love
only one.
Cows.
Only one.
No, more than one. I have a moderator that's Indian, and I have a few. I mean, you got over 1 billion people there. I'm going to have a few.
So, Sarah, remember the other day when we were talking about the lack of men that are leading? Is this a good panel to start with?
This is a great panel to start with.
I think so.
What?
Of course, you're not talking about me, though, right, Sarah? We have dozens of followers.
I can't take my eyes off Sarah.
Who said that?
I did. I'm not even listening to these guys. I'm just on here looking at Sarah. I'm not even listening to these.
I want to know who Jack Talcott is.
No, you don't, Sarah. No, you don't.
What
Yes,
community?
you do.
What
I'm
community
famous.
does he come from? Okay,
No,
is
you
it?
don't, Sarah. No,
is
you
it
I
your?
am famous.
By the way, Sarah, why did you remove the interview that you did with Andrew?
It's not removed. You just don't have a membership to watch it because you don't deserve to. Got to pay to play.
Cough up the cash, bro.
I left it available for a week so that everybody got their freebies, but anything going forward as of now, we'll have to pay until I decide otherwise.
Tomato needs a new pair of shoes.
That's right. No, Bratty Tomato Fund. Bratty Tomato. Everything YouTube is Bratty Tomato Fund, guys. Hi, Rachel. We love Rachel. This Rachel. We don't. Yeah, we like this Rachel.
So is Glenn and Andrew coming, Sarah? What's the?
Oh, I don't know.
No, I mean they.
Come on.
Well, I think Andrew's actually moderating his wife's debate.
He's busy.
Glenn might be still streaming. I don't know. Did he shut his down yet, or?
He's been streaming all day.
No, Glenn's still on.
He's probably still going.
He's still on.
Glenn doesn't have time to, kind of deal with this whole thing with me. He only has a few days to stream about me. He doesn't have time to come on here.
I mean, you have been streaming about Andrew Wilson for past 2 months.
Stop trying to make fetch happen, Psycho. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, you have been whining about him for last 2 months.
Have I?
After he kicked you out of his Discord,
Oh, that's what happened?
Yeah. After he booted you out of his Discord.
Wow.
That was a good debate with Alex the other day. I enjoyed that, Based. You had some really good counter arguments and counter questions.
He had no counter arguments. He was just virtue signaling. That's all he was doing.
Well, thank you, Dawson.
Yeah.
I thought it was actually a really good, well-matched debate. I think I don't think it was bad by any means. I think they both came pretty logical to the table, and nobody got irate or emotional or throwing shade at each other. Like it was well-matched and it was very good. So I think they both did well.
You and all your reason and logic.
I know. I'm a woman. I'm not allowed to have that. Hey, just to FYI, guys, I did set up a new link here. So if you want to buy me a coffee, but also buy me a drink instead, actually, you can go over to the follow that link. It'll take you to the spot. You could do it. And for anybody who does not want to openly simp, you could put in any name you want under there. And whatever. So if you still want to remain anonymous, you can buy me a drink over there. But yeah, outside of
Also,
that.
if anyone wants to see Andrew Wilson tear apart Based Oracle's arguments from the debate, you can go to Grade One Motorsports stream from the morning. Yeah, he tore apart all of Based Oracle's arguments.
I thought they went over it on Glenn's stream. Not.
I mean, I saw it on Grid One Motorsports
I think Grid
channel.
Grid One was re-streaming. So you got to always make sure you cue people in, because actually Grid One cut out a little earlier. I think not long. I don't think they finished the debate going over it. Grid One cut out a little earlier. So, but yeah, it was actually on Glenn's stream. He had it. But I think
Aladdin can't be bothered by the details.
Right.
I have a quick question. Are you single, Sarah?
No such thing.
Speed dating.
So is that debate still happening?
Okay, guys, I got to go. I have to watch Rachel Wilson's debate. So bye.
Bye bye.
No, we're really gonna we'll see.
Yeah.
We're really gonna see.
Nobody misses you, by the way, Based. Nobody misses you.
He's still here.
Yeah.
Why would I be missed?
Jack, were you did Flow State just do a short about you at some point saying how you would analyze people, and he said, "Go ahead, I want you to do it." Is that you that he's talking about?
Oh, I didn't see that short.
I just went to a Jack Talcott stream or channel, and I saw the first video. It's Time for a Change or whatever, and I realized that Flow State just did a had a short about that.
I didn't see the Flow State short, but I do Jack's chats, little short videos, and I do long live streams as well. I have openish. I call them open-ish panels, and with my brothers and sisters. I'm an inspirational guy.
King Stephen.
Is it Live Without Fear? Is that your?
Yes, that's
Live Without Fear. Exactly.
Okay,
I want to end war. I'm going to go to the UN, and I'm going to get them to end all wars.
Okay, good luck
Sarah,
with that.
just in case you don't know, this isn't Jack Talcott. He's doing like a parody of Jack Talcott.
Oh, come on.
FYI.
Come on. Come on now.
But Sarah, don't find out who Jack Talcott is. Just trust me on this one.
Come on now.
You're okay. You're fine where you're at. Just
I'm
so
fantastic.
confused. Stop confusing me. I'm blonde. This doesn't work well for me.
Just go to Gen X Jeff's panel if you're that bored, okay? Just do yourself a favor. But you've been warned. Anyway.
Sarah, Sarah, I have to make a couple of calls and eat some dinner, but you're going to be streaming a lot. I will be back. I'd like to see Nova come on here, but in an hour I'll probably be. If Nova comes on here sooner, I'll be on for a speed date.
Why are you lying?
What?
Why are you lying? You have nobody to call, Spicoli. You don't even have a phone, right? Isn't that why you said you can never be on screen? You don't have a camera?
This dumb shit. I'm holding my phone in my hand, you autistic jackfuck. You broke motherfucker. You chickened out on fucking the stream, you fucking PDF motherfucking loser. You go on Omegle. You call black guy. You're a racist, aren't you? Did you ever see the Omegle thing?
Spicoli. Oh my God, Spicoli. I'm taking you out. Go make your phone calls. Go calm down, eat some food, cure that hanger, and come back when you're ready.
I bet you voted for Trump, Based.
You didn't have Bill 81.
I did not vote for Trump. I didn't vote at all. So
I heard him. He called you a racist. Don't deny it. You voted for Trump.
Well, I guess if somebody says something, that does make it true, and it's on the internet. So
I believe
I'd like
everything
to see you
I hear on
debate
the internet.
Andrew Based. You can do it.
I can do it. I'm still ready for it.
I still feel like
we'll
Glenn
see what
and I feel like Glenn and Based should unfuck this fuckery between the two of them.
Good
because
luck.
I think that, well, you know what? Oh, who just dropped? Which one was that? Is that Psycho? Psycho that dropped? He was getting on my nerves anyways. I think that Andrew and Glenn, or Andrew, Based and Glenn should work it out because they have some great discussions. They have good conversations, and I think it would be beneficial for the both of them to kiss and make up.
If Glenn apologizes, then I will.
You started it. You started it.
I started what? Telling the truth?
Please and thank you.
Your truth, but you have
the truth
keep in
is
mind,
my truth.
Tact is not your strong suit.
Good.
Guilty as charged.
What a dick.
I appreciate that.
When's Nova coming? I want to continue our previous.
I don't know. Somebody, if anybody knows Nova and how to get a hold of her, go
Josie,
message.
she can come up now. She was waiting for the spurging to stop.
Yeah, the Spurg guy dropped off, Josie. If you want to come on, you're more than welcome. I'd love to hear what you have to say about everything. Overall, I think at the end of the day, you guys are all a bunch of bitches, and you're all whiny little babies, and you all make your own messes. You're pissing on yourselves. Not you, I find. You're perfect.
Oh, okay. Just
not me. I'm all about.
I don't even know you, evil twin. I thought you were somebody else. I'm like, I was going to go look and figure out who you are and try to subscribe and help you out, but no.
I'm mysterious, Sarah. I'm very.
No,
mysterious.
you're just stupid. Shut up.
She doesn't even know who you're joking about, so you can just go back to your original identity.
Yeah, I don't get the joke. It's not funny.
I get it, and it's not funny. Please don't bring that here. Leave that there, please.
Did you see that over there earlier today on the live stream?
No, I've been away for months, and I'm glad I never looked back. So I recommend all do the same.
Well, peace to you all, then, my brothers.
There you go. All right.
Peace to you all. I'm going to be
blessed.
I'm going to be blessed. I'm going to be leaving, and the future's another day. The future's another day.
Isn't it great? Live without fear.
Love each other. Live without fear. Let's all end wars together. Let's all do our part, brothers and sisters.
Okay.
Brothers and sisters.
I'm the only one getting your joke, dude. So
I think some in the chat get it. Maybe I don't know.
I get it. I don't know.
Oh, you've been to Talcadia?
That's where I had that conversation with Seven. Was on Jack Talcott's.
Yikes.
Talcott is pretty well known, so I don't think you're the only one.
You're just making Sarah curious now. She's gonna I'm gonna find out who this person
is.
Sarah,
no, I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore because he's not him. He's a poser. You're a poser.
I'm not a poser. Check out the Sanity Machine channel. It's the cream of the crop. All right, check out the.
I've seen Sanity Machine in my chat. Is that you?
Yes. You haven't seen him recently.
Are you trolling me again? How do I know you're really you?
It could be an imposter. Well, you'll be able to tell by my voice.
Who is the real Sanity Machine?
I'm the real deal. I'm the real deal.
Are you sure?
Absolutely. My harem of women would definitely tell you I'm the real deal. That's for sure.
Are they all like feminists and?
No, you're way off, dude. You're off in la la land again. You don't have a clue, but some do, some don't. Some do, some don't.
Hurrah.
Anyway, peace to you, brothers and sisters. Some people get it, and some people don't. Take care.
Bye. You little turkey.
So, Dawson, you've been awfully quiet. Now is your chance to speak. Go ahead.
It's all yours. Floor's yours, Dawson.
I think that I discovered the Whatever podcast back in, I think, January. I think the cultural commentary is interesting on it. So, of course, Andrew is quite involved in that. And I think maybe some of his views have probably changed since starting that quite often till now. So it's just interesting to see the evolution of thought and different points on that. I find that interesting.
And be honest, you're partly there for the Madison eye candy, right?
I can't lie to you.
Holy cow! So, what's your theory on the helmet? What do you think that represents?
The helmet?
Yeah.
Is that the helmet that the one guard wears?
I think there's two guards now. I've seen two of them wear.
Well, I think the theory of that is that because they're standing still, they're kind of like they're the based people. I don't know. They're like
it's like the based army or something.
They have to keep it in order because because maybe the girls could get crazy. I don't know, but they kind of have them there just to kind of keep the peace.
Oh, okay, just private security. I got
Yeah, because that tiny little guy is totally gonna keep the peace. I don't think
And so is Madison. She's gonna like body slam somebody if they get out of order.
I feel like they're just props. Like they're people props.
Yeah.
It's sad.
I get the Madison eye candy, but what's the deal with like albino dude next to her? I'm totally missing that point.
I don't know, but it's kind of weird. Like I just,
What
I
did
feel
I
like
miss?
they're.
It's funny.
Josie.
We're talking about whatever.
I think that's the only way for the host to stay grounded because the other two people are grounded. They're like standing still the whole
Hey
time.
Josie, is
The only way for him
Madison
not to
hot or
react.
Are
not?
you talking shit about my sugar baby?
Is Madison hot or not? What do you rule?
She is an 11 out of 10.
Okay.
The 11 out of 10.
Also,
She's
what's with all
gorgeous.
the looks the other day when I came on a panel and you're like, oh, it's Fi. Oh, it's that guy.
It's
Get
what?
out of here. You. When I was
No.
talking to Andrew, your buddy.
No, I wouldn't. No, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the panel that you were on with Andrew, and I was trying to have a pleasant little conversation with him, and you're giving me the stink eye. What was that all about, Josie? Share your feelings.
I legit, I would own it if I did, but I really have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Okay. Maybe you were stink eyeing your chat, and I misinterpreted it as you were talking to me on the panel.
I mean, I do make some weird faces. So I mean, if it was directed towards you, like there would be no doubt about it, and I would have no problem owning it. But you know, I just can't take credit for something I.
This
didn't
is
do.
why women shouldn't multitask. They're the jack of all trades and the master of none.
You know, if it was up to you guys, women should just not breathe, right?
No, we like it. We like it when y'all breathe. That's how you make the sandwiches.
Yeah, besides of that, I mean, first, I mean, sandwiches ain't even cooking, but what I was, what I came here for, sorry, because I don't got a lot of time.
Make it quick. Go.
What the heck was that dude talking about what I said on Gridstream and the thing I got with Josie? Like, I'm washing Andrew's balls, what the fuck?
Are you washing Andrew's balls?
GS.
Hey,
Tin Hut.
How do I do that?
gentlemen, ladies. I'm on an
I don't know.
apology tour, so I'm going to take a moment, and it's going to piss off Base. But I had a mea culpa today.
Did you just derail a whole panel?
No, I just want to say before I.
Yeah, say you're sorry for that first
Whoa,
before
whoa,
the other
are you
apology.
gonna
Yeah, I'm sorry
apologize?
for.
Are you gonna apologize for getting mad at me for not showing up on a stream I wasn't supposed to be
Yes, 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 I am. I'm
All right.
absolutely going to.
Are you
And
Canadian? What's going
I'm
on
here
here,
for
bro?
it.
All right, sweet. Yeah.
Look
so
me in the eyes, GS. Look me in the eyes.
my eyes,
Don't
my
fall
eyes
for
are.
those tricks. Don't fall
I've got.
for it.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Josie's freaking me out.
Holy
Josie's
crap!
eyes
Gotta
are
cover it up.
weird.
Camera off. Camera off, Josie.
It's
God,
a
her eyes, dude,
stink
are
eye.
insane, dude. That's
She's the only
evil
girl
eyes.
I'll say camera off to.
Please don't
No.
kill
I'm
me,
gonna fix
Josie.
her radio,
I
it's
didn't
not
do
my
it.
fault.
I'm kidding.
If I just say camera off, did it work?
I see you, Joe.
Alexa,
got
camera
baseball
off.
radio.
Alexa, camera off.
Josie, she meant nothing to me. I don't know what you're talking about. Please don't kill me.
No, I am sorry. I'm sorry for the way that I've
I'm
acted.
far enough.
The
you're
last
fine.
3.5 weeks. My initial introduction to your channel was the genuine me. I don't know what kind of crap darkness has gone over
Are
me
you
in the
talking to
last
me?
3.5 weeks.
Are you
I'm
talking to me?
Talking to everyone that I've offended.
Well,
Well,
who?
you could
You got
start
name
with me.
names.
Start with me
Well, I've
first.
already, if you go to my live
Ladies
stream,
first.
if you go
No,
to my
you're
live-
here now on the live stream.
Yeah, but if you go to my live stream, I said it to pretty much everyone. Glenn Lawrence as well. Although I believed what I said when I said it, I could have said it a lot better and a lot more decently. Joe as well. I owe you an apology.
Don't let it happen again. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, because I've been less than charitable and less than kind in a lot of aspects. So I do want to say and Miss Sarah as well. She's clipping.
man.
She's like, clip it. So I apologize.
Put it on my community.
I do want to apologize.
I actually happily accept apologies privately because I don't think all conversation should be public. But if you want to make it public, that's okay too.
I acted like an ass publicly. Therefore, I
safe,
think
you're
the right
safe
thing
with
to do as a man would be to what? To
I-
own it as a man publicly.
To not do it
dig it.
again.
Yes,
All right,
GS,
My turn.
that means more than an
No.
apology. Not
GS
doing it,
can
that's
start-
the big shit. Just
you-
improve.
I'm ready.
I'm good.
I'm ready.
I want
Hit
you
me
to-
with the apology.
No,
Out of
shut up.
everyone
Everybody
that could
shut
be
up.
apologizing,
Right, what
it
were
has
we
to
talking
be this
about?
guy who's like barely did anything. That's just silly.
I
Who
think it's
barely did
Canadian.
anything? What are we talking about?
But
Josie's fighting the demons. Give her a
Yeah.
second.
So FYI, on my live stream, I did show my DD214 and all the information. My wife was able to compile a bunch of photos that she saved of me throughout my military career that she had on her Facebook. I canceled my Facebook years ago, so a lot of that stuff is packed away places. So I did show some of my pictures, and I started to feel like the reason why I didn't want to jump through hoops was because it was a principle, but it turned into pride.
Pride is a sin.
Exactly. That's what my little tag says.
That's a
there.
deadly sin. GS.
It is a very deadly sin. So I decided, you know what? Let's test their integrity. If they wanna say that, show me, like the Pharisees. All right, I showed them, and all I've heard so far is crickets, and the silence is absolutely deafening on their side. So we'll see, and hopefully that'll be the end of it. And
Did
I
the
want to keep that
crickets
in mind.
say you are forgiven? That's the important part.
I see, but forgiveness isn't for me.
Never
Right.
pegged you as
Someone-
a liar, GS.
When I
never-
forgive someone, that's for me. If they forgive me, then that's for them. It really has nothing to do with me or them, depending on the. So for me, it's like
that's why I don't hold grudges. I just don't
Yep.
believe in them. Now, if you get to a point where I've given continuous opportunities for somebody to adjust themselves, and I've taken the time to inform them this is hurtful, I don't like this XYZ, and then they continue to do again and again, then I just pretend that you don't exist. And if you don't exist, I don't have to forgive you or anything to do with you because you don't exist anymore.
Also,
But-
Josie,
I agree.
can you stop shaking the camera? I'm getting seasick.
yeah, but
Mhm.
I just came. I got in here for an argument. I think the argument was over, but yeah.
Okay, the new argument is you're making me seasick. Stop it.
GS,
Okay, then
my
I'm gonna
turn.
leave.
yes,
I'm ready.
Your turn to apologize to me. All right.
No, what the?
I'm going to apologize that Based of Oracle won't apologize to you.
Fuck
that
you.
help?
I'm rooting for you, Based.
There you go.
Based, have you ever apologized to anybody?
Yes.
Yes, he has.
Yes.
He is
And they
human.
deserved it.
I can't remember, but I'm
But
sure
they deserved
I
it.
have. Yeah, they deserved it.
Hey, GS with the DD22 or 12 or whatever it's called. I never
214.
considered, I never thought you a liar. You would have never had to show no shit like that to me. I don't need apologies. The fact that you're improving, I am good, man. That's all I fucking could have asked for. I think you're good.
All right, brother.
Well,
Onward
shoot, Joe,
and-
you could
onward
have
and
asked
upward.
me, and I would have saved you some time. GS is cool.
My hair is all jacked up, man. I was out in my little garden most of the day. Well, not most of the day.
Well, now that we're all friends,
Yeah,
when's
what's some of the arguments? What
when's
did
the
I
other
miss,
two mean
man?
girls
I've been
coming?
busy, shit. Yeah, what about
All right,
that
so
shit?
what did I derail? What was going on?
Oh, we're
I
having
don't
a
know.
Mean Girls party where one of the Mean Girls is here, but the other two are two chickens.
Oh,
that show
Dawson.
up.
Dawson's
Well,
like the nicest guy
I
in
will
the world.
say that Andrew, I believe, is moderating Rachel's debate right now.
Excuses.
Oh,
and
gosh.
Glenn is still running his own stream, so we can do
Excuses.
a stream inception and see what Glenn's up to.
Wait! Before we do that,
Ah.
I want Rachel's take. I'm sorry, Sarah's take. Somebody said Rachel and threw me. Sarah's take on
Oh.
what's been going
I was
on
gonna
with the Mean
say.
Girls and all of that shit. What do you think?
I think this is a bunch of dumb, girly fucking shit. Like, my daughter called it out because I told the story earlier. I said that she just kind of walked in and into my room and had heard like a stream I was listening to one
Which
day.
one?
Yeah, I gotta know.
It was
Yeah.
it was actually on Flow State when
I
it was
knew it.
the whole Glenn debauchery going on.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
And she walked in and she was like, they sound like a bunch of girls. And I was like, she's not wrong.
She was correct.
But and I think something was being played too in that moment. And she was just like, Mom, seriously, like what's going on with these people?
And then a few moments later, Sarah and Fi were talking about the lack of men to lead, and so small world.
Gee, can't figure out why I think that men are just a bunch of bitches anymore. And I do acknowledge there are men out there. I've had the pleasure of interacting with a lot of them, and I've dated a lot of really great men. I still was married to a great man. Like, I'm not gonna say that I'm throwing the baby out with the bathwater in this instance,
That's illegal.
but I will say it's like I understand why a lot of women aren't willing to follow, because if you have your nails painted and you wear tighter jeans than I do, and your hair is colored brightly, and you're not doing all of these, like, you're doing more girly things, if you take longer to get ready than I do, there is a problem. There is a problem.
What did you expect of the men in this occasion, in this instance? Right? Where did we fail you? Was it just the bickering? Was it our poor argument skills? Was it us, picking apart people who weren't there? Where were we being less than men?
You guys like to say that women are, or I'll even say Andrew Wilson likes to say that women, female content creators, he won't work with them because they do this and that and blah, 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 blah. Y'all are worse.
In what way? Be specific, babe.
Listen,
please.
We hold so many secrets. We hold so many backstage conversations. We hold so many private DMs. We hold, and we hold.
Receipts.
Receipts, but even at that, like, receipts wouldn't be given unless they were warranted. If you tried to say they said this and they said that, and like they're blatantly lying, that's when receipts, and I think that anything outside of that, he's got a CVS receipt over there.
Are those tacos?
But anything
Rural
outside of that, to me, if somebody trusts me enough to DM me something or have a conversation or be in a backstage or be on a phone call of some sort or give me their phone number because they need to talk about whatever. To me, that is private. And what happens off of YouTube streams and videos stays off.
I see where you're going. I agree with you. Yeah.
And I think that the men are more quicker to be like, they said this and it's all private conversations. It's all private conversations. And to me, I don't think that that's where this belongs. To me, if it happens private, it stays private, only unless somebody comes out and publicly directly lies. Right. And it feeds poorly upon you saying, like, oh yeah, this person said this and said that and said this, like, nope, and I'm going to shut it down and prove wrong. Right. That's the only time that belongs there. But
I don't want to do the me shit. But Sarah, one time, and I got a lot of shit on people. I've only put up one thing, personal text messages, one time, and it wasn't because a person lied. It's because my enemies had joined together to take me down, and one of them sent me a text saying, "Oh, fuck him! I don't like him. He's a liar." And I put that on my community page, and it split them up. But let's not, whenever you're putting that shit up, personal shit, it's probably a bad look. And I'd be afraid that every time motherfucker think he's lying, they go to their personal shit. Careful of that shit too. And I know that's not what you were saying.
Not only that, if you're constantly talking about private things publicly, then will anybody else trust you going forward? Will anybody else be willing to even DM you or talk to you in a backstage or anything? Like, to me, I just don't think that that's where that belongs. It's not fair. It's common courtesy, respect, and a content creator understood concept.
I don't think I've seen you do any of that now that I think about it. I know I haven't known you long, but I don't see you up here talking about,
correct. I am the keeper of secrets, and that's the way I intend to be. And I like it that way.
But Sarah, there's a different side of that debate, and so some of us feel like we're all about full transparency and we have nothing to hide. And any of my private conversations, I would gladly post publicly because, again, I don't have like secret.
I'll give you an example. There are a few people who are aware of the Bratty Tomatoes' actual medical diagnosis and what she has going on. There's quite a few people who know what it is. And I expect those people who do know to keep it to themselves because it is the privacy of my daughter. Now, I've been in good conversations with some people where that's been a part of the conversation and what's going on because I know them. I've known them long enough. They're aware of it.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not talking about personal information.
Right,
like
right. But
doxing.
that is a private thing that I expect.
I'm just saying,
whoever
like
I'm
our
talking to
conversations
private.
on these panels, like
But I also
you and
think
I had a private conversation.
But I think even if I ended this stream right now and we all went into the backstage and we continued this conversation right now, that conversation, once the stream ends, stays between all 6 of us. That's where it belongs.
Okay.
It doesn't belong. I understand transparency, right? But knowing and understanding that people become more open and more trusting to the people they're talking to when the camera is off, right? We're a little more vulnerable to that.
But why do we need that angle? Why can't we just be honest in either situation?
It's not a matter of honesty. It's not a matter of honesty. It's about a matter of what you're willing to share with people.
You just said that they open up more in private conversations. So you're implying that while they're in public, they keep little secrets that they don't want to share with
Is
people.
it secrets or is it like things that don't belong in the public?
This is why I like Base, because he will definitely err on the other side. He puts out too much information.
Yeah, so what I
you
think
can't
Fi
fault
is
him for that.
Yeah, what I think Fi is
Bullshit.
in a sense is that there's nothing he wouldn't say in private that he wouldn't also say in public.
Exactly.
I think. But for me, and that's a personal choice.
If it were in opposition, I could understand that.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you my home address and the name of my child, but that has nothing to do with the conversation.
Damn it.
So for me,
Damn
my
it.
big pet peeve is when people are sitting on panels trying to do a medical diagnosis or a psychological diagnosis of people. I heard quite a bit of that.
Why is that a pet peeve, man? I have so much fun doing that.
I don't like that at all because people they're not qualified to do that, man. And
that's just an opinion. Why would
but
it
to
be
be
a pet
fair,
peeve?
well,
a lot of the doctors
saying,
aren't
in my
qualified
opinion.
either.
Yeah, that's true. But
I just like Joe Cool's laugh.
Yeah.
He's cool.
So
for me,
that was
like,
happening to me the other day. It seemed like
it's happening
people
So
were
that's
talking
4
about
days at least, Base.
Yeah. Which I don't mind. Let's say that they're right. Whatever different things they're saying. Okay. and?
Yeah.
By the way, Sarah, did I scare you away or did you have to do something?
No, I just have to tinkle real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Wait, cam up. Take pics.
Ah, Joe.
I'm kidding.
You're muted, Sarah.
I forgot I was muted. I built my whole studio room right in the bathroom, so I'm actually sitting on the toilet right now. It's just looking easy.
I kind of actually believe that for some reason.
Wait, I'm turning the volume up. Everybody keep
The
quiet.
bathroom is one room over.
You have to
so
do
I'll
a
be right
skit.
back.
You have to do a skit. That's your faux office. That has to be one of your skits.
Yeah, a little tinkling sound in the
Call it
background.
maximum efficiency.
Yeah.
Maximum efficiency. Come on, I'm the
News
white
from the
Kanye. I'm a
manosphere
marketing
from the
genius.
pot.
Amazon
love
Employee of the Month.
That's not a bad idea. Actually, generally
should get
specific.
that.
I'm gonna take that. I'm
gotta
gonna
skit
put it
it.
in the back of my head. I'm gonna do news from the manosphere from the shitter live just for you guys.
Sound effects and everything. Don't forget.
I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
All right.
It'd be funny if she had like a trash can to throw up in, and then the toilet to crap in. Like, oh, this is making me sick. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm bound determined to do better, man.
Did you see the base debate? Base and I don't even remember the guy name. Alex. Who do you think won? If you saw it, GS.
I only saw like the very end of it. I came in during the open panel, and I really didn't see. I saw a little bit more of it. Actually, I saw a little bit more of it where Glenn Lawrence and Andrew were kind of picking it apart. And I liked what you said, Joe. I was kind of like 49-51.
Based, right?
With it. Yeah, I don't know. I thought Based had a good. I don't know enough about debating to really know who won that person.
I don't know either. I was just
I think
going.
principle wise, I think Base was on the right track.
I
And
think
stuff
you
was done.
instinctively know when one side convinces you more than the other. That's how you judge all.
Yeah, well, I haven't
pretty
watched the whole
even.
thing, and I was watching them kind of like crapping on Based, so it was kind of biased.
You gotta think a lot of them cats though really had beef with Base. I was looking at through that eyes, and most of them were pretty much controlling themselves, except the one lunatic Spicoli. Considering they already have their shit in, and they hate Base. They do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they tried to keep it neutral. A couple people slipped in; they couldn't help it. I didn't know. Jesus, man. A couple people are really don't like Base ass.
They like me. They just don't know it yet.
It's taking a while.
Figured it out. I
They're
thought
just
I
I
hated
don't-
Based.
I
really
don't
did.
like you, and yet you're still here. I don't know why.
I mean, I can fix that.
Yes, you
That's
don't
it.
have to apologize to me, but you can check out my channel.
Base doesn't have that slick shit that the pro debaters have, where they know when it's time to sidetrack. All that Base has is truth, and to me, it gets shits on by the crowd and shit. But to me, that's what maintained Base's victory. It's not like he did anything showy or anything like that. He gave the truth even when it was, when it was difficult and sounded like a bunch of. It wasn't worth digging into. He stayed with it and all of that shit. I think he might have got bored and all of that shit, but Base, I don't know.
Not bad for my first, right? And Alex done this debate many, many times over, apparently.
Yeah.
So, and I was sick as fuck, but
Well, technically you were
question.
both sick, so it was fair.
He said he had allergies. I was being charitable.
Based. If I were to take that debate and try to kind of analyze it, and do a play-by-play of it, would you be okay with that?
You'd fall asleep.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care when anyone does it.
You didn't ask the
Actually,
host.
no. Oh, that's right. It's Sarah's. Oh man. I got to apologize again.
GS, go for
Sorry.
it. You're
Are you
welcome
okay
to-
with that? Because I think it would be interesting. I
Because
haven't seen the whole
Glenn
thing.
did it without asking. And
Well, I mean, if you
even
want to join
messaged
me,
him.
just-
I even messaged him and I said, Glenn, can you not play the whole damn thing so that people can at least come to my channel to watch the rest? And he's like, yeah, sure, no problem. He plays the whole fucking thing, start to finish. I'm like, Glenn.
Sarah, he was in his feelings. He had to.
It's all right. I don't mind it. I left it outside of the paywall for that very purpose, and I think it's
Very
a
good.
fair. I think it's a fair debate to take and analyze start to finish. Anyways, it was a really good
Yeah.
debate. It was great. It was
Have
very
you
well
analyzed
matched.
it?
No, I was the moderator. I don't think I'm allowed
let's
to.
well afterwards, can't you? Let's do it on your show again, and I'll I'll do a play-by-play on it. That way, you get all the glory for it. And maybe you can
want-
have a few other people that might want to opine.
Well, do you want to do it now, and then we can
Yeah,
we can all just analyze
yeah.
it?
I
As
want
long
to do
as-
the Mean Girl show. Get the other two bitches in here.
Oh my God, you call them bitches? You think they're gonna walk right in and be like, "Oh hey, what's up?"
I don't know. I was trying like the chicken approach.
It was accurate.
Yeah, apparently it'll work because we're not men anyway. It'll work. They'll run ahead. What you call me?
Yeah.
I can't believe what he said. You hear what he said?
Did you hear this, fucker?
Scratch your ass out.
I'm pretty new to debates, especially when it comes to YouTube, but that's the first one in a while I've watched from start to finish.
Dawson, I
that.
think that you are too sweet of a person to even ever participate in a debate, but to get your viewpoint of one would be interesting because you're so sweet and innocent.
I'll do it with you, bro. Pick a topic. I'll debate you.
I'm basically the same, so I get you. I get you, Dawson.
And I won't even be mean
Or
about
shit.
it. I'll be real
What?
nice.
What? Stop the cap. What did you just say?
I'm
Stop
very nice.
Yeah.
Says
Real nice
who?
guy.
Since when?
Well, for one, I'm very charitable.
Mm.
Two, I do, I guess one would say, God's work, calling out the grifting and the lying and all that shit. The Pharisees like Glenn.
Well,
the quote unquote men who say we shouldn't judge others, then he going on days judging me. It's interesting.
Do you feed the same shit to your girlfriend? Like, do you feed that?
You're close. I feed her shit and keep her in the dark.
She's a mushroom.
That's right.
Yeah.
She must be one dumb broad. Like, do you believe you're a nice person, Based?
No, I don't. I know.
Base the argument then, the Andrew shit.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's first do the Alex shit with the pickup artist. I
Okay.
thought morals would have to leak into it, right? That's what it is. You know, they were trying to keep it away from, I shouldn't say they. And Alex was trying to keep it away from morals. And
Yeah.
I think that's where it goes. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of changed when we first hopped in, but the original
did.
title, is it better or worse for society? Is the result is doing it? And I'm bringing in the moral objections, which he, admitted that there's lying involved. However, he thinks that a certain amount of lying is okay. And we're not even talking pragmatically, right? Like, we've all lied, I'm sure, but if your goal is to not lie, but the goal of the activity is in part lying, then you're already setting yourself up for failure and the other person.
I think so too. You got to start on a truthful foundation and all of that shit. Is curse it through the gate, even if casually. Well, it's just small lies and this and that. It sounds so iffy. I'd be afraid to do that shit to start anything on that note.
And I think where he was coming from is that some lies are socially acceptable.
Yes.
Via his.
I've got one for you,
viewpoint.
Based. Here's a good one that we could all use as an example. You're a really nice person, Based Oracle.
That's true.
So, bless your heart.
I'm not sure that guy has
liar.
I'm not sure he has feelings or emotions yet at all. I'm not. The
I'm
jury's
working
out.
on it. I'm growing them.
A couple more years. Yeah.
Based Oracle is the sweetest panelist I've ever met.
Liar.
I'm growing into these things. I'm a grower, not a shower. So, look, where I'm coming from and where Alex seemed to have some contention is, oh, well, you've never lied before. And that has nothing to do with the argument whether or not I have, as per if this activity is a net positive or a net negative. And the next one I was trying to get into was regarding, he says that we have a problem today. And I tried to get him to tell us what that problem is. And he relied on statistics like, 30% of men not engaged in any kind of relationship. And I was explaining that throughout history, it's been 60% of men who have not reproduced. And he tried to muddy it with, well, we're not talking about cavemen. We're talking about all men of all time in all places on Earth. So I think it was very relevant.
What about the Drew thing? Andrew, that's his name.
Yeah.
Is he a grifter? Again, I think it's going to come into morals, and that may be a harder thing to prove. Where are you with that?
Yeah, I have no problem proving it. Right, I have
Okay.
I got my whole worksheet ready, and once he unblocks me or whatever gay shit he did, we will commence.
Wait,
I don't think he is.
Who blocked you?
He was just being sarcastic.
Andrew Wilson.
Andrew blocked you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I put up the screenshot because I went to send him the next message.
And this is what women do. Not even women, girls.
No, girls do it in a tea party
Girls
without
do.
the other girls around. We're doing it so that anyone.
This is bad, Sarah. This is bad. I fucking live for this shit. This is bad.
This
I
is what
feel
girls
horrible.
do. I'ma block that bitch.
What a
Exactly.
blocking shit
Oh,
sucks.
that part.
The blocking shit
What a
sucks.
girl, Andrew.
All three of you are being girls about this.
I didn't
and-
block anyone. I didn't quit
Well,
anything. Glenn quit, and then
you-
Andrew quit.
Master stroke, base. I don't know if you intended it or not, but
Do you think I
stroke.
broke? Do you think I broke Glenn Lawrence though?
No, he was already broken.
Did you hear how hard I went after him the other day?
I don't
No,
think I
but
did.
it probably should have been more.
Hey, Jody.
I absolutely went after his nuts, and I don't like the way I did it though.
Oh,
but
wow.
I meant what I said.
Okay,
so-
what did you say that you meant?
Basically, how can you call yourself a Christian yet you're promoting degeneracy?
Are you talking about on my stream?
No, it was on his stream or some. It was on somebody's stream. I went off on him, and I guess now he's kind of got me blocked. I tried getting in his stream yards because I was actually going on my apology tour earlier this morning because I had a. No, I like legit. I
know that's the funny part. Is it's
but God just ragdolled me and said, "Dude, this isn't you, man."
I'm still waiting for my apology, GS.
There's a better Wi-Fi. I'm sorry that I've never hurt your feelings.
You're forgiven.
See, he still apologized. So, look, Glenn blocked me when I was on his stream. I was on live stream, and his mods had me blocked. So they're very block happy.
Yeah,
I got comment blocked and panel blocked, so I feel your pain there, bro.
GS, is Andrew a grifter?
I don't know. I honestly, if you would have asked me a day ago, I would have said no. But hearing the way he and Glenn Lawrence were talking like crazy squirt boys today, it was insane.
What is he grifting? I don't know really enough about him.
The Christ bill.
Yeah, I just because the way they were talking today, it kind of shocked me to hear it out of Andrew's mouth because it sounded way too much like me.
Can you be specific?
It's kind of like, Andrew, you're better than me. Come on, Andrew, be better than me.
Can you be more specific and less general?
Well, he's basically talking about how, like, sometimes when a woman doesn't do what you want her to do, you basically you put the foot down and you put it down hard, and you put it down hard enough, she'll be on her knees swallowing all the gravy.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know
swallowing all the gravy.
And I'm telling you. There's reality to it, but I didn't expect to hear it from Andrew, and I was just kind of like, oh, okay.
That's why he has to be careful dancing between that line of entertainer versus like preacher or whatever, and so that's a very dangerous game.
What is he preaching? I've only seen like very little, and it was just all debate shit. I don't know his position.
Orthodox Christianity is what he preaches.
He's big time Orthodox, and
he's doing it through the format of entertainment, YouTuber entertainer, and so
but
he
you
runs
can't
into
say
people like Base to call him out on that stuff.
Yeah, Base would be the perfect person to disassemble
the
that
perfect
argument.
person on the panel.
But here's my argument. You can't say that you're against degeneracy and you take no prisoners, and then when your buddy who's on your show gets called out by a nobody like me saying, "How do you say you're a Christian?" Glenn Lawrence was introduced to me as pastor producer by Siege D. That's a fact. So this whole misnomer of like I've never put my channel out as any kind of a Christian thing, maybe he didn't, but his mods sure were. So someone like me who was a young Christian,
I did an interview with him, and that was one of the things he spoke to was his Christianity.
So that's what kind of like pulled me in. I gave him my number, and then all of a sudden I found out later that he was promoting degeneracy.
Yeah, but it's behind a paywall, GS. It doesn't count if it's behind a paywall, right?
So,
Jesus wouldn't mind.
For me, it's just kind of like I'm to that. I'm like, look, I got enough things that I got to work on in my life, but I don't say that I've got a 4-year, theology degree and to call myself pastor producer or whatever. I don't call myself a teacher at all.
By the way, do you guys see why I would always recommend you don't ever get into a cult? This is exactly why. So every time someone puts all of their faith and confidence into a human, you're later going to find out how flawed they are and how screwed up your entire religion.
Correct. Don't pedestalize anyone.
So
especially women. We learned that today.
Joe hit it on the head.
You can pedestalize me.
Yeah, I'm the only hero that you're going to meet that you won't be disappointed in.
The apology tour guy is apologizing.
You need to apologize for that statement.
I apologize.
Well, I'm just saying your expectations are this high anyway, so you won't be disappointed.
I am.
Damn it! All right, well, no refunds, man. You should have.
What
read the fine print? No, but I'm stuck on it, and it's like the Andrews is sitting there, kind of like getting off on the debauchery, and I was like, which is weird because a day ago or 2 days ago, like Glenn Lawrence was talking about God almost the entire stream, and I was like, hey, I sowed some seeds. My work here is done. I kind of shamed him to going back towards God a little bit more, and then the next day it was like they were on your jock like static.
Yes, then all you did see was exactly what you do. When challenged, they lose it and spurred a little bit and say things they might not have should say.
Well, he didn't really say anything bad though. I mean, I give him that credit. He He kept his cool. But here's the funny thing, because I was on Easy Stream, and I was it was Easy Stream, a Wednesday morning stream right before my Bible study. Of all things, I was being very unchristian, and I was tearing into him, and I'm like, and then everyone was kind of turning on me like I was being a prick and trying to dunk on everyone. And then when I left, then the panel started asking the questions, and then Glenn was having a hard time answering them. They're like, even Easy was like, that sounds like degeneracy. I thought you said it wasn't X, and I thought you said it wasn't Y. And then he was equivocating. He was running away from moving the goalpost and acting like he's a victim. Well, I signed a contract. I had to do the contract. I had to do this. I had to do that. And I'm like, dude, Christians sign contracts all the time, and they don't have to get naked or have naked people around them. What's up, Olivia?
Hold on just a second. My sister's keeper asked a question. Sarah, what did you think of Andrew's video of him saying older women are jealous of younger women because all the men want them? Now, I have not seen the video, so I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but the question I can still answer. I don't think older women are necessarily jealous of all younger women. Why? Because we still get the cubs, we still get hit on, we still it's not a big deal.
They are absolutely accurate. All older women feel like, why does that teenager get so much attention? All y'all do that shit.
I don't think that's normal. I think that maybe that might be a stereotypical angry bitch, right? But the reason why the men aren't tracking after the stereotypical angry old bitch is because she's a stereotypical angry old bitch, right? But I don't fall victim per se to that of the younger woman. If a man wants to go after a younger woman, I think that that's all fair game. It comes down to preference, and that's I'm not their cup of tea, and that's okay. I prefer it to be that way. Right. So if a man is going after a younger woman anyways, like if it was me and a 22-year-old, I'd expect them to go in it. And the guy's like 30, I'd expect them to go after her. I'd want him.
They wouldn't be smart though. No way I want an airhead anymore. You look at that shit and you think that motherfucker has no conversation after sex. What could I possibly want with a 20-year-old? I gotta excuse me for a minute. I'm gonna be eating crunch berries, so I gotta mic down.
I appreciate the mic down on that one. But in any event, I don't feel, to me, like it's not a jealousy thing. I don't think most women would even go after a guy who would prefer somebody significantly younger. I think there's a huge principle and value gap to begin with. So it wouldn't even be a match. Like I would want somebody my own age who wants somebody their own age, and so it's not. I don't even anybody that says such and such is jealous of such and such. That to me is already a cope. It's already not an argument. It's total bullshit. I don't think jealousy is a very strong word to use as a generalization. And I just don't think it applies across the board. Us older hags, we're perfectly content being us and, not being sought after. It's okay, But anyways, I digress. Old Joe, what's up?
Long time no see.
We got two Joes in here.
You're muted.
Old Joe.
Old Joe. Not Joe.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. Are you drinking tonight?
Not tonight. I learned my lesson last night for the first time.
That's bullshit, by the way.
Anyways.
Sarah, I'm sure you are heavily pursued. That was bullshit, by the way. Ain't no motherfucker not looking in your direction for sure.
I am heavily pursued, but I would not be I've been to the bars before where I watch a guy go and take interest into a 22-year-old beautiful woman, and I commend it. If he's brave enough to approach her and all of that stuff, go for it. Please go for it. That's your preference. That's what you're attracted to. I highly recommend it. Me, I'm perfectly content with the men who are attracted to me or do try to pursue me. That's what I want, is the man that is pursuing me. Not I'm not worried about men pursuing other women. That wouldn't even be a thought process in my mind, It's like
Can I
live
ask
and
what
let
the
live.
comment was? What was the original comment that you're
The
responding
question
to?
here was from my sister's keeper. Says, Sarah, what did you think of Andrew's video of him saying older women are jealous of younger women because all the men want them?
So that have you guys dealt with the Andrew based debate collapse yet? Have you talked that one out or?
I think it's fizzled out. The
I
other
think
two
we-
bitches never showed up.
Well, no, we all know that. I mean, I'm not expecting either of them to jump on. I did message Glenn and ask him if he was coming over here to play. But I know Andrew is moderating Rachel's debate right now, so I wouldn't expect him to come over here while he's moderating. That's okay. And I didn't like forewarn anybody saying like, "Hey, I'm going to talk about this shit." Like, I did give him a tag when I set up the stream, but I, let them know it was not a roast session, so I don't feel like anybody needs to come and defend themselves or anything like that.
And now we can all laugh about it.
And now we can all laugh about the stupid shit because it's over with. It's done. It's like when somebody trips and falls, and you're like, "Are you okay?" And they get up and they're like, "Yeah, I think I'm all right." And then you're like, "Okay, now we can laugh."
No,
Now we can
Not
laugh.
over.
funnier.
It's
Yeah.
not over. I'm
It's
still ready. I'm still ready.
It's not over. We got to hear Old Joe's take on it. We're beginning again.
All
Old
right.
Joe, what you
Old
say?
Joe, floor is yours. You and
Okay,
your wise words.
let me try and be as brief as possible. And then I was on Glenn's channel and I heard Andrew said that this issue is over for him. After tonight, it's over for me as well. I was actually quite invested in it. I don't know how many people are familiar with how Andrew rose to fame. Does everybody know that story?
I have no idea. I
Is it
just
through
met
the
the guy a
Whatever
week ago.
podcast or before that?
Yeah, well, the big moment for him. So, does everybody in here know who Jordan Peterson is? Very famous Canadian psychologist. Jordan Peterson had a debate with a fellow named Matt Dillahunty, and Matt Dillahunty was very aggressive, very politically correct, also very phony, in my opinion. Used all sorts of tricks and basically came away from that debate abusing Jordan Peterson. So Jordan Peterson has worldwide fame, and everybody was waiting for somebody to take down Matt Dillahunty. What happened was Andrew was put into a debate with Matt Dillahunty, and basically what Dillahunty would do is he would use social caveats, like he would argue along the lines that if you question him, you could be called a bigot, and you had to mind your manners. And he knew how to use that. Well, Andrew walked right through all that stuff, as he does, and he made Dillahunty rage quit in the middle of the debate. And this was his fame moment, and in my opinion, it's a great moment in debating. I loved watching it. However, the tactics. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I said it sounds dope so far.
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it, especially because I didn't. Dillahunty had left a really bad taste in my mouth. However,
hold on just a
I
second.
thought that.
Sorry, Old Joe. President Z, is that you?
Yeah, salute.
Oh, okay, I see it. Just want to make sure. Okay, we're gonna give the floor back to Old Joe. Okay.
Sure, and anybody want to cut in at this point in time? I don't want to dominate or anything.
No, nobody's allowed.
No,
to.
go ahead. You go.
Nobody is
Okay.
allowed to cut in when Old Joe is speaking. Sorry.
So it's kind of like hiring a gunslinger coming into town. Once they're done their work, they're kind of not useful anymore, And I know that's a harsh thing to say, but Andrew doesn't seem to be able to turn that aggression off. What I wanted to see in Base's debate, I was very, very curious to see if his message was authentic. So it says on my thumbnail there, the top word says truth. That's very important to me. And I wanted to know if Andrew and the things that he was saying were things that he really believed, or was he using language as a tool? Was he another debate bro who would say things that he may not believe or use words to evade the truth in some circumstances? I think I'm confident enough to say that he does not want to be in this debate after seeing what happened tonight. There was a couple circumstances. One when Based was showing his DMs where Andrew said, "Why are we watching this?" and got Glenn to cut the channel off short, which he did, because the next message would have been Based asking, "What community do you live in?" So for me, and I had told Sarah this before, for me, tonight provided a lot of answers. And that's a piece that I would say in terms of a fan of Andrew Wilson, and he's not going to miss a guy like me. Who cares? I'm just a YouTube guy. But I can tell you that piece is over after tonight.
I came on for just one quick reason. Are you finished, old Joe, sir?
Yeah, no, you go ahead.
Is that okay, Tomato?
Actually, can I follow up, Joe? So you're saying that you kind of anticipated Andrew to react a certain way, or you were looking to see if he would react, like you were waiting to see how it fell out.
What I'm saying is, for a long time, I have had a suspicion that some of the motivation behind Andrew's message has been ego, has been because he enjoys what he's doing. He personally gets a kick out of it. And I think that has no place in entertainment when you wrap it around religion and morality. I think there's an immorality to enjoying other people being uncomfortable that may be comparable to some of the people that he criticizes. There is a hypocrisy there that I can't prove, but I believe I see. In fact, I probably, given enough time, you probably could make a really strong case for it. I think that Andrew wanted a way out of this debate. I'm not going to speak for Based because he's here to speak for himself. But I didn't like what I saw from Andrew in this. I didn't like what I saw when he went after you, Sarah. I don't like how some of his fans make threats and troll people and threaten to take their channels down. So that's what I'm here to say. The whole thing stunk. So,
would you say that one of Andrew's tactics maybe would be, based on what you're saying, one of his tactics would maybe be bullying his way through YouTube to gain his followers, or to win debates, or to push people down in such a way?
Blood sports is the word.
I think there's an element.
That's not blood sport. I'm saying like actually bullying people and stepping on them and like pushing. And I'm asking the question. I'm not making a statement. I'm simply asking the question to clarify. Would you say that he's kind of steps on other people in order to establish a power move or to make others believe that he's in control?
There's no doubt about that. That's a part of it. And I need to be fair. There's a couple of things that I have to acknowledge. I watched Andrew on one of his live streams. I believe he got $2,500 in donations because they were bidding on whether he shaved his beard off or not. His channel is successful. He has strong viewership, like he says he does. I've had friends of his tell me that simply because they tweeted they had mechanical issues with their car, he would offer to pay for it. So there is a good side to everybody, but in terms of the behavior and the bullying that takes place, I'll give you another example. The last guy he debated here, the more famous fellow. Anybody remember who that last debate was? Because I forget.
No, I haven't seen it.
Dave Smith.
I don't pay attention.
Yeah, Dave. It was that Dave Smith. Well, he went after that guy in a way that means he's never going to get to debate Dave Smith again, or probably anybody in his circle.
I would say that debate, he destroyed his own credibility, and Dave Smith tried to throw him a bone and make it look like it was a debate. And
it was that bad.
Yeah. So exactly. So I'm gonna finish with a statement that Andrew made that stuck in my mind. His wife Rachel was on the Whatever podcast, and there was another female host there that they agreed together. They were agreeing with each other, and Andrew was on his own podcast, and he was watching, and he told Jim Bob, it doesn't matter if they agree, and it doesn't matter if this other lady is saying all the same points as Rachel, because if you're a Wilson, you take every head at the table. Now that to me says all I need to know about the guy. Really, it does.
Joe, I had a question for you. You said that you think Andrew was looking for an excuse to get out of the debate, so he used base letter as that. I saw another way he could be using that. Maybe it was just a ploy with him too. Oh, I'm finna pull out to put the pressure back in base court and fuck with base a little bit.
It could have been, but I do know that there is. Could you imagine sitting down to a debate where you were the subject and you had to prove, you had somebody coming at you with no accountability on their own part to talk about their own personality, and the subject was whether you're a grifter and a liar? I know I could pick up footage on Andrew. I can give you an example, or maybe I shouldn't, because maybe the debate will go forward.
You
But
mean
that's a
like
tough
Dave Smith and Chris Cuomo, for example? Would that be a
that
good
you would wind up in exactly that position where there was video footage of you saying stuff that wasn't true. And who wants to be in? You could find video footage on me saying stuff that's not true. I'm sure, right?
I think you have some. I think you have some interesting criticisms about Andrew as a whole. I think when it comes to the Based thing, I think that there was a time where Based was like vocally like detracting a lot from his message. So I think within that couple of days, like it would have made sense for Andrew to debate Based because his goal and his objective clearly was to try and make an example of him. But as it dragged on, I think how can you justify, like with no offense to Based, obviously, but like he doesn't have anything to gain other than by like making an example of you out to his audience, right? And so, you know, as time has come on, now it's like dragging on where it's becoming a bit of a drama. Like if I were him, I would have dropped it too, right? I think what actually became more interesting to me was Based and Glenn, because I actually think that Based had pulled out and made a lot of, you know, sound criticisms of Glenn. And so I think that that actually deserved more attention. I think that Andrew's been in the clouds this entire time, and to try and factor him in too much, I mean, you're kind of overanalyzing it personally. But
I think I only got half of that.
Sorry, go ahead, Joe Cool.
No, I was just saying I think I only got half of that, what you just said.
Is it my mic? Is my mic not working?
No. I understood the first half. The second half,
Yeah.
I just couldn't keep up with.
That's okay. Is there anything you wanted me to clarify or?
No. You guys continue.
Okay. No, that's just what I wanted to say. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing your half misunderstanding.
So I'm going to put my input. And now, granted, I haven't seen the wide body of Andrew's work. I found Andrew Wilson.
Horse shit, GS. You sat there and sucked his dick on a screen saying, "I'd love to interview you. I've watched a lot of your stuff." La la la.
I haven't watched. Well,
Pick one, GS.
Hold on. Everyone is saying. From what Joe is saying, clearly I haven't seen a lot of stuff.
Now you gotta apologize.
So what I'm going to say is this: I have been a fan of Andrew Wilson's, and except for yesterday's behavior with Glenn, I hadn't seen that side of Andrew. And so what I wanted to kind of disagree with some of what Joe was saying, but also agree with what some of Nev is saying as well. But I found Andrew Wilson to be very magnanimous and very open and charitable to people that are arguing in good faith and coming from a respectful posture. I've seen it on multiple occasions. Now, I'm not saying I've seen his whole body, but the way everyone's talking about it, I'm feeling like maybe I don't know the guy at all because I am kind of a fanboy of him. So
can I ask a quick question then?
Sure,
I think sometimes
absolutely.
we can see stuff with rose-colored glasses.
Yeah.
I want you to assess the authenticity of a question, of a statement that was framed in a question earlier on this evening. I don't know that Andrew said this, but let's say that he did. And if he didn't, I retract it. To say that older women are jealous of younger women because all the men want younger women, how do you think that makes his wife feel?
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, go.
Well, it wouldn't matter because she'll back up anything that he says to begin with, whether it's wrong or right. She will go along. She will go along with anything he says because he said it, and she has to.
Well, and here
she's submissive, Phyllis.
Yeah, and on a stream today, I believe, or yesterday, I heard him say that if a woman objects too much, then you tell her shut the fuck up or I'm gone.
Yep, and then she'll get on her knees, and that's what I said earlier. It's
yes, that's exactly what he said.
And so something similar to that. So that's like I said, up until was it today? I guess then it must have been today. I mean,
that's
the
when
days
you had
are
your
blurring
epiphany.
in. Well, no,
So-
that's where I was.
No,
like,
I got you.
I was like, okay, why is Andrew
No, we get it.
cavorting
We get it.
with Glenn in this way? Because to me, it's kind of like.
So I'm going to respond back to old Joe and Neve now. So I think that both of you, I don't think either of you are rooting for me, and you shouldn't be in any regard. But I do appreciate what I think is just your neutral takes, and there was nothing I heard that I disagree with. To give you my input, I think that anyone who watched the initial on Glenn's stream when Andrew hopped on when I was already there at like 4 a.m. a couple weeks ago, I think they could tell very easily that Andrew wanted nothing to do with this. He was making it as difficult as possible. Oh, pay me $1,000. Oh, actually, I want another 500 to stream it myself. Oh, Glenn will be the mod, and he'll stay with me, and Rachel will make him sandwiches, blah, blah, blah. So he didn't want anything to do with this to begin with, and he was hoping that I would back out. That would be the best course of action for me to do to help his cause. Oh, look, this guy just died off. He was full of shit.
Ooh.
So I'm still here. I'm still ready. Nothing has changed on my end, other than Glenn has now ducked out, which makes sense, and Andrew has now ducked out, which makes sense. Andrew has blocked me. There is no more communication.
That's okay, because Fi stepped up, and now all we're doing is waiting on Andrew, so the ball's in his court.
And I said, when they were all predicting that they were trying to psychoanalyze you, I said, there's no quitting that Marine. You damn well better believe he'll be there. If it's still happening, he's going to be there. And that was
so
my prediction.
Here's my final take on Andrew before I drop down. I don't believe that the Andrew that we see saying things like all older women are jealous of young. I don't think that's him. I've heard enough of people who know him who say he's probably a pretty decent guy in person. I think this might be a persona that might have gotten away from him a little bit. I don't think that he speaks to his wife that way. I don't think he tells her to shut the fuck up like he claims he does. And I think that this might be something that's designed to attract fans, and he's been successful in doing so. That's my position on it. I don't need to speak about it anymore.
Ain't fame a bitch, and when you add money to it, good luck.
I know.
So I had a question about debates.
What's that?
It's like when you said you look for authenticity in debates. What if someone is like debating, but someone plays devil's advocate, or if they also go upon facts instead of their own of how they feel? They would have to kind of go sideways a little bit in a debate. Is that okay?
Is this Dawson speaking?
Yeah.
Hey Dawson, that's a great question, and I put this directly to Andrew for precisely this reason. I said, would you ever debate something or take a position publicly that you didn't hold for the purposes of a debate? And his words were, if he ever did that, he would be very, very clear that he was doing so in advance. So yes, there's a space for debating a position that you may not hold personally. But Andrew's position is that were he to do that, he would make sure everybody that was listening knew that this was not in fact his position. I have not seen him do that in this case or others.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I'm kind of new to debates.
I think when people present information as absolute, and regardless of what you believe, if you understand that that person's position to be false, it's kind of just part of the culture to poke holes in it. I think most people will do it. I think it is what it is. I mean, it's just low-hanging fruit at times. Obviously, if somebody's coming here to argue on behalf of flat Earth, you don't need to be the person like invoking all of the statistics. It's not worth anyone's time. But I mean, if it's something that's like, you know, that they've created like a monolith behind, and you know that you could knock it down just by asking a few questions and go for it. I don't think
Leave, I'm a dick. Anytime I hear a motherfucker say something, I think they're insincere about it, they're trying to bullshit. That's my life quest. I can't wait to hop up and be like, that's bullshit. That ain't what you said the other day.
Joe, you're my spirit animal.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the way that
I'm gonna jump down now, folks. Hey, thanks
Hi,
a lot
Joe.
for having me.
All right, see you, Joe.
Oh, Joe, thanks for popping on. I always
Easy,
love
bruh.
it when you come on.
Yeah, good
So,
input.
Dawson, I'd be happy to answer you now that I have a 100% success rate with debates, 1-0. I'll let you know this is how it works. So, in reality, I think that the most good faith way to look at debating is getting more towards truth. That the two opposing sides can be completely oppositional, yet not trying to win the debate, but rather trying to get further towards the truth, right? Sharpening swords, the swords being your beliefs rooted in the words that you're using. And when it comes to YouTubing debate, you have to consider that a lot of how it's looked at is the optical win. Now, luckily, that worked out for me the other night. But no, the optical win is the perception of people, which really, you don't know the perception of people unless they say so, right? So if more people are saying, oh, this person won, then other sheeple will look at that and say, oh, well, I see everyone else thinks this person won.
Right.
Therefore, I do as well. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to make that kind of distinction when you ask about taking a position you don't hold, if you mean in terms of what debating is meant to be for, like at core, or if you mean the kind of YouTube entertainment debate sphere.
Both. Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm just a curious guy.
I argue any side. I don't care if I see someone getting beat up. I'll jump on their side. I'll argue any side of any fucking argument.
Yeah,
This
me
is
too.
why,
Me too.
Joe Cool, I never know where you stand half the time.
Yes,
Wait a
you got
minute,
to ask
what
me
did he
directly.
say?
Right,
Like,
right.
wait, what?
I know where he stands, in the back of a police car.
That's where he sits. That is where he sits, maybe not where he stands.
But he does it on purpose. He's trying to make a point. So
I think because
Dawson,
StreamYard is
Dawson,
so.
real quick thought I'd like to share with you. I as a gesture of honesty, I usually warn my audience when I'm engaging in devil's advocate because they know generally where I stand on most important issues. A real neat question for you. Would you be prepared if I didn't warn you and I just started arguing as devil's advocate?
Well, I'd have to just look at based off of the facts. I have to use my own evaluation to do that, depending on whatever topic it is.
The reason why I bring this up is because even though sometimes Phi will warn you about what's about to happen, the devil is less honest, and so he may not give you fair warning. So you better be prepared either way.
I think that StreamYard makes participation in these discussions so accessible, but we shouldn't hold every participant to the same level of accountability when you regard that some of us are content creators, like myself, panel hosts. There are other people who are on their phone clicking a link just up here to share their thoughts. And so StreamYard blurs the line with that. So if you're fine, he has a chat and he has whatever, then it would make sense for him to say that he's playing devil's advocate because he's very, very clear that he could have his chat start to believe that he believes what he's arguing against. But for yourself, I mean, if you're just poking holes in something and you don't have anything to necessarily gain, like I just think that's just a core issue with StreamYard in itself. So I think the safe thing to do most of the time is to just not like play the accountability game and just kind of, unfortunately expect the worst from everyone. And you could, and there's ways to do it in a way that I feel like is more authentic and genuine. But yeah, you do have to kind of come to that sort of realization to be successful on StreamYard.
I kind of like what Neve's saying there because, like, that's the second time I've heard you say that people just come in to kind of poke holes into something, and I kept the thought in my head kept pop to what end? Like, are you trying to improve something? Are you trying to build something? Are you trying to get to a greater truth? Or are you just poking the bear just to see how the bear dances? So I like that's the second time you've said that, Neve, and it kind of triggered that in my head in a good way. Is that kind of what you're talking about? Or
Who cares? Yes, right. Anytime a guy is trying to poke holes, this is a positive. This is what sharpens you. You want opposition. Sometimes you want the guy who hates you. You want the guy who throws ad homs in there. It's all positive for you. I see no negative in someone who says, I don't believe what you're saying, Joe, and try to break it down. It can only make me stronger. I don't see no negative.
So maybe I misunderstood the.
So, but no.
I agree.
What I'm saying is like both content, both types of content, whether you're having a wholesome discussion and you're moving someone to your side, or you're just hearing each other out, like that's good content. But that's harder to do than to just show up on a panel and start like poking holes and like. You know what I'm saying? So that's easier, that's more accessible, and the audience doesn't have an issue with that. Our audience loves blood sports.
I think we can all agree nobody enjoys being trolled, but the question is, if your arguments are so weak that you can be destroyed by a troll, then how solid is your beliefs to begin with?
Yes, or if you let them pull you off of your square by calling you an ad hom or something, you're weak too. You need that. It just strengthens you as well.
I got a question for Neve real quick. Go on, Neve.
Go for it. No.
Okay.
Sorry.
My question for you, just because I heard this, maybe you were alluding to, I'm not sure. Do you think that with more power in terms of influence, in terms of your voice, that one has more responsibility to the message, or do you think that it's uniform? Just if you're a person, you're a person.
I have some internal conflict on this specifically because I think that we are, if you know your audience, like your audience, you can all like, so if you are on YouTube, you know how old your audience is. If your audience is grown adults, then you're kind of like patronizing your audience by like attributing too much of your actions to their behavior. Like, I think that's somewhat insulting to someone. But the flip side of that as well is that if you're conveying some sort of like prescription for society, and like, you know, you're asserting that people should act in a particular way, then maybe it is like, yeah, maybe there's some responsibility there. So I guess it's situational for me.
You started off with if your audience is all adults. That's everybody. I don't think no one has kid adults.
That's just not the case. Some of us have more impressionable audiences depending on your demographics. So I'm not sure if you have a channel specifically, but you know, you can look into these things with analytics. Some people, whether they pander or not, their content is just geared to a younger audience.
It sounds like kind of, yeah, then, right? Like, you think there is a responsibility for the content creator to, well, I mean, you're even talking about seeing their demographic, right?
I'm just of the opinion that, like, so StreamYard has actually fueled my belief in this. So like I said, because at any time, any of like Sarah's viewers could hypothetically hit that link and come up. Now, are they just like, you know, are they a content creator like us now? Or, you know what I'm saying? So like, do we patronize them the whole way and saying like, when they come up, we don't hold them to the same proportion? The difference being is that if you don't recognize these things, then you're going to come on StreamYard and you're going to have a lot of arguments, and then you're going to be carrying those things off the internet when you shouldn't, really.
What are you saying that when you argue with a content creator, it has a bigger chance of carrying on? I'm not sure I'm with you yet. What's up, Flo?
I was saying that we're clearly more invested in this sort of like environment, and so that if your participation is to just come up passively, that's great, we love it. Obviously that's where a lot of the content comes from, but we can't sit there and lie to ourselves and say that, you know, a bad argument from me is you know, as negatively impacting as a bad argument from you. So
I just like making content about music.
No, that's great. That's awesome. Very peaceful.
So would you say that, like, if somebody just pops on panel just to have a conversation or join in a conversation, but they're not naturally a content creator, like, that just sits with them in that moment and leave it at that? But if you're a content creator popping on a panel, like, your feet are held to the fire of things that you say and go around on, you know, different panels. You are accountable to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you should apply,
or
you should apply this standard that like there are entertainers, people are hyperbolic. So like that's another thing as well, Joe, where like you don't know whether or not to take me seriously, fine. Like, judge me on the merits of what I'm saying, great. But there's other times where like what I need to say and how I say it are so separated from one another because I'm going to be hyperbolic because that is more entertaining to the audience. Like, I could say, Joe, you're wrong, or I could say, Joe, you're a fucking idiot. I think you're the stupidest man on earth. And I'm inclined to say that because I have an audience of people who support me, right?
I think that's where you were going with content creators are more apt to do crazy stuff like that. And people should take that into consideration when they jump up with content creators.
Not necessarily, because you have less you have less to gain from being on a panel. So you could also come up on a panel and just nuke the whole fucking thing because you're just going to get off your phone in 10 minutes and laugh about it later.
Then I don't see your point again.
What's
the difference then? What is the difference between a content creator and a new guy who pops up? Why is one held to a higher standard? I'm not sure.
One's got more skin in the game.
The motivations are different.
One's got more skin in the game, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. More to lose, yeah. Or more to gain. I think it depends on how you look at it.
Well, it depends. It depends a lot because, I mean, I've been on panels. I mean, I was on Glenn's panel earlier and the chat was just, they didn't like me and I didn't give a shit. Like, I'm
you
friends
have
with Glenn.
somebody who you've really pissed off who makes a lot of alt accounts.
It's an ugly woman. Like, it's an ugly woman. Someone is jealous that, you know, she thinks he's so cute.
They only hate Noelle because I've brought her up on my panel before, but I won't bring up their friends. So that.
But I think it might be the same person because, like,
it is the same
MO
person.
is the same. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same trolls. It's the same exact fucking like 3 trolls. That's what they do. Whatever. It's no big deal. They go on other places where I have been and like I get messages from other content creators all the time, like your trolls were in today, like, and I'm like, I wasn't even there.
I'm impressed at how much whoever it is, you've pissed that person off enough that they are more committed to you than any relationship you've probably ever been in.
They are the true simps.
Absolutely.
They are the true simps.
Absolutely.
They want to sit there and call other people simps and whatever, but like they are the true simps because they go out of their way to show up to streams where, like, I like randomly like you know randomly
Deadass, they show up to
on.
my streams to like shit on Sarah, and you like haven't even been in, like, it'll be weeks since you've been on.
Yeah, I got a few. I got a
Just
few
show
of
up.
them in Sarah's audience. Sarah, you notice a few of the haters that are following me. They're banned in my or blocked, as it were, or silenced in my channel. But they run around everywhere I go and tell everyone else, "Hey, he's in there. Let's try to get under his skin."
You haven't made it unless you have at least 3 hit pieces on you and at least trolls that follow you around. And I have all of the above.
I don't think I have 3 hit pieces, but I got a win. I got a whopper one.
3 solid hit pieces on me.
I've had 2 songs written about me.
I have.
Okay, me too, but
yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna need to do better than that, Flo. Me too.
What, you have 2?
Yeah, I have like a dedicated like A-logger type person who, just
2 songs
just
by
does.
the same person.
I made a song about you, Neve.
I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear it.
Joe Cool, you made a song about me too, didn't you?
I like Sarah's song about Greg.
I said I made a remix.
Always make fun of you.
I was so
Joe,
happy
to
when
answer
I
your
got.
question, to answer your question, in debates, there's people use rhetoric, and so in rhetoric, there's logos, pathos, and ethos. And I think logos, pathos. Well, I think ethos is called the credibility side.
Ethics,
if somebody does speak with influence, and some people does to have an audience, some of that plays into factor of one of the 3 factors of rhetoric, which is part of debating. So it is somewhat of a factor, but I don't think it defines the whole thing.
Okay, it's a factor. So by that metric are the bigger content creators held to a higher standard? I understood what you're saying, but you didn't really comment on whether they should be held to a higher standard.
That's a good question.
Whether content creators should be held to, who's
Yes. Yes, I think Neve was saying there's trying to set some distinctions between content creators, and Base asked the question I was thinking, does that mean that the bigger content creator are the more standards you're held to? I wonder if that's a thing.
Well, I think there should be an expectation thereof to begin with. You already start with that baseline expectation, but I think that you're allowed to make rookie mistakes along the way. And, as long as you're learning your lesson and improving and doing better as you grow and so on and so. I mean, Ashley and I, we made a lot. Ashley, I know you can back this one up. We made a lot of mistakes in the beginning. Both of us did, like just stupid, innocent, rookie mistakes. And now we know better. We won't make those mistakes again, and we'll.
You know better.
Well, I know better, and I keep Ashley.
So Ashley's saying one of us could still be those mistakes.
You're the mistake.
I thrive off of trolling.
Do you hear that,
and
Dawson?
arguing with people, so it's
You
kind
could
of
be
my
the
whole
mistake.
MO.
I think arguing and debating is one thing, but like we've made some mistakes, making the wrong friends, trusting the wrong people, saying, jumping ahead of something before it happens. Like we've all made those mistakes. And I think that as you grow and as you continue to network around and make connections, you start to learn the lay of the land per se. So if you do become a bigger content creator, 50,000 plus, 100,000 plus, so on and so forth, the more accountability you are held to, your feet are held to the flames. And I think that you have to own that. You are responsible for the things you say online. Now, I'm not saying that, everything you say online should be scrutinized and critiqued, but you have to expect that. You have to
one thing I've done from the beginning, and this is totally like 100% is I've I don't lie. I've never lied about anything.
Who
period.
wore it better? Sorry, go ahead.
But I've never lied about anything.
Oh, wait.
Period. Like even stuff that
There
I
you go.
really don't necessarily want to talk about or say or whatever. Like I still just like I'll tell on myself before anyone else can tell on me, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And a lot of people have tried to be like, yeah, well, but you blah blah blah, and I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, what the fuck? What's your point? Like, I've already said that. And I found that, like, so far, no one has been able to come at me with, like, some kind of, like, dirt on me or some kind of, like, oh, I'm exposing you because you talked out of both sides of your mouth. It's like, I just don't do that. So I think that that's really important, too. Like, Sarah knows this. Like, when I first decided I was going to make a YouTube channel, I was like, I'm just going to completely dox myself right out the gate. I'm going to tell the truth about all my shit and get that out of the way and then move on. And it's kind of worked out.
I
What
think
kind
I
of
went the
demons did you
same.
let out?
I'm just gonna say that I love how Neve and I both have black shirts and white headphones on, and
Let's
we have
go.
we have dark
No,
we have dark
Neve,
backgrounds.
Neve
Now, shut
wears
up
it
for a minute.
better.
But
Neve
then
wears it better.
I do agree with
I
that.
don't
do agree with that.
know. I don't
The,
know.
the contrast with her skin tone and the white, it looks way better.
Exactly.
I just whitewash
Aesthetically.
myself. But then you have the four men on the bottom, all with baseball caps on. Drew, I keep calling you
Stop
Drew.
the
I don't know why.
cap.
Dawson,
Hey.
you need to correct your angle so that you're side facing like the base and flow state
It's
are.
true.
Generally, you have to fix yours as well. You need to just kind of tilt it. There you go. And if all the men can do that, and then Neve and I will just sit here looking pretty with our white headphones, then we'll be perfect. It's aesthetically beautiful.
Wonderful.
I feel like I'm waiting for it.
That means you're gonna have to kick Wi-Fi off because he never cams up. So that,
Shut
because
up.
if he
Yeah,
did,
Wi-Fi.
if he did,
Well,
people would know who he
Wi-Fi
was, and then they'd come to his fucking house. Wi-Fi.
But
Bring it,
I-Fi and Joe Cool
You
are
and
both
your army.
matching. You see the aesthetics here. I-Fi and Joe Cool are both matching as well because they're both
Yeah.
just in avatar mode. So and they both
I
have
mean-
kind of like
It would be much more balanced if Ashley cammed up with white headphones.
Boo,
Yeah,
Ash,
Ashley, you just
consider Ash.
fucking everything up, Ash.
I
Just
know,
consider
man.
it.
Microphone setup.
I'm in my new place and like literally still boxes like around me. So
Did
not
Flow
gonna
State just admit he has OCD? Now I've got some dirt on you, bro.
I cammed up
Well,
last
Found
night
your
when that
weakness.
I cammed up last
That
night
was an
when
acknowledgement of the aesthetics.
when that super smart dude was saying that I was like a
chaotic
500 pound
yeah. You
left
don't
wing
even you
purple
don't
haired
even have the voice of a 500, but like I
He was
think
so
you.
convinced
Get
that I
up,
was
Billy.
like he was so
You can
convinced
hear
that I was
fat
going
on
to be
people.
this like giant
Oh.
blue haired lesbian.
He was just
Here,
buffering.
here we go. Speed date recommendation. We're gonna do.
Oh my god.
What's up, bro? I'm looking for a guy who will assume the role of morality police in my life. Have you ever
Oh,
done
yeah?
any morality policing?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Next, no next date.
No. There
Morality-
will be a next. Once we finish this flow. So no. Let's get into this morality police. So that means like telling the truth, or does it mean telling other people what to do?
It means putting yourself in a position to condemn others for actions that you disagree with, which it has an implicit superiority position embedded in it.
So you think that anyone who tells anyone else that something is wrong that they should well know is wrong, that would be being the moral police?
No, not anybody, not any time. There's a time and a place. I think that there's a time and a place. It's nuanced. Specifics are nuanced.
Now, what about if, let's say somebody else was throwing out there that we should shame people when they do the wrong thing, and we should call out bullshit, and then that person gets called out for their bullshit. What would you refer to that as?
I would say that that's karma, actually. But I would disagree with the first claim. Not that I won't call people out, but when I do, I recognize that generally, occasionally I have done it because I felt obligated because I knew a lie. But most of the time when I do it, it's self-indulgent.
And why are you copying my angle?
For the lulz.
Okay, fair. So there will
Last
be
night it
a
was for the
second
lulz.
date.
Today the
but-
camera's still here.
Yeah, no, I got you. So there will be a second date, but you'll be paying.
A second date? I don't know. Only the future can tell. I will say that you've swayed me.
Oh,
I'm
no.
still looking for that
Did
strong
you
morality
freeze?
police, though.
I swayed you?
I think I'd go on a second date with you.
Okay, I swayed him with swag. Imagine that. All right, and what about as far as like mental conditions? Do you have any kind of issue with those? Like, would that impact our future?
ADHD is the only one that's formal.
What do you mean?
Did you ask me about my mental conditions?
No. I'm asking, would it be an issue if I had some? You know.
It wasn't an issue with my ex-wife.
Okay. Hence her still being around, or?
Oh no. I mean, no.
Oh, okay.
It's
So,
never been
other
an
than
issue
that-
before. It's never been an issue before. I don't see why it would start now.
Okay. I like it. You been working out, Flo?
No.
Oh, you just got that natural pump?
The angle's flattering.
I would say the same, but it's not for me.
Well, don't sell yourself short like that. Why, do you have mental conditions?
Yes.
What are they?
A few. Multiple.
Personalities?
I feel like this is more of second date talk. I don't know. I don't know if I feel comfortable on the first date disclosing such things, but let's just say I have some problems. And I have no intention of solving them.
Then that's not a problem.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. All right.
This is incredibly awkward. Do one of you need a wingman? Like, what's going on here?
No, we good.
I mean, I already conceded to a second date, so...
Based, would you go on a second date with Flow State?
No. I mean, yes.
Fair enough. Let's bring
Okay.
everybody back. Y'all are stupid. Now I gotta fix all my shit again. Boys
Yeah,
on the
You put me in
bottom.
that... Okay.
We kind of hit it
Yeah.
off a little bit.
Wow, the sparks in that.
I'd prefer to be on the other
interaction.
side
It's
of
sort of
Flo
like the
for
time
reasons.
that Neve and I verbal
There we go.
combated.
Fuck, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
Did you say verbal
Holy shit.
combat?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
it was
did.
it was one of the greatest flops of all time.
It was terrible.
Hey, Neve, do you still think
Yeah.
I'm the Grand Wizard of Racism?
I have no idea who you are. I'm not
I'm
gonna lie.
Raiden from
That's the
Verbal
right answer.
Combat.
That is a good answer.
Yeah,
Do you
I'm
remember
sorry.
Raiden?
Yeah,
from
stick with the
Verbal
original.
Combat?
Don't
I-
explain
I-
it more.
So I remember that when Verbal Combat started, I went on to be the first winner, but I don't know who you are. I'm sorry.
I'm Raiden. You accused me of being a very racist person, and I told you if you
Sound
vote
very
for
white to me.
Trump,
Oh yes,
You ain't
yes,
black.
yes. You came on and you were doing like race realism or something. Yeah, it was super cringe. Have you gone
Yep,
up since?
affirmative action. You're right.
Yeah.
I was
Have
being
you-
racist.
Yeah.
You got
Yo,
me
you
there, bro.
actually seem more coherent these days. I've been listening to you on different streams. Back then, I don't know what you did. You just
I'm the same
went
guy.
on.
I
Really?
I had kung flu back then. It was hard for me to talk. I had laryngitis.
Okay.
I got better. A little.
Did laryngitis impact your arguments or something or?
No, it's same arguments. Haven't
Okay.
changed one bit.
Well, that's
I'm
fun.
still the anti-troll I was back then.
That's
Perfect.
not a fucking thing.
Awesome.
It's not flow state.
An
You've never been
anti-troll
trolled
is a
before in your
troll.
entire life. What?
An anti-troll is a troll.
It's as real as Conservatoria.
That's a real place.
You're either a troll or you're not a troll, but to be an anti-troll is to be a troll, just like anti-racists are typically racist.
I didn't
gotta
even
get
plan on going
at
on.
11 EST.
I didn't even plan on going on that night. I think that I was playing like a game or something, and I had the stream going on inside me, and then I heard you talk, and I was like, "Who the fuck is this retard?" Like you were going hard.
I get that a lot.
You were flapping hard, and it was a little insane. So
Did you hear him last night?
I think I came up because there wasn't a lot of pushback that was happening. But
That's okay.
like I
You
said, I
pushed
don't
back
really
and you regretted it. That's fine. Life goes on.
No,
We all learn lessons.
I don't judge you. I think what was even more interesting about it is you didn't even seem to believe the things that you were saying. So.
Oh, I definitely believed it. I definitely believe that affirmative action is racist, but you may disagree. We can re-debate.
I mean, you would have to. I mean, you would have to bring up the specific debate because I don't remember us arguing on that specific
Don't worry
topic.
about
I think you were talking about some
water under the bridge.
some more. Yeah, it's
I've
all good.
completely forgotten about it. I just thought it was amusing.
Well, the significance was lost on me, but clearly wasn't
You
lost
could
on
bring
you.
up how your Christian morality has you letting your child starve so you don't have to steal food from
There
somebody.
you go. Now there's a hot debate. Let's get into that.
And actually, I wouldn't mind
We
how
already knew
Generally
that one.
Specifics take on it because he's Christian as well. Well, and Raging Tomato.
So what is
if
what is
Catholic
the
counts.
question?
Let's do this.
So, if your child is starving, are you justified in stealing food?
Thou shalt not steal.
Are there more details to this?
Yeah, we can make it more interesting.
We-
but
It,
he's
it
starting
can
off
it can
simple.
escalate, but this is the paradigm. You can't buy food, you can't ask for food. You either have to let your child starve or steal the food for your child.
I'm gonna steal the
So-
food. I'm
so,
gonna do what I have
hold
to
on.
do.
If I'm capable of stealing the food, why am I not capable of?
Because
working?
we're doing a paradigm here. This is
It's-
not real life. You don't
it's
actually have
probably
your child's
problem
not actually
general
starving.
specific. It's a theoretical situation in which you only have two choices.
Yeah. Well, I have
Robin
free
Hood.
will. I have free will. So in that paradigm, my free will surpasses that paradigm.
No,
Okay,
in
but
your
the
free
point of
will
the
world,
thought
you only have two
exercise-
choices. General specific. There's only two doors you can leave. The
I already answered. I said, "Thou shalt not steal."
You did. Okay.
Okay,
So you
that's his
think that the moral answer is to let your child starve to death so you don't have to steal from somebody? who has
You
food?
think the moral answer is to not?
Absolutely. I think that yes, absolutely. You have
Have you ever
two
heard?
options.
Have you ever
Because
heard?
non-action?
We already know that you're a godless heathen. So let me explain
Hold on.
why.
I'm going to explain why my morals are better than yours. You have by non-action is also an action. So what you're choosing there is to let your child die, who is one. That's a worse thing, and you have the ability to stop it, but you didn't. You killed
Worst
your
thing
child.
by whose? Well, worst thing by whose metric?
This is actually a really good question. Why can't you ask for the food? And I
That's
think
not
that
part of the
Because
equation.
we're-
I think the real.
it's not a realistic hypothetical then, because that's
Sarah,
why I
we're not
asked.
asking a realistic
What is
hypothetical.
the food? What kind of food is it?
Does DoorDash
No, I'm
exist?
serious. I'm serious.
Does-
What kind of food?
Ramen.
We didn't specify.
Okay, so potatoes.
I think a
Google
group
from
interesting
the
question.
earth.
Where?
And you'll
Okay,
Serious
where?
food.
So where would this apply in like like obviously it's a you're
Well,
into
the reason,
hypothetical,
okay,
where's
the way
the
that
value in this?
the way the question came up is we're having a debate over morals. IFI thinks that you need a religion to give you morals, and I think that that's absurd. You don't need religion. In fact, religion obfuscates morals, as illustrated by people who chose to kill their child instead of steal from a neighbor.
Okay, so your moral grandstanding. You never let me flush out the reason why.
Sorry,
made
go
the
ahead.
decision I made, but thank you for explaining it to everyone else. So, so the interesting thing is this: my answer is that I would do exactly what God says to do. Be still and know that I am God. And the rain falls on the just and the unjust alike. It doesn't have to make sense to me. If my child was meant to be counted up in the heavens at that particular point in time, then that's where that child was meant to be.
Let me give you another one. She asked the
Hold
same
on,
thing.
hold on. No, I'm not done with this yet.
All right, I wasn't either.
Okay. Well, you said let me give you another one.
ahead,
It sounds
go
like
ahead,
that
Joe.
was-
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead.
If
Go
you
ahead.
have
Interrupt.
to steal a car because your kid is bleeding out and I'm in the store, but I leave my keys and my shit. Do you steal a car and take the kid to the hospital? Now, is that more easy to answer?
Why do you leave your cars and your shit? That's way more interesting.
Stop it, Jesus.
Hey guys, I gotta get
All right,
going.
back to you,
I
Flo.
want to
Back to
say,
you, Flo.
hey,
Oh,
Flo,
stop,
I
everybody
need to bump up again. Hold on, Jeff.
Stop. Dawson, please make your exit and say your last and final thoughts.
Rage quit,
Dawson.
Dawson.
George and you're talking about Paul and George so much. I was thinking about the Beatles. And other than that, there's a video game I like. I like Need for Speed, and I also like Tokyo Drift.
Need for Speed.
Those are the couple of jokes because we can laugh about everybody today, and I am out of here.
All right.
And,
Good talking to
Dawson,
you.
all you need
Hi,
is
Dawson.
all you need is love.
All you need is love.
All
It is love.
And your neighbor's food.
All you need.
In the car.
All right.
And the car.
All you need is love.
Okay, so do you steal the car or not, General? Back to the game.
Oh no, we're not. We don't want to stick with what Flo was saying.
No,
Oh,
answer
no.
Joe's question.
Sure. No, it's fine. It's the same paradigm.
It's the same question. I mean,
it's the same paradigm.
It'd be the same answer. Why would it be
Same
any
answer,
different?
Joe. He will not steal in order to make you feel better.
Well, the rain
Oh,
falls
okay.
on the just and the unjust alike. I mean, I think it's
And-
pretty.
But
pretty
I mean,
cut and dry.
regarding justice, though, so the paradigm, the question is, what are your actions that you will take? And inaction is an action, and you think that it is more just to let your child die than it is to take actions that may be undesirable but would save a life.
Well, no, you're putting words into my mouth. You
Well,
said
I
more
framed it
just.
as
You
trying to
won't
find your view.
answer.
I think it's more just to not steal. I've already answered it multiple times. I've even gave an
Still a no
example.
that
I
I
think
got.
Rachel brings up a
Do
good
you-
point here.
So
which
what is
is
the so?
it's the
Thanks,
intention.
Face, for speaking my
Okay.
words. Thank you.
GS.
Yeah,
So
you're
not
welcome.
stealing. I think it's fine to have that answer, but what does not stealing imply in this situation?
Well,
The
it would
death
be
of your child.
It would be to obey. It would be to obey the Most High God. The
Yes,
Alpha and Omega.
unfortunately to the death of your child, right?
Right. I've already explained that
Okay.
the rain
No,
falls.
that's all
on-
good.
But,
Yeah.
the
but
rain
hold on,
fall-
GS.
well, hold
Doesn't
on.
God
The
say
rain
to treat
falls on
body
the
like
just-
temple?
The rain falls on the just and the unjust alike. It doesn't have
Which
to make
is-
sense why my son is suffering. To live
But it
is to
does.
suffer.
Hold on, no, it does, because you're making a decision, and your response tells me that your decision is to act like you're not a participant in this situation and instead defer it to God. You
Well, no,
can't
you
opt out. and act
you
like
you
opting
played
out.
God in this scenario. Flo,
Are you
with-
under
with
arrest, Joe?
respect.
It's you're the one in the scenario.
Yes, but
think a
you
cop
you
got
put the
hurt or
parameters of this in the scenario. So you're
So,
the one who's put
GS,
the guardrails up.
you know,
not
intention
God.
is part of thievery. And if you're stealing with the intention to steal, right, to take something that is somebody else's, isn't that different than the intention of feeding your child under a dire, severe circumstance?
No, it's
Well,
just a justification.
Isn't there a heaven to gain and a hell to shun? And wouldn't
You
sin,
better hope
sin-
so.
Isn't sin going to separate us from God?
Right, but God says to treat your body like a temple, and if your child's starving,
That's
and you
not
just
my
have
body.
to take your... No, it's your child's body. It came from your
Right, but
body.
it's not my body.
Okay, so then your child
the
can
kid
go
could
steal
steal
it.
his own damn food.
I've given
Yeah,
my
there you
answer,
go.
dude. I don't know how many more times you're
Well,
gonna.
we're trying to
beat the
understand
thing.
the thought process behind your answer, so don't
I've
get
explained
snippy
it.
if there's questions.
The rain
Are
falls
we-
on the just and the unjust alike.
Okay,
That's
hit
your
us with the
answer.
platitude again.
Aren't children
yes.
innocent?
Hold on.
It's not a platitude.
GS.
It's a
One
scripture.
at
Yes.
a time, please,
Yes,
gentlemen.
I just
Thank
want
you.
one thing. Yes,
You're
we've
gonna poke
heard
you
you
in the
say
eye.
that. If you're sincerely trying to communicate with us, rephrase it, please. You're saying the same thing if we don't really understand it. The first time you say it, it doesn't help. You're not being helpful. You're coming off as being a
not
smart
a
ass
platitude.
just gonna
and
ask
loose.
Joe
It's not a-
Cool to
it's not a
translate from
platitude.
GS for the rest of the panel, and if he don't know, then we're screwed.
What's up, dude?
I can help you out,
No,
GS,
No, you
if you
can't,
get
iPly.
piling on you too hard.
Can
I'll just
everybody
go
except for
ahead.
like me and GS? Can I speed date GS on this?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Are we talking about the stealing versus food?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass.
You don't want to come on another date with me?
What? I never went on it. This is my first date.
Okay.
What's up, Flo? Sorry, I'm playing a video
Lied.
game over here. So.
So
Wait,
You
have I
already
been on a
had
date with him?
You had a speed date with Grace.
No, this. Yeah,
With
but it's my
me.
first one with Flo.
Oh, well, you said this is my first date as if it was like your first speed date ever.
No, why is everybody calling me a
Okay,
liar?
fine. No lie.
All right. Go ahead.
I love you.
Olive juice too.
So, what I'm hearing is that. Well, let me ask this: do you agree that inaction is action?
Yeah, absolutely. An inaction is an action.
And so would you agree
100%,
then that by not that stealing is? I think we can both agree stealing is not as bad as murder, right? If your options are to have a living child and that person is stolen from, or to have a dead child and that person is not stolen from, you're opting for the lesser crime.
Well, you're assuming that not stealing is putting a death sentence on my child, and I'm the one holding the axe.
Well, that is yeah. I mean, that was the
That's
paradigm.
a flawed premise. That's a non sequitur, though.
It's right. It's a. What do you mean it's a non sequitur?
It's a non-starter because you're
Well, if you have the
attributing
ability
malice.
to,
You're
if you have the
attributing that
ability
I'm
to save a life and you opt not to.
okay. Well, in this scenario, was it the government who turned communist that decided they were going to deprive us of all the food, and it was that fat communist house that I was going to steal it from?
There's no extra things in this paradigm except for the paradigm as it's presented.
Yeah,
It's a binary.
I stick with it, man. I don't know how are you going to get me to change my mind.
I'm not trying to get you to change your mind. I'm trying to get
does
you to
God
walk-
exist in this paradigm?
I'm trying to get you to walk
Does
through
God exist in
your
this paradigm?
thought process.
Does God exist in this paradigm?
I think God exists to the same extent that we can say he does now, which is that maybe I'm right.
There's a
Maybe
bias there. Okay. Maybe he exists.
Maybe
Then
he exists.
Definitely, absolutely not. I won't steal. Not
Because-
if I know better. There's no way I would steal.
But you don't know better, right?
Okay, so I
mean,
don't know better now.
Well, you don't know
so
that
then
God
it wouldn't
exists.
be a sin held against me. Then of course I would steal it.
Did
If
God
I didn't know any
has
better,
God himself told you not to steal?
well, and I don't know. You're the creator of the scenario. If you just said that I don't know.
Well,
any
no.
better. I
If
don't
you
know that
want to
stealing
bring
is
the
a
God
sin.
angle into it, then the God angle is exactly the same in the scenario as it is in our real lives right now. Currently,
Okay,
right
then
now,
I
has
don't
God
steal.
in your
If
real
I-
life?
Same answer. Okay. I'm not trying to be obtuse. I mean, that's genuinely my same answer. I have to. If you had asked me 4 years ago, I would have been like, yeah, sorry, sucks to be your family. I mean that. I mean that with the biggest heart as I can give you.
You don't. What do you
I know
think
it
God
sounds
will say
weird.
to the person who declined to give you food? You asked for food, they said
But
no.
you said I wasn't allowed to ask for food. Now you're changing the paradigm.
Well, they give you no food.
Fair.
You get no food. Your only option is to steal.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna have to not steal, because God exists in this world in the same concept for me as He does for you, which is no value for me or for you, but all value for me. So it's very subjective. So and I understand why it's a conflict for you. So you got to understand
It's not
when there's
conflict
when
for
there's
me
a
at all.
heaven.
I would absolutely. I would. In a
But when there's
thousand.
a heaven to gain and a hell to shun.
I think that even if, and I'm agnostic, and by that I mean I think that there's
I used to be
probably
agnostic.
more than we know that's going on, but I don't pretend to know what it is.
Yeah. Either.
I don't think that I can see God creating life and going, you know what? You should have valued that dude's lettuce patch more than you valued the child you were given. Your social obligation is stronger to the child. Your universal, if you want to call it universal moral obligation, is higher to the preservation of life than the preservation of property.
Right.
And my point I was making to iFi yesterday is that I don't think that you need a religious foundation for morality to exist. In fact, the opposite. I think organized religion obfuscates it, and Exhibit A would be both of your take on this paradigm in which there's the end result is much more detrimental from one action than the other.
Let me ask you an objective question.
Sure.
Do you feel as though you have a bias by asking this question, meaning you're not interested in the neutrality of my answer, that you have a vested biased interest in how I answer this question? Not that there's any harm.
I mean,
in that.
everybody has an interest in this, a bias on this topic, right? There's nobody who's totally neutral on it.
Okay, so but do you have a vested interested bias in how I answer this question and how you
Personally,
react to the
no.
way I answer it?
In your answer, no.
It seems like you might have a blind
Like,
spot there.
like,
But
are
it's
you
okay if you do.
like? Well, no. I mean, what do you? Just say what you're implying, because the way I'm understanding it, I don't think I do. Like, what's your beliefs don't actually have an impact on me, aside from a discussion.
No, your beliefs is what I'm talking about.
Okay, so what about them?
So okay. So my question to you was, do you think that you might have a conscious or an unconscious bias and a vested nature in how I might answer this question?
I believe that I have a conflicting perspective on the topic, but no more vested interest than anybody else would have in any other discussion where they oppose.
So then why when I answer it and I explain it almost ad nauseum, and I think I articulated effectively based on my belief system, based on the parameters of the example you gave me, you have this like mind blown kind of like, how is that possible? You don't have to agree with it, and it could seem incredibly ludicrous to you, which is why I'm saying there might be a potential bias there. Now, I already gave you the caveat. If you had asked me the same question 4.5 years ago before I became a Christian, I would be right there right alongside you. I was a whole agnostic myself.
Would you say that you were immoral when you were agnostic? Do you think you didn't have any morals?
No, I thought I was probably better than your average bear, but I mean, heck, I just went on an apology tour for the last 3 weeks of the way I've been behaving to pretty much everyone I've interacted with. I mean, I've got a long way to improve. I mean, I don't know if you heard any of it, but
I caught a little bit of it, but then I got caught up in something else. I've been over at Glenn's for a while.
So, I mean, and I was trying to get on Glenn's show this morning to apologize to him directly, considering I talked to him directly in a negative way. I meant what I said. I just could have said it a lot better and a lot different, and maybe in a different avenue or venue. Anyway, that said, so I like the fact that you have a strong pull on this, because I wouldn't trust someone that didn't have like a dog in the fight for it. You know what I mean? I'd be like, all right, you're just playing with me. You know what I mean? I genuinely think you're trying to tug on something here, that you got a thread that you're trying to pull on, whether it's to help me or
I'm sincere with the question.
You.
I'm not just fucking around with you.
Yeah, no, I can feel that, and so I'm not sure if it's, you're trying to help me, or maybe you're trying to help yourself, in a sense of like trying to get just one person give me an answer to this question that'll make me believe the way that I've believed all these years is flawed or wrong. And so far, I don't think you've heard it. I don't think you've heard that answer.
Oh yeah, you're trying. Well, you think that I'm wanting to be convinced of Christianity or God?
I mean, if someone had the most, just jaw-dropping explanation to you, like blew your mind, like, wow, okay, I never saw it that way before, and just absolutely just knocked your socks off, would you still have the Donner Kruger effect?
I have much more interest in being right, or having the right perspective and worldview, than I do in winning this little discussion.
No.
Right here,
okay, so
right?
Maybe you misheard. Maybe I didn't say it well enough, or maybe you misheard what I said. What I'm saying is, let's say that I presented to you the most rhetorically genius argument, and I've heard you ask this premise so many times in the past. So either you already know the answer to it and you're just trying to clown people, which I think we've already talked about that's not the case, or you're trying to seek something that actually has logic and it flows. It has a flow.
Sure. I think mostly my interest in this is I'm trying to demonstrate something that I believe to be true.
That Christians are hypocrites.
That not just Christians, and that organized religion, institutions of man, they obfuscate the morality that God, if you want, put in us to begin with. We inherently know right from wrong, and I think that institutionalized religions confuse that, just as I think institutional laws confuse that too. I think that so.
No, I mean, that's interesting, but I don't want to get too far afield of what we were just talking. We were just getting. You're muted, by the way, Sarah. Oh man, I was just getting ready to drill
Well,
down.
nobody says you have to stop, but I have
Well,
to.
you guys
Oh,
are living in fantasy land.
I would absolutely no.
My turn.
I would like to continue this conversation some other time if that's cool.
Absolutely,
If you don't mind.
I'd be happy to.
Yeah, that's man, you got me interested now.
Well, keep going. Nobody said you had to stop.
I,
We're
li-
just letting everybody else
I
play.
lived in a poor part of town, and I had people come to my door that needed food, and I felt for them. But in order to maintain their dignity, I made up work just so they could feel like they earned the food.
Yeah,
you know.
That's a good story, but it doesn't really address the paradigm. The paradigm is illustrating a larger point that I just stated. Really.
Yeah, but it's a fictitious paradigm.
Serious talk.
Yeah,
Which
I know.
part? Flo said. I thought Flo ended. I don't know. I thought he crystallized it in the end.
Yeah.
I thought they were just getting to the good part. I want to hear the
Yeah,
finishing.
I was just getting ready to.
Keep going, GS Flo.
Yes,
Just
you
ignore
thought
everyone
Flo
on panel.
wanted to learn something
I'm
from
gonna
you,
try to-
and Flo said something that was the opposite. He said he's trying to impart something.
So here's the interesting thing. When I
Whoa,
engage
I'm sorry. I'm getting too high already. He said that he took it a step further and said that he believes that organized religion, because you got to follow that dogma, makes you do the obviously wrong, not smart, illogical thing to do because you feel you have to follow a dogma. Go ahead.
So I guess my question is, and this wasn't exactly where I was going to go, but with Joe's kind of poking and prodding there, it made me think of something interesting. So my question would be: are you when I approach a conversation, I'm trying to learn something about myself that I didn't know before?
That shirt like weird. Like
Or
what is happening?
Yeah, it looks a
Because
little.
because it's
Charlie Brown,
horizontal,
yeah.
so the pigs are picking up on it
Whoa, I was like,
differently.
is
That's
that just
all right,
me
though.
being drunk, or
It's
is
weird,
it
but it's fine.
You're more than welcome to change your shirt like
How you
right
doing,
now.
Mel? Good to see you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
The camera on. It's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
The interesting thing is this, and we may have to continue this some other time because I would need an uninterrupted flow, I think, which I find this fascinating. So
You can use my
when I
channel.
engage,
one of us.
when I engage, well, there's an X button, Eve. When I engage conversation, I try to learn something about myself or something I didn't know previously. Right. So it sounds to me like when you're presenting this argument, you're trying to show something to someone else that they might not have understood about themselves. But
I think that's what he's doing. Yeah.
right.
Man,
but
Joe, let
but
us fucking talk.
But I'm also
I am.
wondering though. I'm also wondering, Flo, is if you're willing to understand that you might have a blind spot, and if you're not approaching it with the ability to have a two-way like AC/DC kind of a circuit, then all you're doing is kind of crapping on someone else in a sense, which is okay. I mean, you have a right to do that.
And that's
but,
not. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I thought that's kind of
okay.
I kind of put
So
a point in
my
there.
response to that would be that I'm. My desire to understand what is right is much greater than my desire to be perceived as right when I'm in the wrong. So it's impossible to accurately assess yourself for anybody all the time. But as far as I can tell, I'm absolutely open to receiving new information and being corrected if I'm in the wrong.
Unless it's from Phi.
I feel like I feel like this is going to make a really great debate topic.
Hey, GS, since this is too easy for you, would you like me to make it harder?
High five. They were talking.
No. It's time. It's time.
I don't
What if
know.
there
I
was no
still
God?
I still think
Yeah.
I,
Would
you
I
still
have, some
have the
stuff
same
that I could
choice?
learn. Oh, though
My
I
sister
Is
Skipper
that a
asked
yes
a
or
question.
no? I didn't hear him.
Can you ask GS this question? So, would you choose to murder instead of steal? Are you consistent with that belief when it comes to abortion?
Well, so hold on. So whoever said the difference between murdering and stealing, like I said, I
It's just a
reject that
question.
premise. I reject the premise of the last. The last scenario was that I was committing murder.
That's what I was going to make it harder for you if you're ready.
Oh,
GS.
okay. I see what you're saying. So murder is the unjustified taking of innocent life. Stealing, there can be recompense. I I don't know that there's a recompense from killing other than just utter repentance from a biblical point of view. Again,
you can make amends for stealing.
right? Yeah, I think it's a little easier to make amends for stealing than it is for unjustified taking of innocent life. I think that's a stain that stays with you forever. I mean, other
Okay,
than
well, let's
repentance.
go with the thief on the cross. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
there's only
yeah.
one unpardonable sin.
That's
That's
why I asked the
blasphemy of the
very
Holy
first
Spirit.
question, which is, do you consider inaction the same as action? Because in my mind, you are killing the child.
But an action is to not sin.
If there's
I'm
a
choosing.
justifiable,
I'm choosing. Hold on. I'm choosing to pick up my cross and deny my flesh. My flesh
You're
would want to
choosing-
feed my kid, right? My flesh
No,
would
I
want to
don't.
go.
I don't
steal.
think that's an accurate measurement. What I want is not a factor in the objective scenario, right? So you're saying you're pushing back on your own desire, and that's the right thing because you're not giving into your desire. And I'm saying in this situation,
you said
your
well, hold
desire
on.
is aligned with the right thing.
Wait, hold on. You said the premise was that inaction is an action.
I asked you if you
And I've
agreed that
said
inaction was an
yeah,
action.
I've said the same exact thing. It is a form of an action.
Right. So
Decision. Yes.
So but how is inaction then not choosing to kill the child?
Okay, so if I choose not to sin, can you hold me accountable for that sin?
Sorry.
Can you not get their food by other means?
So GS, the reason why this particular
you can't, brother, you can't in this premise you can't. I'm trying to stay within the parameters and not tick off flow.
Hey, GS,
I'm not trying to have the conversation with you, I-Fi, at all, ever again, motherfucker. Will you
Let's-
shut the
hey,
fuck
no,
up?
let's make this
I'm trying to have a
another time.
We
conversation.
just
with
talked
GS.
about it last night.
I'm trying to talk to GS. I don't remember saying flow state, motherfucker. So I'm trying to
Was
talk to
GS
GS
talking
if
to
you
you?
don't mind. So GS,
I do mind. I do
Let's do
mind.
this
I'm
another
trying to
time.
talk to GS.
Okay, go ahead. I was waiting until y'all were done. Please continue.
No, you weren't. Go ahead.
Flo, I'd really like for us to continue this unabated.
We're gonna have to. I-Fi is gonna
Yeah.
just drive me fucking
Yeah, you're
nuts.
right. It's my fault. Even though it was
Go ahead,
my
I-Fi.
question to begin with. Flo, fuck yourself, okay?
You didn't
Not
invent the
always about
question.
you,
This has
dude.
been around
Oh,
forever.
yeah.
Suck my dick. You're obnoxious. You're panel death. Everybody hates you.
You're a fine
Hey,
Christian,
I wanted to say on GS and Flow shit. GS, you said that murder is the unjustified taking of a life. If there's some as an
Innocent life.
unjustified
Innocent life.
taking of an innocent life, if
Not
there's
all
some
murder.
something as unjustified killing, perhaps there is a justified time for stealing. Perhaps it is justified. And if there is such a thing as a justified time for stealing, surely that's it.
That's actually a really compelling argument. Except for the
But God
fact
said.
that, well, except for the fact that in the premise, adding to the fact that an inaction is an action, and then meting out that my inaction to want to sin is then a death sentence to my child, and I'm the one throwing the axe down on the child's head, to me seems a little disingenuous, at face.
I don't. It's not disingenuous at all. I don't think.
Well, I mean,
you're
it's
faced with the
begging
situation.
the
You have two
question in a
options,
sense.
and in one option, the child dies.
Right, but to say inaction is an action is, it logically follows in my mind, but at the same time, it's also kind of oxymoronical, right? But I understand the premise because I mean I've said the same thing myself multiple times, decades before I even knew you existed.
Well, inaction is an action is the same thing as silence is agreement, right? So, like
Well,
it is.
I don't know that I agree with that either.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Or you could say silence
You're
is
in the vein, though.
disagreement, but
I think you're in
but
the vein, though. I think you're in the vein.
I think that inaction, if you're not stopping and you're not pushing forward, then at the end of the day, it is by default whatever the easiest solution would be, right? And in this instance, the easiest solution is to save the child and, whatever the case may be. But by inaction, I think that you are performing an action because silence is an answer.
Hey, GS.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir. Yeah.
GS, do you mind if I comment now?
I mind still.
Shut the fuck up, Flo. Okay, GS, do you mind if I have a comment?
Go
for you?
ahead.
I
don't
don't
know.
mind.
Okay.
I also don't care what I
so
thought.
GS, the reason
Yeah.
why this particular problem is so
Yes,
complicated is because there's an implied catch-22. in which you're basically jeopardizing the life of another person. It's not strongly implied that it's premeditated murder. It's more like involuntary manslaughter, which makes people think, well, there's a gray area to play with here. So if
So
it's not
now you're
so,
just obfuscating.
am I
that
allowed to
if
talk,
it's-
Flo? Or are you going to talk over me?
Sure, add some confusion.
Okay, so GS, the reason why this problem is so complicated, because if it was just a real easy question like,
How much to kick off iFi?
$50.
go ahead, Flo.
No, I'm not paying that.
So GS,
I'll kick
obviously,
him off. I'll kick him off at $1 per minute.
What happened to sip and stream? Isn't that what tonight?
I just wanted to, I'm not there yet, but
I want to bring up a point out of the Bible that completely dismantles, I believe, where GS is coming from. So, as you know, I'm not preaching Christianity, never have, probably never will. However, isn't it true, GS, that Jesus discusses with David eating the consecrated bread, which was not lawful for him or his followers, but was taken out of necessity, and uses the story. Jesus uses the story to illustrate the principle that mercy and human need can take precedence over strict adherence to religious laws.
Well, you been? You just gonna let us fumble around for 30 minutes before you drop that jewel?
Well, I was waiting to hear the bullshit first. The cope.
Yeah, that's Matthew chapter 12. It's towards the bottom. We talked about that in the Bible study today, actually. When
Okay,
it's
so
called
then why the fuck did you know this? So why you let your child
He
start?
knew
called,
too.
it's called
Damn.
the showbread. Now, the showbread was
is
meant
scandalous.
for the priests.
It doesn't matter.
And we all know how Jesus felt about the priests.
Doesn't
He
matter.
called them a den of vipers. He called them a brood of vipers. He called them whitewashed.
That's how I feel
tombs with
about
dead men's
Walmart. They have
bones
food
inside,
there.
that they go to and fro and across
Okay,
oceans.
I can appreciate your red herrings, but this has nothing to do with the crux.
Well, whatever Jesus says is permissible is permissible.
So then why would you go against that despite your own child who's starving?
Who allowed David to do that?
No, it's not about who allowed. It's about
Who allowed
Jesus's
David to
take.
do that?
No, it's
Who-
about your leader's take.
My question to you,
Who
GS.
allowed David to do that?
It doesn't
Can
matter
I
who
ask
allowed.
you the
Who made it
question?
permissible?
Actually,
It's
can I
irrelevant.
can I ask you the question? Like, to me, like, I've had my car broken into before. I've had things stolen from me. I've had people take things from me, so on and so forth. And I always say, you know what? They needed it more than I did. Like, and God will provide if I need to replenish, replace, find that thing again. God will provide for me. Like, he just knew in that moment that that person needed it for whatever reason it was. So I asked the question, like, wouldn't stealing from one person, wouldn't God kind of amplify the idea of them forgiving the thief in that aspect, but also providing the person who was stolen from, if it is warranted, to replenish what was taken, because he recognizes that people are human and we're flawed and we're imperfect. And if that person is a good person, that person who was stolen from, wouldn't he inevitably give back or in tenfold?
Okay, so is this along the same premise, or is this a whole nother premise?
I'm starting a whole new topic.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, obviously God's gonna, God provides the increase. But again, if you're on the whole new topic, the rain falls on the just and the unjust alike. The Bible says if you don't work, you don't eat. What if that person's a lazy slob and they don't want to go to work, or they want to steal food for their son? Do you think they should be able to go and rape
That
and
wasn't
pillage
the
and kill?
example. Yeah, but now you're changing it.
Hold on. Are we back to the example, or are we going to Sarah's?
I never left.
I
Who am I
asked
arguing
for,
with right
I will say that I specifically asked for
goodness,
more
man.
details about this specific example
what
for that
premise
sake,
am I-
because
what premise
to
am I
me,
dealing with? I'll go with the host. That'd be Sarah's.
So to
by
me,
that
I
answer,
would
I
think
answer.
that, like, putting myself in that position, like I say, like, I have work ethic, just the same as if YouTube doesn't work out to provide for the Bratty Tomato Fund, then I will stop it and I will go back to bartending, where I know I can make $300, $400, $500 a
Oh
night,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
work a couple nights a week, and it's more than amplified and handled. But I'm going this route for this reason, but I'm still putting in the work ethic and all of those things to ensure that it happens. So if somebody says, would you rather steal, or allow your child to starve? To me, I'm like, I'm going to get my ass to work. I will scrub toilets. I will mop floors, like whatever it is, I will do what I need to do. But that's why I asked for those details, because in this event, if you're putting me in that position I think, what can I do to work for it?
Mhm.
That's where I would stand. But
That's
it's not put as the example. Shout out to the Clue channel. Thank you for the $5. Hey, ya tomato. Hey, ya Clue. I hope you want to jump on stream later. Loved having you on the other night. But I think that, the example is flawed because it doesn't give those details. It's not saying it is you and your work
Well,
ethic
it's
or
you or
whatever.
it's GS. Both of you cats, I got your shit together. Something happened, some tragedy. You fell off a ravine. Kid's about to die, but it's you cats who have good work ethics. Does that change anything, GS? Do you still let the kids starve?
I mean, I still want to engage based premise after we deal with Sarah's. I'm not running from it. I might need a little more.
That's good because I didn't even start yet.
Okay.
But
good
to
for you.
me, can you
Here's your
ask?
cookie.
It's
Could
going to
you
be bad
ask?
for you.
Here's your
Shut up,
cookie.
both of you. Stop it.
It's
Could
got
you
lots of
ask?
chocolate chips and seed oils in it.
Could you steal, but then later ask for forgiveness? Because if you're making this a God-based, religious-based question, could you shut up? Could you then ask for forgiveness after you've stolen and ask
Yeah,
God,
I
say,
think
look, I thought.
Yeah,
I was under the impression that religious people could do whatever they wanted and then ask for
Yeah.
forgiveness. Anyone else?
That is not
Then you can say you're sorry.
That is not
Wow.
true because
Oh,
God
okay.
has,
Sorry.
no,
I didn't
the
know that. I
rule-
didn't know that. I
like
just assumed that. My
in
bad. I'm wrong.
Catholicism, right? Like I have to go to confession and repent and try to do better. Now, if I'm just like, oh God, I had sex outside of, I'm not married and I'm having sex. Please forgive me. I screwed up. And, the priest gives his lecture to me, tells me what's up. And then I'm like, thanks, I've been forgiven. And then I go literally an hour later and I have sex again. I'm like, I'll just go to confession tomorrow. Like, no,
God will
that's
forgive
not,
you. It's all right.
that's
It
not
don't
how
work
that
that
works.
way.
So
See, all you're
No.
doing is walking in a circle. You're getting dizzy. You sin, repent. You sin, then you repent. You sin, you repent. You sin, repent. You're just walking in a circle, and I don't think you ever plan on stopping that sin. And after a while, God will give you over to a reprobate mind.
Not by works of righteousness, which we have done, but according to the scriptures, He saved us. There's nothing that you can fucking do.
Yep.
Never, ever, ever. If you want to go from a biblical standpoint, like there's no one that you need. There's no mediator anymore. There's no like a priest that you need to confess to, because that's what the Savior, Jesus Christ, did by dying on the cross.
Amen.
So like
That's true.
this whole, getting trapped up in like earning our way to heaven is not biblical. It's just simply not.
I don't think anybody was saying that.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that at all.
I mean, it's sort of implied in the
You're talking
confession
about
thing.
all of these things of like, like if I
Well, yeah, what would be the point of confession if it wasn't?
Well, hold on, Mel. Are you trying to say that purposely going out of your way to not sin is works? How is that not just obedience to God?
hold on for just a second.
Well,
Denizen,
when you
hold on just
have-
a second. Oh, just a second, Mel. Denizen and Brother Chuck in Tennessee, if you guys don't have any more thoughts, I'm going to kick either one or both of you. 'Cause
Okay,
I do
go
have
ahead.
other- okay.
Go ahead, drop
Yeah,
me.
I'll drop down.
I did have other people trying to jump on, and I don't want to. I don't mind you
well,
being up here, but
I'll rage quit.
just-
I'll rage quit. I'll rage quit.
No, GS, I'm not done
Shut
with
up,
you.
GS. But Brother Chuck, if you
I'm done with
do
you.
volunteer to jump,
No, you're never done.
If you had any final, or no final thoughts. Whoever was trying
Look
to
at
jump
Base
on
being
panel,
based as fuck.
I'm guessing that was Clue channel that was trying to jump on. If you want to pop back in, I'd love to have you on.
Are you just drinking wine out of the bottle? Is that what's going on over there?
No, it's
yes.
water turned into wine.
It's that fancy
Yes,
water.
I'm like
That fancy schmancy
I'm like
water.
that guy that GS tends to ignore.
That's
right?
high-class
Oh,
white
did you
trash
put
going on
this
right
up?
there.
Did you put this
Yeah,
up, Ace?
yeah, I did. Yeah. So just getting to where I think that Flo was kind of going, that I agree with, is being stuck on the nuance, GS, being stuck on the strict adherence in this case to one commandment, such as "Thou shalt not steal," coming into conflict with the greater moral good, as Flo was pointing out,
Old
your
Testament.
child in this situation.
And who wrote this?
What do you mean? Who wrote it? Is there
Moses.
anything inaccurate in there?
Dog.
Who
Yeah,
wrote it?
yeah, base. Which
this-
sin is greater,
So
base?
"Thou shalt not steal" is also Old Testament. What's
Yes, that's what I said.
Hey, base. Which sin is greater?
Well,
The
only
only
God would know,
sin-
right?
Yeah, God does know, and He said all sins are equal.
That's thank you. That is exactly why I say institutionalized religion fucks up people's inherent morality. Obviously, they're not equal.
Amen.
That's man who
So
decides
I
that.
win,
That's why we
GS.
have
Your
judges.
answer would still be the same if they
You
were not
lose.
God.
But that's why we have judges. By the way, a
You
man
go to the
wrote
thief on the
that.
cross.
The
What did
Bible
Jesus
says
say?
the
Today
Bible.
I will see you in paradise. He did nothing to earn that
I don't know why
whatsoever.
you're attacking me like I'm talking
even
about
talking
works
to
gets
you,
me
dude.
to heaven.
You came on here apologizing. Now we're going to attack.
All right.
I'm not
So
even talking
based. Let me know. Let me know when I can engage base. Then
You
He
can
seems to
engage
want to
me.
engage me. I'm more.
Okay, go ahead.
Mel,
You can
no, no,
engage
no,
me.
Mel.
Stop trying to
I'm-
anti-engage, GS.
Mel, I
I'm
want to
here.
hear what you have to say, Mel. I absolutely do. I feel like you keep misinterpreting that I'm saying works gets you to heaven. I've never said that.
What about
You assumed she was talking to you, though. I didn't assume she was talking to me.
Yeah, she's addressed me like twice now.
Okay,
Directly.
GS, I'm here.
No, I haven't addressed you at all. I was just like reading the chat and like with the whole.
Okay.
I don't know. Just seems
So,
like a lot of
GS.
you guys that
Yes.
are Christians like don't actually understand the Bible.
Missing the
Oh.
forest for the trees, right? Missing the greater point, which is that if your child's life is on the line, and the only way to stop that life from going down the tube would be to steal food, what you're referring to as stealing.
I'm absolutely stealing.
Right. So I'm just getting at that Jesus apparently, again, correct it if it's wrong, but Jesus apparently made that point, and it was over the the couscous bread or whatever the fuck it was.
It's called showbread.
Right. So you should know.
Yeah. I just told you we just read
So
it today.
so now does your answer change?
No, because God told him they could do that.
No. Jesus talked about it afterwards, before God told them they could do that.
Can I ask you the same question
Right.
that you asked me? A
God
minute ago,
allowed it to
GS?
happen. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
God allowed
I got
everything to
I feel like
happen.
Let me hold on. Let me.
This
let me
feels like
take it.
Night at a Roxbury.
What
right
doesn't
now.
God allow to happen?
Flo, he
GS?
just got him pinned. Flo, he just got his ass pinned.
Go ahead.
Well,
go ahead,
I mean,
Flo.
but so let me ask the question
You
though
can
that I was
unpin it.
asked earlier. When you enter a conversation, you're trying to learn something new. Is that accurate about you?
Yeah, I mean,
in this
I don't
situation?
know how many times I can confess I've read like a quarter of the Bible. I don't.
Well, no, that's
profess to
not
be
what
an
we're
expert.
looking for. It's
So-
just, it seems like you're unwilling to change your premise that you started with. So I'm not trying to like come at you. I'm just asking you in good faith, since you asked me, are you willing to be wrong in this situation? If you are,
Well, yeah, he who is without wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all without reproach and gives to him liberally and without reproach. But let him ask without not ask without faith. For he who asks without faith is like a double-minded man, unstable in all his ways, like a wave upon the ocean, tossed back and forth by the water or by the wind.
Are you going to admit you're wrong now?
Anything though, Flo.
So the issue is here is that
Hallelujah.
when I find out that I'm wrong, I will certainly admit
You just
that I'm
did.
wrong.
You just did, and you didn't.
Ace, I asked you who wrote that, and it sounds to me like
I
just
asked
a
you if there was
regular
any
dude.
inaccuracies.
It was just a regular dude opining.
You said you knew about the story.
Like Solomon.
Yes,
How do
the
you
showbread,
disagree with
but
it,
what
is what
you
he's
brought
saying.
up, what you brought up,
Yeah, what I brought up.
was an opinion of a man, not God, not what God had to say about it. It was the opinion of a man that you happen to agree with.
How
So
is
that's
it
biased.
inconsistent with your opinion, GS?
How is it inconsistent with my opinion? I don't know. He didn't leave it up long enough for me to read it. and
Oh,
examine it.
bullshit.
Let's read it again.
Oh,
Bring it back up. Let's do
bullshit.
it again.
Oh, Leah.
All right, we're going to do it. No. You asked.
No. First
GS.
off, you're going to tell me who wrote it.
Joe Cool laugh.
Oh, Jesus
I wish
Christ.
that you made the rules, GS. I really do.
Oh,
I
wish that
came
you
up
made
here
them.
to hear
I get free will, dude. You don't get to take
I
it away
wrote
from me.
it. I wrote it, GS. I wrote it.
Yeah,
No,
Denizen
I
wrote it.
reject it off the hand. I reject it out of hand.
Off me
Well, who
hand.
wrote the Bible?
Yeah.
That's a
Man.
genetic fallacy, sir. If you reject it just because I wrote it.
All right, let me read it
many
in
men.
my sexy
Many men.
Sarah voice. All right.
Hell yeah.
Another
Read it in
pas-
context now.
Shut up. Another passage often discussed in
somebody's been
ethical
drinking.
debates is Matthew 12, 1 through 7, where Jesus discusses David eating the consecrated bread, which was not lawful for him or his followers, but was taken out of necessity. 1 Samuel 21. Jesus uses this story to illustrate the principle that mercy and human need can take precedence over strict adherence to religious laws. These examples show that while the Bible does not condone theft, it acknowledges situations where adhering to strictly to one commandment, like not stealing, may come into conflict with greater moral good, like saving a life. The overarching biblical message encourages finding ways to act righteously and justly, even in complex situations.
So it sounds like Jesus said it. GS, you asked who said it. Sound like Jesus said it.
Well, Jesus didn't write this description, which is
Exactly.
his point.
But
But
not
I'd like
that
to
it's the
see how
first
he
paragraph.
disagrees with it.
Yeah, the first
Ooh-wee.
paragraph. They talking about what they say Jesus said. The first paragraph, his damn self. They just
All right.
encapsulated
So
it in the
let's
second.
stay in Matthew then. Let's go to Matthew chapter 4, verse 45. Right? Let's see. So
Are you going to admit you were wrong yet?
For he gives his sunlight
No, more
on both
Coke.
the evil and the good, and he sends rain on the just and the unjust alike. Why don't you friggin' engage with that?
Get up
premise?
here, Neo.
We will. You didn't want to answer ours. We just gonna
That is
jump
my
to something?
answer. That is
Your
100%
answer is a
my
non-answer.
answer.
It's a
It has been my
non-sequitur.
answer.
It does
has
not
been,
answer
That's fine.
directly
and
or
All right.
indirectly the question.
Yeah, I
you
told
asked.
you
He's
you were being.
disengaged with the question
I
already.
can see
Yeah,
that.
he's
I
been
can see that.
insincere. You keep giving the
Can,
same.
can
can I
see,
ask
but
a
you
different
can't
question? I
don't
think it's going to be a
understand
quick
it.
answer, too.
Uh,
GS,
That's what-
is your answer the same if God doesn't exist? Because I know that Flo gave you a premise, and your first question was, does God exist in this reality? And he said yes. And I'm
All right,
just
Flo,
curious. This isn't a gotcha.
What was my answer to that
okay,
question
all
that
right.
Denizen
Thank you.
just asked?
Thank you. I
Didn't
appreciate it.
Did I not already answer that question?
I wasn't here, buddy.
Yeah, I
Oh.
think the answer
So I'm
was
gonna
rain
let Flo-
falls
I'm
on
gonna
the
let Flo
just and
answer it.
unjust alike.
Was that? It was the same answer.
Yeah,
That's
it was
the
something
same.
about the weather.
Look,
It was something
he
about
said
the
that if God does
precipitation.
not exist, he would save his child.
Boo.
Right?
I said before I became a Christian, before I became baptized and knew better,
I
truly
said
knew
yeah.
better, then I would have done exactly what Flo would have done.
So the
And
Bible has corrupted you?
Yes,
That's the way I take that.
That's the
That
way
was
you
what I
wanna
was just
look at
gonna
it.
say.
Well,
And
I'm
that was
just
my
looking at
original premise of
reality.
the whole question.
I'm only looking at reality.
How is that a corruption, though?
Yeah, exactly. Great
Well,
question.
feeding your child to death, I think, would be a corrupt thing to do.
Do you have any children?
Nothing to do with the conversation.
I
GS.
do. It doesn't.
Well,
change
I have children. I got grandchildren. I love
Hey,
them very
Sarah,
much.
I have a
I'd take
comment.
bullet
Okay,
for
but
them.
you would feed them to
But I'm not
death
gonna
over
steal. I'm not going to
stealing.
steal for them. Why would I steal
Even though apparently Jesus made the point to say there's times of necessity, and you're saying that life and death of your child would not be one of those
Shit, it
times.
almost break everyone.
You seem pretty angry
address
about
that,
that. Though.
yeah.
I mean, it's my kid. What do you care?
I don't really. I'm just
What do
picking
you- what do you
apart your
care?
cognitive dissonance, GS.
Why
That's
do you
fucked
Why do you
off.
care so much?
This is a
What do you
troll.
That's some
care?
terrible logic. Let me
Is that
kill my
Why do
kid.
you?
squirt
That's
in
a
a
sandwich.
sandwich?
What
That's a
the
good
world is
sandwich,
that?
by the way.
Eating flow.
Is that pulled
It's
pork?
a pulled pork sandwich, but
Nice.
it's a fork and a knife sort of pulled pork sandwich.
No, but is that a squirt? Because those are like so hard to come by. in
Yeah, there's a
Indiana.
squirt on his. Yeah.
Are they really
Oh,
that
I'm
hard to come
so
by?
jealous.
Is
Don't
that hot
those make your
sauce?
Johnson small?
What kind of bread is that? Flo, what's
Hell
the bread?
yeah!
Oh damn.
Is that white
Now
bread?
I'm
Is that
hungry.
Sara Lee Freihofer's?
Aw, Flo.
Is that
white
showbread?
Is
Did
what?
you
It's not
pay
showbread, but I
those
did pay
things
for
on
it.
you?
Okay, it's not showbread. Okay. Glad we got that out of the way.
You didn't steal it.
Is that your artwork behind you, Flo?
It's It's mine in the sense that I paid for it. It's not mine in the
paid for
sense that
it.
I made it.
Okay.
Damn, he made it.
He's on the spot.
Flo's a good
I doubt-
artist.
I wasn't
We're
really
just gonna
planning to
sit
eat
here and
barbecue
watch.
on camera, but I guess I will.
Yeah,
this
Sarah,
is-
I don't want to see him eat.
This
Flo,
is way more
you're-
interesting.
Your
Hit
drink
us
is
with that first
blocking
bite.
That is a massive
Sandwich.
sandwich.
Dude,
Why didn't you
When did-
toast
Yeah, I
it?
don't think I can
Four
eat
more
that.
pieces of
It is
bread.
toasted.
Oh,
when did you
toasted
become
it?
a mukbang channel?
Ah, you
Denied.
Made him
suck,
calm
bro.
down.
Look
I
at those,
literally,
Embarrassed him.
I need to see that first bite.
Look at those demon eyes.
GS,
Gary.
come back.
Hey, Based Oracle. Which is worse, idol worship or dishonoring your parents?
Well, they could be the same, right? You could be dishonoring them
Oh,
by
but you
idol
said
worshiping.
some sins are worse than others. Which
No,
one's
they're
Yeah, if
not.
I call you an asshole, it's not as bad as if I murder you. And it's obvious to everybody who's not corrupted by religion that it is worse because the
Okay,
damage
Flo,
inflicted
which
is
is
obviously
worse?
worse.
Idol
Flo,
worship
shut up
or
and
dishonoring
eat your
parents?
fucking sandwich,
Yeah,
okay?
This is
It's pronounced salmon.
Facts. Those are pork flavored.
Why didn't you
facts.
make it a
Flo.
panini though, Flo? If you were gonna toast it, why not just
Based,
go all
Can
the
you
way?
answer the question, or are you deflecting?
I don't preach Christianity, so I'm not sure why
You were
my.
educating us Christians about how one sin is worse
I know
than
I
the
shouldn't
other.
have to. That's wild.
You just
I
told us
agree.
which sins are worse than others. So is idol worship or dishonoring your parents worse sin? Tell us.
Well, actually, I didn't tell you what sins are worse than others. I put
You
up something
just
to
did.
do with
You just said
shut the the moral greater
Okay,
good
if you-
I-Fi. The moral
Wouldn't it make
greater
more
good.
sense for you to contend with what Base said instead of trying to build a gotcha on the Bible when he's clearly not religious?
No,
Why would you just contend
my
with what he
question
says?
is exactly as I designed.
Why don't you
it.
just contend with what he says?
Oh, why
Contend
would
with what he
Why would a
says.
secular person be able to use the Bible as a cudgel against the Christian?
Come back, GS.
Well, he just did, and I didn't think it was possible.
Turtle.
Jesus.
By the way, GS, I retract my offer to make it harder on you because you have enough trouble on panel as it is.
Yeah, he got trouble. You don't need to make anything
I was-
harder on GS.
I was getting freaking Night at the Roxbury
GS
by
has to
Flo and freaking
apologize
Base.
now. Just keep
For what?
apologizing.
Yeah.
GS. I don't know.
No.
just keep
I'll tell you
going.
what.
Can we go back
For
to
not
earlier?
conceding.
Yeah, he's creating the trouble. All he has
I
to
would
do
like
is
to
admit
commend you,
Jesus said it's okay to steal to save a child.
No, that's not what he said. GS, I
Yes.
would like to commend you on being consistent.
That's kind of what he said, yeah.
You
That's
were
actually
being
what I said.
consistent until they kept doing deeper and deeper dives, which I didn't want to make it worse. So I'll
Come
leave
back,
it at
GS.
that.
Well,
But Base just pointed out that they don't know how morality works, so we don't need to worry about their opinions.
Where was I inconsistent though? If I was rain falls on the just and the unjust.
No,
alike.
GS, I didn't say you. I said you were consistent, not you were not. I said
Oh,
you were
okay. But you
Yes,
said
you
until they
were
started
kick-
drilling down further and further.
No,
So
no,
there
we
was a
weren't
point in time
drilling.
that I wasn't.
You didn't
No,
get drilled yet.
GS, I said I'm not going to make it harder because they were already giving you enough trouble just with the
Nah,
initial.
he's doing it to himself
I
at
don't.
this point.
I don't really feel like they gave me any trouble at all, man.
Okay,
No,
okay,
it's just
GS.
your cognitive dissonance giving you
Okay,
trouble.
GS.
I'm coming for you after this
Shut
sandwich.
the fuck up and eat your sandwich. All right, so GS.
Just one
GS.
time at band camp.
GS. Sarah actually asked my question for me. If Flo allowed
Yeah,
me to
get
speak
it, Sarah.
for 2
Ask it
seconds.
again. Yeah, it
So
sounds
she
better
asked
coming from Sarah.
if you could commit
I want to
the
hear
sin-
Sarah ask it, not I-Fi.
Hey, GS.
Yes, I agree. I second that.
GS. If you could commit the sin of
If
stealing.
I pitch in $10, can someone else get another 50 together so we can get rid of?
I got 10 on it.
All right, so there's 20.
I told you I'll do $1 a minute.
Well, hold on though.
But he
I
can
mean,
come back, and he will.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's like herpes, the gift that keeps on giving. No,
That's
go
how
ahead.
it
Ivan,
works.
Go ahead.
You would
Yes,
know.
if Oh, you we got the don't bounty want system question, over here. I will.
It'll be $50
He's
to
a
just
sad
kick.
boy.
It'll be $50 to kick it completely, but outside of that, it'll be $1 a minute.
Yes,
went
if
down
you
by
don't want the
$10.
question, I won't force you. It's
If
your
somebody kicks him, I'll bring him back.
I have free will. No one can force me.
Have a little push pull.
So, GS, the way she was trying to ask you was, is it okay?
Wait. Are you mansplaining?
Yes,
Sarah,
yes, I am.
Sarah, are you gonna allow
Is it
that?
okay to commit the sin of
Yes.
stealing, knowing that you can ask forgiveness for that sin to save your child? Wouldn't that be the best moral choice?
Well, yeah, naturally, yeah.
Well, then why'd you say to
Oh,
kill your
no,
child then?
Yes, no, that was the trick question.
I thought, but you said that you couldn't ask you. In the other premise, it was my inaction was killing my child.
That's the catch-22, GS. It makes you feel
Maybe
like
I didn't.
you're
Maybe I
compelled
didn't.
to do that.
Maybe I didn't hear what the hell you just said. Actually, Go ahead.
Okay, so one more time. If you have to steal in order
Right.
to save your child, is it okay knowing you can ask God for forgiveness? So it's okay to commit the sin because it's just for like 1 hour of sinning, and then you'll be forgiven later that night, but you will have saved your child. So isn't that
No,
the
because
best choice?
there's still a chance you can die in your sin.
There's the answer, GS. See, that's why I wanted to ask you.
All right,
You're
so
smarter than them, man. You got
No,
this
I don't.
handle.
Hold on,
You
hold
don't
on,
need
hold
my
on,
help.
hold on,
I
hold
don't
on,
think
hold
you're
on.
supposed
No.
to plan on asking for forgiveness before you do the sin.
Yeah, if the forgiveness is real, then sure, you're actually forgiven. If the forgiveness is not real, which seems to be consistent with Christianity, then yeah, you're better off saving yourself if you
Is that
are
bias sticking
selfish
out?
and prioritize your own soul over your child's life, which is what I'm also consistently hearing.
Yeah, but hell's a motherfucker.
So
Hell is a motherfucker. I would risk it. I would risk eternal hell to save my child's life. To for sure save my child's life in a heartbeat. It's not even a question. And also, you guys are illustrating exactly my point about religion in the first place. You guys have no concept of
Who hurt you?
area, situational awareness. It's just nope. The book says X, so X applies to everything. You guys actually can't think morally. You can't.
And Father O'Malley did a number on you, Flo.
Who's Father O'Malley?
No, these
I'm
are not
doing a number
horrible
on you.
points, man. These are not horrible points.
You guys have no concept of morality at all. You just have a couple rules that you mindlessly default back to and think it's because God told you to. But God didn't say shit to you. Another
How do you
dude
know?
did, and then
It's
attributed
hilarious
it to
if
God.
you think about it. The
If you wanna
objective
hear-
morality people are the ones who have no idea what their real morals are.
You want to
They
hear
can't
God
even
talk to you?
answer
Just
which
read,
is worse,
read the
idolatry
Bible
or
out loud,
dishonoring
dude.
your parents. Which one's worse?
The Bible told you should steal to save the kid, so you weren't reading it correctly.
Educate us, ethical people. Which is the worst sin?
No, I fight this question specifically for you. What is the metric you're using to determine what's morality? Is it internal consistency or outcome of results?
It's the rejection of God's word is sin. So if God has
so
10,
the only
10 rules, all rules are equally sin.
This is why your morals are broken.
Yeah,
you don't
you
have any
believe
morals.
that?
You have no morals, I-Fi. That's what I'm showing you.
Which one is worse, Flo?
You have no
Idolatry
morals.
or dishonoring your parents? Which one is the greater sin? Tell me.
What are the two? I'll answer your question.
Idolatry or dishonoring your parents? Which is the
The
worst
first
sin?
is not a sin. The second is maybe a sin or it may not be. Neither of those are inherently sins. That's what you don't understand.
What the
There you go, GS. There you go, GS. This is
I was thinking
why
none.
you
That was
understand the
my
difference
answer.
between morality
All right.
and ethics.
Another question has come to UGS from my sister's
Oh,
keeper.
my
She
goodness,
says,
Sarah's gonna have an aneurysm with how boring this is.
Luke 6-11. Then Jesus said to them, I ask you, which is lawful on the Sabbath, to do good or to do evil, to save life or to destroy it?
Yeah, actually, because we just studied that in Matthew too. I haven't gone on to Luke yet, but something similar was a retelling in Matthew. So you're talking about legalese, right? You're talking about a legalese situation. I mean, Joe's over there like twitching, like he's just got the best crack rock.
He does have
I
good
mean,
crack rock.
you make it sound like this is a slam dunk, but I mean, I'm given like these absolute insane guardrails of a paradigm that does not exist in reality, and then
That
I'm
even
being
Jesus
told
said weren't really hard.
then I'm being told that I have to apply some weird metrics,
And
It's-
it scares you to death, and it makes
No,
you
it doesn't-
answer
don't
weirdly.
speak for me.
Where's your
Come on,
courage?
joke. What do you mean? Where's my courage, dude?
Yeah.
Are you really gonna ask me?
You
where
know
my
see
courage
where
is?
it goes. Don't take offense to what I just said.
Wait, no, you're
Be
asking me where my
courageous, speak
courage
your
is,
house, see
man.
where it goes.
That's
Come on,
illuminating, actually.
Come on, man.
Objective moralists, they don't have to do any thinking for themselves. They can always just point to the moral authority and say, well, that's their problem. I don't
Yeah,
have to understand the
it's already been
consequences of
written
my
down.
actions.
Damn. then.
Sounds good to me.
Which is exactly the point I've been trying to make the whole time, is that it makes people immoral. It bypasses their ability to engage morally at all.
And it gives over the authority to someone else, like the cop shit
But-
man you talk about.
Well,
Flo.
they think it does, but in reality,
Yeah,
they're still making the decision. Their decision is to not think and pretend like they're not in that situation. It's
You
a
seem
tap
so
out.
sure, though. I mean, you
the
really
Nuremberg
seem so sure of
defense,
your
Michelle
answer.
said. Nice.
I mean, I am sure. I haven't heard anything at all that would do anything aside from dig me in harder. Like,
The
you're
rain
absolutely verifying my
falls
point.
on the just and the
I
unjust alike.
know.
There's
Your response is
okay.
the
All
unjust
right, you don't want to
one.
hear it. That's fine. You keep on.
We heard it,
bro.
rephrase it, bro. You're not helping no one. Stop it. I think you're trying to trigger us intentionally. If you rephrase it, if you're really trying to get across to us, use different words. You saying the same words over and over. You're not a kid. You know, if we didn't understand the first 6 times, you saying the 7th time does not help us.
What do you want me to? How do you want me to rephrase it, Joe? Do as thou
I just
wilt?
want you to stop saying that falls on
Joe,
the unjust and just alike shit.
We
Is that what you
understood
want to
it.
hear,
He's
Joe?
doing exactly
Joe,
what I said they do.
Joe, you want me to say "do as thou wilt"? Is that what you want to hear, devil?
They say, devil, you're mad, bro.
That's
They
like
call
some
me the
Satan.
devil?
That's some. I'm not. No, I'm not.
Oh
I'm not mad at
God.
all. I hope you.
You're
don't
gonna
think
be
I'm
on
mad.
an apology tour again tomorrow if you just call me
Come
the
on, Joe,
devil.
come on, man. You've been riding my jack like static cling most of the night, bro. I've
Man,
given
you
you the
should
answer
laugh
I've
it
given
off
you.
and not be
I've-
so
Yeah.
fucking.
You're attacking
At the
me.
very
Yeah.
beginning,
I've been-
at the very
I've been-
beginning, he stated that he plays devil's advocate to play devil's advocate. You're just taking it personally.
I am very consistent
Apologetic.
with my worldview.
Not only that, but I think we're all kind of on steel to save
with
the
my
kid.
worldview.
You don't have to tell us what you are. We'll tell you.
Okay, you guys keep
Like
talking.
everybody genuinely disagrees with what he's
Yes,
saying.
come back.
This
Come
isn't
back.
just
Right.
fuck with GS
We're
thought,
not
you
so
know.
fucking right.
I-Fi is
We're
on
not trying to fuck
GS's
with you.
side,
We really
and,
believe this shit.
For once, Flo is right. He said one thing correct. I am on GS side.
And as evidence that he's morally insane and bankrupt, he points out that I don't believe anything in his moral bankruptcy is a sin.
By the way, is Sarah on our side? I still haven't heard the ruling on that one yet.
Nobody on your side, I-Fi.
No,
What's
no,
the
GS
question?
is on my side. Do you believe that morality is superior to their ethics?
That's not the question at all.
Isn't morality and ethics like the same?
Yeah.
Same
They're
thing.
trying
Yes,
to
they are.
argue a Christian with their ethics, that their
Are
ethics
you,
is superior
you
to
just
I-Fi
love
moving the
arguing
goalpost.
same fucking
Aren't
argument.
ethics-
Yes, he moved it
aren't
over. He
your
loves this
ethics-
discussion. He moved
Red
it over.
herrings.
Joe, aren't ethics derived from your morality, though?
They can be, but which
They're
is
the
He's
same
spreading the argument.
He
which
is
is
spreading it.
greater, Sarah?
Yeah, yes, because he's more comfortable here. He's argued this a bunch of times. He drug it here, so he'd sound smart.
If
This
you're
is
so
probably
confident,
why-
I-Fi, why do you have to bring in dirty debate tactics? Why can't you just
What's
debate
dirty?
the actual
Thou
argument?
shalt not
at hand?
lie, I-Fi.
Right, thou shalt not deceive. Thou shalt not dirty debate. Come on, I-Fi.
Okay.
You're better than this.
I defined morality to reject God's word as sin. It doesn't matter which sin you choose. God treats all sin equally as rejection of his word. You may feel like idolatry is worse than dishonoring your parents. God doesn't care. He said
No.
don't do either one. They're both sins.
You may
Period.
feel like you need to be loyal to the book that God didn't give to you, a man gave to you.
And so does GS and so does Sarah. So be careful when you're
We don't know what
talking
Sarah
about
says, and I know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Bible, and I'm talking about your moral insanity that came from it, that you derived from it.
Is your ethical saneness better than my moral insanity?
I'm not playing these ethics, morality, semantic games with you. My
course you're
morality
not. That's
is
why
based in.
debate.
I've explained this to you as well. Do you want me to explain my morality again?
You don't have to explain it. I know what your ethics are, Flo. That's it. Doesn't
Saul
say
Alinsky's
Not
rules
bear
for
false
radical.
witness, I-Fi.
It sounds like Saul Alinsky's rules for radical. Use your opponent's virtue against them like a cudgel.
He sounds
Why
like
you,
a.
why
sounds
you
like a
yourself
Sam
have
Harris.
no moral compass.
He sounds like a Sam Harris who thinks you can use
Let me
logic
explain.
and reason
Let me explain my
to
moral compass to you.
Go ahead.
Morality is the rules of society. By that I mean that certain things are like the laws of nature, there are laws of society. And embedded is that is you cannot have a strong society if people do not trust each other. So anything that's deceptive, that harms the other person behind their back unjustly, murdering, stealing, without caveats, these are all immoral.
Unhealthy. Okay, immoral.
There's a pragmatic and logical foundation for morality. It's not just because you found an arbitrary fucking book.
Some of us
Very
don't
good.
feel that way. Word of
I know
God.
you don't feel like your book is arbitrary, but if you were raised your whole life and people telling you that Harry Potter is the basis of morality, you'd be sitting here telling me that fucking Harry Potter is the basis of your morality.
Can we talk about Game of Thrones next?
So whenever someone
Oh,
compares,
no.
whenever
I
someone
think Game of Thrones
compares
makes a
the
more plausible
canonized
religion.
Bible,
Yeah,
as,
I thought Game of Thrones was more interesting. I'll be honest. It was a good.
whenever someone compares the Bible to the Harry Potter or Game of Thrones, then you know what the quality of the discussion is. So you don't have to.
I would
mean, you
absolutely
can't-
disagree.
Yeah, you can't demonstrate why the Bible is the Word of God.
I can't demonstrate why the Bible is actually historical records versus.
That's not what I said,
fiction.
I-Fi.
I can find the Amazing Spider-Man in historical record.
Tell me
Also,
how
what
you
does this
know
say
the
about your
Bible is God.
participation? What
Is
does it
Harry
say about
Potter historical record?
I-Fi, how do you know the Bible is from God?
It is 12 a.m. I'm not rage quitting.
Hey,
Don't rage quit.
why
Don't
not?
quit, GS.
I have
You're
to.
rage quitting,
You're good.
GS.
This is not a rage quit. I'm
Yes,
going
it
at
is.
I-Fi right now.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Flo.
Hey, thank you for having a good discussion. We should talk about it again.
Please,
But
I hope
it's
so.
not about.
Thank you,
You're
panel.
wrong.
You guys are
about
awesome.
You're wrong.
Joe,
He
about
feels it in
apologize.
his
the
heart.
rejection of the
Joe,
Bible.
wrong way, Joe.
It's a rejection of the
You and I are
Bible.
cool, brother.
Is the unpardonable
course.
sin.
Fist bump.
Take care.
When you're ready for the hard stuff, hit me up.
Yes.
Bro, you're soft as cookie dough. Shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
that
No,
sounded
you
pretty
ain't got
gay,
shit.
I-Fi.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
The answer to that question is because he feels it.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm
One-
still waiting, Ace. Which one's worse? Can you tell me which sin is worse?
Can you answer my question? You can't. You've got to
okay.
move it around.
Okay,
There is
Flo.
no
What was the
sin
question?
that's
Go ahead.
worse. You're trying
Go ahead.
to put yourself on God's level, and you
Oh,
can't.
yeah.
He doesn't see sin on a scale like humans do because he is God.
How do you know the Bible came from God?
If you believe that the Bible came from
I
God,
wasn't asking you.
Okay, so if
Okay.
you accept the Bible as actual, real historical records, that Jesus was a real man, that the apostles were real men, and that they witnessed real events, and not fiction, and not hysteria, and not a cult,
Okay.
and not a scam, but actual, real historical documents witnessed by
Which is backed up
many
by
people,
other
people against Christians, people who are killing Christians for a living, are also authors of the Bible, then you can start to review the evidence found within the Bible, including the miraculous works done by this man, whether or not those were real or not.
This is
If those-
self-referencing.
If those events were real, then that is evidence that God was speaking and manifesting himself. And that's
So
how
you
we know
don't
God
know.
is real.
You don't know. Your answer was the Bible says it's real if you believe the Bible's real.
Yeah,
that's what I
Flo
said.
said,
Essentially.
isn't it?
That's what I said.
It's called
That
a
was
faith.
both of their answers, and I think
It's called
true.
a faith, though. It's a faith,
Right.
not a
Right,
documentary.
it's based on a feeling.
not
Faith
not
is
feeling.
a feeling.
Yeah,
No,
it's
no,
a, it's
no,
a
no.
feeling.
Yeah, it
Do you-
is for sure.
Do you have any feelings about whether or not Julius Caesar was a real man? Do you have any evidence that he was a real man and really existed?
No, but I'm also not basing my entire worldview and how I interact out of Julius Caesar.
Do you base your worldview that humans have existed for the past 10 to 12,000 years? Do you believe any of that stuff happened, or is that just all hearsay and speculation?
I
Are you
believe it's-
obfuscating? Why does this matter? Why is this relevant to what we're talking about?
Because there's all kinds of topics we covered about
Yeah,
history,
so
science,
I
nations,
believe
philosophy.
I believe in a decent chunk of the history that's been given to us. However, when dealing with morals in my present day life, I'm not hinging my insane bad decisions on the truthfulness of a historical document.
That's fine. That's your choice. I do base my morals on historical evidence.
Thank you. And that is why no matter what you do, you're not ever defaulting your moral action. It's not like, well, I'm just following God, so I'm off the hook. Nah, fuck that. You decided to follow what you decided to follow.
Yep.
And you're deciding to, yeah, all right.
You got me
And
there,
you're
bro.
and you're deciding to ignore the brain and the heart that God gave you.
No,
What is the weight that you
no,
were presenting?
Flo. I listen to my logic brain and my reason, and all my skepticism. I went through my whole atheist agnostic phase where I doubted everything, and then I returned to religion after I considered all the evidence.
What convinced you? You haven't seen all the evidence. That's impossible. What convinced you to
I've
return
seen enough
though?
evidence to know
What convinced you?
what Buddhism offers, or Taoism,
Look,
or Hinduism, or Christianity, or Islam, or secular, or science, or evolution.
Your assumption is that one of the existing options in its generic form is the right answer, which I don't agree. But go ahead. What convinced you to become Christian again?
The search for truth, and to ask the question: is there such a thing as objective truth concerning morality,
Hey,
or is it
Fire
all
Wine Black,
subjective
yo.
ethics?
This country was better when people were religious. We're
How
living
the
in
fuck
an
do you know
atheist
that?
nation. Because we're living in an atheist nation right now, and it's fucked up. You
This
disagree
is
with
the
that?
Christian world. This has been
I'm talking about this country. All I give a fuck about is this country.
What atheists
Christianity has been the biggest religion on earth for 1,000
Ever
years.
since God's been pushed away, this country is getting more fucked up, and it's been all about pedophilia and all that shit ever since we pushed God away.
Pedophilia. He went there when we're debating
people
religion. Really?
respected the church,
You're
shit
just
was a lot
spoiled.
better. That's
Perhaps
what
you
I'm
haven't
saying.
heard pedophiles in the church. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, no, you're
I'm-
just,
well,
you
they
live,
weren't in the kids' schools, now were they?
you live in the
Oh, they
most
just kept it hidden at
prosperous,
church. Okay.
leisurely
Better
time
than in the
history.
kids' schools and on TV and
You're
Pride
stupid.
shit
You're
and
stupid
Pride
as
this and
iPod.
that and shit.
How do you
Hey, I don't
reconcile
even
with
know who you
how do
are,
you
and I can tell
reconcile
you're
with
stupid as
Christian
shit.
schools then? How do you reconcile with like Christian schools then?
First of all, Flo, I'm a big fan of exposing all hypocrisy, even
Just
if they
gonna
do it in the name of the
skip past
church.
that
So
one,
don't
Neve.
lump me together
Okay,
with all
it
those.
is what it is.
Okay,
Hey,
I
hi,
apologize, iPi. That was not an accurate connection.
Okay, thank you.
High
By the
five.
way, if you watch the movie Spotlight, I would be more than willing to debate that topic. So
I'm not. I haven't seen it, and I don't have it on my schedule right now. So
go watch it. You'll
I'm not going
enjoy
to.
it. You'll enjoy it.
Hold on for just 1 second. I want to add Joseph onto the stage. Joseph, is that you?
Hello, hello.
Hi. No penises to be shown, and we're gonna stay within community guidelines, correct?
I know Joseph. He's all right.
Yeah, I'll keep it sheathed. I
Fair
promise.
Fair enough.
My bad, Sarah,
Watch
for
the
the
N
language.
bombs.
I went off a little bit.
Language is fine. I didn't monetize this stream or anything, but just as long as we stay within community guidelines, so we don't shut down Sarah's stream and then send me back to bartending on the weekends. So I'd appreciate it.
So Clue Channel, back to your point. Do you find it interesting that every time they bring up the culture war discussion about how our nation's falling apart, now all of a sudden people are interested in Christianity? They weren't interested before, but now when shit's fucked up, they're like, somebody help us, please. Anyone, hey, how about these Christians?
That's
They got their
literally
shit
not what
together.
anybody has said. That's not what's happened at all.
When did that happen?
It's happening now all around us.
No,
That's
it's
like-
not.
Now
I'm
they're gonna
telling you
pretend
that-
now they're gonna pretend like today's world is not messed up. Okay, here we go.
How
Go
old
ahead
are
and
you?
tell us
How
how
old are you?
everything is exactly the way it was 20 years ago.
How
Go ahead,
old
tell us.
are
Explain
you?
to us.
Well,
I'm
what
44.
country?
You talking to me? I'm 44.
Let
Okay.
him say
so
what
we're-
countries. That would be the baseline. What countries?
I'm just talking about this one. I'm talking
No,
about
not
this
you.
one.
The man who made the claim.
America.
Was that IFI?
Yeah.
What countries?
Joseph, I
America.
love your comments.
All
What's that?
Western countries. Put them all in there. I don't care.
Do you
You
know
think
that
it was
you could
better when
live
we
in
had,
a very
the slave
prosperous?
trade or
I'm
the
sorry,
Civil
can you
War
hear me?
or the World Wars?
I can.
Okay, are they just
Yeah.
like purposely talking over me, or what's the story?
This is the first time I heard your voice, Michelle.
Okay, cool.
Truthfully.
All right, cool.
Sorry, I was just calling IFI out. I think you made a ridiculous.
Okay, I think
claim.
Michelle was talking. Sorry, Michelle, go for it.
Thanks. Thank you, Neve. Fuck, and of course, then I go ahead and I forget what I'm going to say. But basically, what I was going to say is that, like, you actually live in the most prosperous, leisurely time. You won the timeline lottery. You want to go around running around like the sky is falling and Starbucks is still open. and you're talking to me on broadband internet with likely a $300 microphone, like it's just not ending. It's fine.
You're
fine.
grappling with perception and personal accountability, and you're projecting it onto the rest of the world. I think that's very clear to everyone else. Unfortunately,
Hey, Michelle,
it is what it is.
First world problems can become third world problems in a real flash.
Yeah, if
And
we
you know
listen to
what? And if
retards like
Christianity
you,
saved us, and if Christianity saved us, then the
Retards
third
like who,
world would
Neve?
have surpassed the first world a long ass time ago. They only had 2,000 years to do it. Like
The
what
question, listen, hold on.
Well,
The
I'm just
question
saying
is
it was a lot better
prescription.
20,
So
30 years
the
ago
question
than it
is
is
like,
now.
this is a cycle of how things work, and then what are your prescriptions to make it better? So if I brought up a prescription, it was a little bit laughable, but that's always the question: is what are the prescriptions to create a society, especially a society that's going from nothing to bring them into prosperity?
Okay, do you think the
Discourage
society
dogmatic
is
thinking.
like less prosperous now or more prosperous now?
I don't know what
than
that
before.
question has to do with
I
anything.
think that's a
said.
different
That's
argument. You
just
can
a way
have
of
third
looking at
world.
it into prosperity.
You can have first world comforts and still have an immoral society. I'm not too sure that those two things are similar.
What the fuck are
Maybe
you
if you
talking
can have a
about, Joe?
prosperous society, then policing specific personal morals doesn't actually come into play with making that society work.
Do you know what prosperity means?
Sure.
What does it mean?
It means to be prosperous, to be
Okay, so the first thing you said is what I asked you to define.
Wealth
But
is a
try
bad
again.
measure for the morality and health of a society. It's a component of overall well-being.
Okay, so I would say that we are healthier, we live longer, we are more educated, we have higher IQs. You are going to likely die warm in your bed with medical care. We just flat out are better off now than you ever were in any time in history.
Are we
Medicine has
more
been corrupt.
moral? I thought
All
that
those
was
things you
Jules.
just
Hold
named have
on,
been
I got
corrupt.
like 30,000.
Those are the things that matter in society when you guys are
They're
saying the
corrupted
sky is
now, though.
falling.
They're corrupted now.
What sky
2020,
is falling?
that whole fake thing in 2020, yeah,
Oh, the
that's
whole moral, the
corrupted.
Hold on,
sky
guys.
is falling.
Hold on.
Or
Let
you
me
can go
just
into like
probe a little
how
bit more.
you want to say that, oh, the birth rate is going to drastically like fuck us all, when in
Michelle.
reality, sorry, what?
How would you define prosperity?
I don't think anyone said anything.
Yeah.
No, somebody was talking.
Do you have a definition for it?
Why? Where
I
are you
would say
going
it's
with
like
it?
the overall well-being of society. Like
So-
if they're healthy, if they're living long lives, if they're prosperous in general.
What's
I
your goal
thought
in
the
life?
conversation
is that
was
your goal in life?
hmm
You want prosperity for all of humankind?
No, I wouldn't say it's like a goal in life. I'm just saying that's where we are, and the whole morality debate that like constantly circles around totally ignores the fact that like the religious doesn't actually solve any problems for society like you guys make it out to be. Not saying it like diminishes anything. It just doesn't solve the problems. What it is a coping mechanism for when times get hard.
Clue brought it up, by the way.
Hold on,
too.
hold on. So
Clue
what
brought it
you're
up.
saying is your goal is not prosperity?
Oh my
They asked
God!
you-
What?
that's perception.
No,
Hey,
she's
Sarah-
saying it's
Sarah,
unattainable and asked it if it's her
Joseph,
goal.
where are you
Yeah,
walking? You're
we're-
trying to pin her in a corner that's not really even on the field.
Hey, Sarah, I had fun. I'm going to
Flo,
open up.
me and you can get into this.
Shut
as
up for a
well.
minute. Somebody is speaking to me.
Hey, Sarah, I had fun. I'm going to open up a spot on your panel. I wish you all good luck and have fun. Goodbye, panel.
all right.
All right,
you,
high
I
five.
thought
We'll
I
see
still
you
might
around
hurt
next
you.
time. Whoever was trying to hop on a few minutes ago, the floor is yours to jump on if you want to try coming back in.
I thought the conversation was about is society morally corrupt right now, and I
Well,
thought
we were talking
took it to
Very much
So
so.
Clue,
I
Clue
changed
came
that,
in with
so-
how society is deteriorating and blamed that on the lack of Christianity. So Michelle responded that we won the societal lottery,
Watch.
Yep.
There you go.
and now Joseph is trying to pin her off on some tangent.
No, I'm trying to put you guys in the right direction of where society should go.
Okay.
And I'm arguing against anybody who says I'm wrong. That's kind of my viewpoint there,
Not necessarily
Flo.
saying you're wrong.
Why
I
don't
mean,
you
you
just
can
come out
tangle
instead of
up
make
on
us all
that.
sit and suffer through your long drag ass walk down that road?
Yeah, where's society supposed to go?
Don't give me that. Listen,
No, nobody
Flo,
wants to
when
sit
Flo
here and
knows
wait while
I'm right, he says
while
it's
you
a boring
unbox this
conversation.
beautiful fucking thing. Get to the point, bro.
Yeah, where is society supposed to go? You say we're arguing with whatever you believe. I'm not even sure I know what you believe yet. Make a positive, assertive
He
statement.
hasn't said it, yeah.
Well, as a baseline, I think society should grip onto the fact that they are not the almighty king, and that there might be something above them.
Okay.
Which
There
is
might
the
be,
actual
but we don't know what it
question.
is.
So that would be my baseline. It's a long conversation, and we can definitely get into it tonight if you'd like to. But
Does
that
anybody
is
look
the
scared
baseline.
up here?
Nah, this looks like one of those things that one of the topics you start your own channel for.
Exactly.
Like if you want to sit around for a long ass time and unfold some beautiful presentation on whatever the fuck obscure topic it is that you have, that's your own channel. Nobody wants to sit here and have you ask them leading questions for an hour and a half to get to some dumbass point.
Well,
You know, I have one problem.
Well,
This
that's
looks
not
like
fair
it's
at all.
listening.
Go ahead, Sasquatch. You ain't said shit. You just got up here. What you say?
Fair enough. I'm like, I've run out of White Claws, so my tolerance level's very bare minimum. But yes, go ahead, Caucasian.
This arrangement with
Sasquatch.
Flashlight looks like he's about to kiss me on the cheek, and it's only slightly arousing.
Well, if you look at his left hand is giving you a hand job, then it becomes more arousing.
What was that teabag thing that Flo did? See,
I've been on the bottom row all night.
I guess like.
Wow.
Right, Sasha.
Who me next? Who me next?
Now me.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna. I choose. We call that a
All
clam.
right.
Just
Good
saying.
job.
A clam what?
A clam slam.
What?
I think I just broke the show again. I'm sorry, y'all.
My bad.
I didn't even hear what he said. Clam what?
Clam slam.
Oh, that's good.
It's not a tea bag when it's a woman. It's a clam slam. And I've ruined this stream in 10 seconds flat.
It didn't take long, did it?
Man, you just gave Joseph a fucking exit opportunity.
You wait. You rage quit him.
What's up, Clay?
Yo,
I've chased off everybody tonight that doesn't agree with me
No,
except
this
for Blue.
I disagree with you. I ain't going nowhere.
To be quite honest,
here.
like I just let the conversations go flow. It's as long as it's a conversation that everybody's having, whatever. If it's not just completely boring ass shit, this is interesting. It's intriguing. So you go right on ahead. It's yours.
Sasquatch, I've been attempting to derail this for the last hour, and you did it in your first minute. So
I heard the
thank
skill.
you.
It's like a
Thank
talent.
you. Wonderful job.
So how about them popes?
Yes, Sasquatch. I think it's upon you conversation killing motherfucker to bring up a new topic.
All right,
Actually,
so
Sarah's the one who brought up the teabagging.
No, it's a clam slam.
Damn it, he got it twice.
You gotta
now.
sync it up. You gotta sync it up.
Oh, hold on, Flo. Hold on. Just for you.
I don't want
Clam.
sloppy thirds.
Loser.
But
I gotta
you know
go,
what?
guys. Good night.
Love
you,
Good night,
Michelle.
Michelle.
Night.
I wish I would have caught like most of what you said, so I'm super
Oh.
bummed.
I mean, I think she made great
But
points.
Thanks for
Thank
helping
you.
me
She
shop for
did.
bedroom,
She did.
bedroom furniture. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Later, guys.
Later.
Another spot has opened on panel. I know somebody else was trying to jump on. If you want to jump on, now's the chance to dance.
Sarah, remind me. I want to talk to you about that later privately.
Yeah.
It has to do with the conversation we had a couple days ago.
What conversation?
Which one? Which one? We've
The
had.
chaotic
We'll talk.
conversation.
No, about Sarah's channel and the direction and how she's is what we talked about the other day.
Get up here.
We had
Oh,
that
old
same
Joe.
conversation.
Man, old
I
Joe,
told
you
him.
just missed it. I was hammering these motherfuckers with their dogma.
Bullshit.
So
Caucasian, I did interrupt you with my clam slam, so you know.
I'm going to be interrupted.
How was it, Sasquatch? Was it as good as I imagined it was? It was probably good. Right?
I mean, as long as you have air freshener and a little lube, I guess it'll be fine. I'm sorry, Sarah. I really can't hold this thing right here.
I hope Lord help us. I hope Mama Tomato's not here tonight for this one.
I don't. She hasn't been in the chat. She probably got bored with the religious talk and enrolled. So
That's what I did.
let's get back into that bailiwick. Let's have that conversation, because I believe that some of the stuff that's been going on up here has been slightly disingenuous on both sides.
I'm listening.
You are talking at cross purpose. You have people who believe in the concept of miracles discussing miracles with people who do not believe in miracles. So
what?
Hold on.
Miracles.
I don't think that's accurate because how about demonstrate? Like I won't rule out miracles, but I don't have any reason to believe that book is telling me the truth. This is about the validity of information sources primarily.
I get what you're saying, but you used a very critical word in that statement: reason. You have no reason to believe. This individual does have reason to believe. Y'all have different experience.
I disagree.
What? Bunch of people have different experiences and they can talk. Why is that inherently a bad thing?
All of us have had the shared experience of being at least aware of somebody who uses religion to manipulate others, right? True. Nobody denies that. So we have
to manipulate others or manipulate Heathers.
Others. I'm sure there's some Heathers in there too, but others.
But my point is you're discussing little f faith and big F faith, and these are two slightly different but related concepts. The big F, capital F faith, is the belief in God, the belief in miracles, the belief. And so the belief part's already sealed. That's no longer in discussion. Whether or not they can explain it is a debatable point.
But whether or not it's real is debatable. Whether or not they have a good reason for believing it is real.
Right. Reason is what it comes down to. And reason is all you can reasonably discuss. Now, just because an individual can explain his reasoning behind believing something was miraculous doesn't make it less miraculous to them.
Well, if somebody were to say, I had this experience, I recognize it was mine and not yours, but this is why I believe, I've had that response. I have no answer to that except for, okay, that makes sense. I have to take your word for your own experience. But then to say, somebody who wrote a book thousands of years ago had an experience, and now this is good enough for you to accept as your own. That's not only maybe a lot. It's deceptive in its presentation.
It is, and that's why I was saying that the whole conversation had become somewhat disingenuous at each other, because y'all were reaching farther and farther to kind of disavow each other's premise. What I'm getting from both sides is you have reason to believe as you believe, and he has reason to believe as he believes, but your reason and his reason are not reasonable to one another. And so
he doesn't have reason, or else he'd have been able to put forth something. You giving him an out saying
fallacy. Sorry, Joe.
You giving him an out saying he believes in miracles. Then no, maybe that is a reason to believe in what he believes in, but that's a dumbass reason. It's not really reasonable. It takes away from the word itself. Even if you're religion, you should still have religious. You should still have reason behind it, man. Just because he believes in miracles don't mean he shouldn't be able to argue his point, right?
He maybe in your world he would be able to, but not everyone is as loquacious as us, bud.
So what you're saying is some people aren't logical and should be accepted as just being illogical. Like what else? What other metric is good in this position?
I don't accept them attempting to manipulate you based on their own concepts of morality, but that is what the Christian faith largely does.
Right, and they've been manipulated themselves, I believe.
Sure. I mean, if you carry this far enough back, you can find some, asshole with a Pope hat on.
It's the Bronze Era versions of the institutions that they're complaining about being godless now.
Damn, that was nice.
Here's the olive branch to Team Jesus, okay? I think that some of the end destinations that religious will take you to, I think they're great. I just refuse to believe that religion is necessitated to reach those same conclusions. So, for example, I think like family cohesion is something that I believe strongly in, but it has nothing to do, but I didn't believe there or get to that conclusion with religion. It's common fucking sense, right? Love people around you. So that's one thing where I would say, yes, let's talk about, the outcomes, sure, but can we talk about why it is that religion necessitates, is necessary to reach those outcomes? I think that's an interesting conversation.
I agree that it is. I believe that, as kind of like Flow State says, morality is dictated by the society within which you are functioning. So yes, if you go to a foreign society,
is that Flow's statement?
It's barely different. I don't think I'm not suggesting that morals are subjective. I think they're laws in the same sense that, like, the law of gravity. You step off a building, you're gonna fall. If you have a group of people who steal from each other, it's going to be a weak society. That just is how it is. It's not because they agreed that this is how it is. It's unavoidable.
I think Flow's position is that morals agree with the laws of nature. Even outside, even if society has it wrong, they must agree with the laws of nature. Correct. As opposed
and we
to
can see it with the war on drugs. How much tension is there within society because of the war on drugs? People hate cops. Cops hate people. And all that is because we're enforcing laws that are not based on morality. It's immoral to enforce those laws. That's why it's creating such a crippling effect on society. Go ahead.
That's an interesting take, for sure.
I agree with it.
I mean, fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck them.
Right. I don't think so much about, and they don't like people. I would usually just leave it at, yeah, that's why people don't like cops. But you're right. They don't like us either, bro. They can't stand us.
We have been othered in their eyes.
Yes, us versus them, man.
Yes, they now think that the citizens, for whatever reason, because cops are assholes and they abuse their power at every chance and turn they get, that they are now against the populace as the controllers, the sheepdogs of the herd.
That's what it is. They are not out to help you. Don't call a cop to help. They are your ruler and authority, and they're going to show you how shit's supposed to be done with an iron fucking fist.
They are here to lead you to the slaughter and to shear so they can fleece you again and again and then have mutton at the end.
You are less than
media
them.
Has a lot to do with the tension between police and the citizens too. They're fostering a lot of this hate.
I hear you, Clue. I understand. I get it. And yes, that is colored by the media, but there's more media than just the mainstream. At this point in time, almost every single person walking on the face of America is walking around with a little newsroom in their pocket. They can pull out.
Exactly. That mainstream media is now actually going to be Twitter and YouTube and Instagram and blah, 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 all these other things. I think mainly YouTube and Twitter. I don't think that mainstream news media channels are going to exist come 5-10 years from now. I've been saying this for 2 years now.
You said it's gonna be studies now show that most people get their shit from social media, especially younger people. There's as high as 70-some%.
Yeah, TV's on the way out anyway.
I pay more attention to Tim Pool than I do to anything with an acronym in front of it. And it's not because I trust Tim Pool. It's because if it reaches the level of coming out of the Timcast, you can at least go search it online. It hasn't been completely buried.
I forgot what Tim Pool is. Ain't he that right?
The beanie guy.
The beanie guy.
And then right winger, man, don't he believe in the illusion if he's a fucking, those evil Democrats? Ain't he one of those cats, left
I don't
versus
even
right
think-
dudes?
I don't even think you could say
more
that.
right
He's like
than left.
center. He's center.
Yeah, then
isn't he?
he's not too bright then if he's more right than left.
No, I
more
think he.
right than left.
I don't think he
You're not too
operates in
bright
any
either.
consistency. I think he's just an entertainer first and foremost.
They're all
I don't think he
entertainers.
believes anything. Like
Anybody
that's my
selling
belief.
advertising is an entertainer. Facts.
Actors.
Anybody who sells advertising is an entertainer. That,
We'll fuck
that
them
includes
up.
the news. They got ads, entertainer.
And that includes Tim Pool too.
But that's what
Wait. I sell ads. I'm not an entertainer.
You are
I
an
don't think
entertainer.
I
You
am.
sell
we are
ads.
entertainers.
Bullshit, you're not an
I'm
entertainer.
Not a fucking mind
Look,
It's one of the most
nobody
entertaining
came to
channels on my
Your
list.
sponsors
Nobody
determine
clicked
the
off the
truth
stream
for
going, you know what? I'm really curious about this God question. I'm going to figure it out here at the Raging Tomato. People want entertainment. That's what people go to our channels for. Everybody's entertained by you giving cops bullshit.
But does that make me an entertainer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Doesn't that require
by
intent?
definition, it does. Yeah.
Doesn't that entertainer require intent
Hold
or
on.
moral
No, it
here?
does not. No.
No.
If you
Okay,
entertain
okay.
people and you
They're
continue to
entertained,
do what
you're
you
an
do, then you are an
Your
entertainer
business
by
as
definition.
Don't let him try to tell you he doesn't intend to
I don't want to
entertain
be
people
no
either.
fucking entertainer. I feel like a clown. I don't want to be
I'm
no
an
fucking
activist. I'm
entertainer.
an activist.
Right?
Yeah, if you say it 3 times in the mirror, it makes it true,
Wait,
right?
this is even more disgusting. Does that make me an influencer? That is the most disgusting
Yes.
fucking word in the
Yep.
world.
Yeah.
Anybody in front of a panel of anyone listening to them is somehow, in one way, shape, or form or another, influencing others. Even if it's 1 out of 20 people or persons, you're influencing them. So that does, by definition, make you an influencer. I know. I feel. I
The
feel
moment
pretty
you
fucking
become,
good saying that.
the moment you become
bro.
recognizable to an audience, the moment you become recognizable, you become an influencer, whether you like it or not.
Right?
It's a dirty word. I want to take a shower.
To your like,
I don't want
spot-
to influence. Yes, I do. I guess. I'm sorry.
You absolutely do. You're
right
totally
now.
trying to influence people.
Yes, I'm trying to influence people. Yes,
and
I am.
laws and cops. Education is just part of your entertainment.
Don't call me that. I'll make that a habit. I hate that.
I'm gonna break
All
this
right,
man.
Joe. We were just kidding. You're an activist.
Thank you. Fuck yeah.
That's what you want to be called?
Yeah, I'm funny to y'all. I'm funny to you. What I do this for?
Do you? Do I amuse you?
Do I amuse you? Fuck that.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I think me and Joe are masturbating together. Would you like to change?
There's been nothing but sexual since Sasquatch got up here.
It's Sarah's
Well,
fucking
it
usually
started
how
with
it
the
goes when
clam.
it comes up.
It started with the clam slam. We can't be mad at it. It happens, you know.
It
Yes,
was worth
old
it.
Joe. I need a drink. I ran out. I only had 3 White Claws left.
We'll
I
drive to the
finished
store.
third.
I got more weed.
Yeah,
Thank
let
you,
me
old
drive
Jay.
after I've had
Uber
3.
can bring you a drink.
Yeah,
You can get
well.
a drink on Uber Eats.
So
Somebody
we
can.
agree. We agree that society morals is less moral than it was 40 years ago, or however many X amount of years
Way
ago.
less moral.
I don't.
No, I disagree.
Oh,
I think
I
it's
hear a
easier.
couple
No,
no's, right?
no, it's easier for us. No, it's easier for us to compare perceptions now that we have social media. That's why you believe that. It's not
This
the
is
case.
true for sure.
Nah,
This is true for
can't
sure.
blame it all on social media.
Also, it
Social
also
media
you
is
just have
some
to
of the
read-
problem.
You just
Hold
have
on.
to read a fucking book.
Also,
Social media makes way more
It's some
sense
of
as
the
the
What-
culprit than lack of religion.
what kind of morals are you talking about, though? Because we could compare morals 40, 50 years ago to morals today. And you could, sit there and do pros and cons of like what we find less moral
Let's
than
use
versus
the
now.
ones that are most universally applicable, or the
Do
ones that
shit
God.
like that.
Yeah, the most universally applicable God-given morals are actually my morals.
If you say so.
It's true because
Don't
mine are based.
kill,
Mine are
don't
mine
steal,
have
don't-
logical reasons behind them. They create victims. But if somebody says, "God damn it," it doesn't hurt me. So even though a lot of people would consider that immoral, I don't. So the most universally applicable morals would be ones that have victims. Nobody will disagree with that.
I think that one commandment has been misinterpreted because in at least the Christian
I
version,
agree, but that's a tangent.
well, we don't have God's name. We utilize the terminology God so that we don't use his name because it is a sin to use it in vain. And so simply naming him would be in vain without a purpose, right? So when someone says, God damn it, that's not a sin. That is merely an acknowledgement of the Father and hoping that they're against it with us. We didn't say Yahweh. we didn't name.
Okay,
God.
you win the point.
One for Sasquatch.
Oh, fucking, there were cops going by. I missed half the fucking.
Yeah, it's all right. Just let it go.
Let it go.
Yeah, he won by default. The opposing team didn't show up.
You know, I'm not usually on the religious side of this conversation. This is kind of weird.
Oh, so there's no religious people here?
Where'd Clue go? Clue right beside Joe.
No religious person wants to contend with the fact that God told me this morning you woke up. God told me it was okay to be trans this morning. No one wants to contend with that. No,
I'll jump the religious side if no one's here to stick up for it. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
religious.
so what's the question?
we don't have one yet. I'm Mimi.
Well, because I do sit on the religious side of things, so you know, I mean, I don't.
So drop
I don't
everybody
always,
except me.
Uh oh. I knew that. I knew that about you, Sarah. I still love you.
I just don't push it out, you know, like to other, like I don't force it or use it as some kind of like crutch in an argument necessarily.
weapon.
I think to me it's, if you don't believe it, then there's no point of you using it.
It's a lot of cops out here, man. I should take a
Woo
spin.
woo, woo woo. It's the sound of the police. Woo woo. That's the sound of the police. Yeah.
This is the sound of my police.
Now there's another cop there's a cop car right here now. Two just went that way. One is here. He doesn't even have his siren on, so it makes me think as a cop watch, it's not. God damn, excuse me, Lord. He turned that way, so maybe I should go that way.
You're engaged in the conversation. You don't need to be an activist now. You're busy being an entertainer.
Entertain me, Joe. Entertain me.
Influence us.
Jesus has arrived.
Well, you're not late if we never knew the date or the hour of your arrival.
His second coming.
Sheesh.
My daughter's the second.
I had a second coming earlier.
I knew somebody was gonna do it.
Walked right into that one.
Oh man. Well, I'm kind of tired. Anybody else?
Yeah.
I'm still kind of fucking fired up from all this nonsense.
Flo, are you gonna start another stream?
Hold on, let me set one up. I'll set one up.
Adrenaline state.
Set one up, and I'll send everybody your way, and then they can. You
I was
guys
about
can
to say, like, I keep hopping onto the panel at the wrong times tonight. Like, it was like.
But if you come to mind with this, you'll be on right
I
at the
hop
right
on the panel, and it goes right back to fucking Jesus, and I'm like, what is it about me and Jesus? Is the universe speaking to me?
God is trying to tell you something right now.
I'm really fucking kidding.
Listen, don't get it wrong.
Show those who don't have ears to hear.
I'm a fan of Jesus. I'm a fan of Jesus, fan of God. All day, every fucking day. I want him to argue for me the way I argue for him. I'm a fan of all that shit. But I'm not religious. I don't
who do you
believe
like
that
more, God or Jesus?
God is the creator of all, and God's the Father, man. Jesus is the kid. I'm a huge fan of both of them.
There's one God. You lost the trick question.
I'm not religious.
That's a pretty good basis. You should work on that. You're almost there.
Yeah, I'm not religious, man. I don't believe that whatever their belief is that Jesus is God coming, hopped off his throne and came down. I don't believe that.
Ooh, are we going for a ride, Joe?
Yeah, we're going for a ride. I'm looking for those cops.
Woo,
Really?
woo. It's the sound of the police. Woo, woo. It's the sound of the police.
Somehow, I don't think that has the same impact when a white girl is saying it.
Yeah, hits
Better impact, arguably.
Mm-hmm.
It was better.
I mean, I liked it.
Got that whole shoulder thing going too at the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
time.
That's the part I liked about it.
I didn't see
girl.
the visuals.
Wait, we get the whole.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
sound of the
the
police.
visuals do add to it. Yeah.
That's the sound of the police. You should not be watching, Joe, if you are driving.
I missed it the first time.
You understand? He's an entertainer.
Oh, scheiße. Yeah, I just feel tired all of a suddenly. Maybe I got
do that,
bored.
but sorry.
It's all your fault.
It is. I accept all the responsibility. It is my fault. I am the one responsible. Everyone blame me. Hate more.
Clam slams make people tired.
Clam slams do wear you out.
Yeah. Hey, Neve. How you doing?
Hi. I'm chilling. I'm having a wonderful time. I'm just learning about religion tonight.
I mean,
what did you learn?
I mean, okay, so like the word consistency is used a lot, and it's just made me realize I don't think I know what that word means. I mean, it is what it is. You know, I can acknowledge my faults, but I have to operate with whatever that makes the most sense, and you know, so I listen. I do my best to listen, but yeah, I can't get over some
Nice
of the
virtue
conclusions
signal.
that are drawn. Thank you, Flow State. I appreciate
She's good
it.
at that.
You know,
Yeah,
that's
you
the only
win.
if I'm not derailing, you know, I got a virtue signal. Those are the only contributions I have. So.
All right, it's up now.
Up and running.
No, I mean I have a boner.
Kind of.
It's up now.
Like we were talking before, he wrecked.
I was talking too much facts.
It's for all those virtues Neve is signaling.
Yeah, it has an effect on.
It's a virtue boner.
Oh, Lord.
I'm aroused.
Damn it! That's what I should have titled the stream.
Oh no!
Virtue boner.
Virtue boner.
Hold on.
You know
can
that's
still
what they
change
make
it.
erasers for.
All right.
You can.
I'm gonna. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna change. I'm
I
gonna
get
change
what
it.
you're saying, but you're dating yourself, and I don't mean in like the Alabama kind of way. I mean like a time frame.
Oh wait, I can't because I'm multi-streaming. So StreamYard, will it? Hold on. Okay, I'll try it.
No,
Go
your
back
new
to your StreamYard and just hit the edit button.
Right, your new stream should be separate from this stream. It is merely a redirect, so the title of it should not have anything to do with anything. You should be able
It's
to
just
change
it's a whole new stream.
But I can't edit Rumble through StreamYard.
That is true. You'll have to go back to Rumble and edit that manually, or just leave it as you got it and take the fucking hit. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. Stop
It's
bitching.
not our fault you couldn't think of a good
You're such a
stream
terrible
name until
person.
after the fact.
Right? I mean, it's like it's all our fault for distracting him, then coming up with a better title, then coming up with a better topic, and then
I
starting.
came up with Virtue Boner.
Yeah, but you
Right.
couldn't possibly have done that without Neve.
Boner virtue.
I don't need any of you guys.
You need me, Flo.
Listen,
All I
listen,
need
Flo.
is tomato.
Listen,
You
Flo. The
need
next
me.
time we get invited to verbal combat, it's on. Okay, next time we're gonna have a
What?
rematch.
I'm not going
here.
back on his.
That's
Look,
that's the joke, Flo. That's the joke. Please,
Okay.
work with me here.
It was. You got to give me more to work with than that.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was a pretty
was
crazy
pretty bad.
proposition. Yeah, it's a pretty wild proposition. Anyways, I am going to head off for the night. Thank you for
Do you see it now? It's up.
It's
I've
up.
got it changed. Virtue Boner.
educating me tonight,
Sarah, have you looked for my
everybody.
boner?
It's hard to find, you understand. You have to type in the letters perfectly, or else his boner won't show up.
Yeah, you got to look really closely, but you'll see it.
Oh.
Wow, this is just getting worse.
Is this what you're talking about? The degradation of morals in society? My boner shows?
Y'all need Jesus.
We lost Jesus, and now listen to him. He's talking about his little baby boners up here. It's terrible.
Well, this virtue is
Jesus uses OBS.
Sarah, thanks so much for having me on.
Yes,
That's all the
Steve, thanks
endorsement
for
you need
right
stopping
there.
by. I'm
Next
so
time I
glad-
won't show up sober, I promise.
I'm
That's a
I'm
good
lot more
idea.
fun when I'm drunk.
I've made that error twice now.
Yeah. No, I'll bring some wine and we will break bread.
I
I didn't realize anybody ever showed up to any of these sober. I thought we all just faked it.
True. All right, good night.
Can you fake sober
Everyone
as a
else?
drunk?
Farewell,
Wait, what?
Denizen, Mel, Clear, Flow, Sasquatch. Take care.
Much love. To an extent, in order to fake sober when you're drunk, it helps to have a ton of freaking adrenaline hit your body. And then for about 4 minutes, you're stone cold sober and you can do whatever you can do sober. And then the alcohol re-paralyzes your parasympathetic nervous system.
It hurts like when something serious, like when something really serious happens and you're completely shit-faced drunk, but something serious happens, you're like, boom. All of a sudden, you could be straight-faced. And you're right, it's like a good 4 minutes and you're like, okay, I have to be really serious right now. Focus. And everything just like comes to and you're suddenly sober. And then as soon as like whatever that thing is over, and then it just hits you like a freaking bus down the road.
I don't know about you, but right after the adrenaline hit, I usually get sick. If I'm really, really drunk and I experience that solid sober phase, right after it flushes and you start getting that feeling in your stomach where, you know, that adrenaline's sitting over there and it's getting a little unfriendly. I'd rock every single time, dude. But not if I'm sober. Sober and
I got a
catching
fake ID when I was 15 and it worked well. I had a lot of practice younger acting sober. And I'm happy that I got it.
I had a
It's a very ungodly thing to do, Flow State.
Very small town.
What, drink when you're a minor?
Yeah, very ungodly.
Pretty sure that's godly age.
Well, I mean, Jesus turned water into wine, so that's all I was trying to help my homies
Not
do.
for 15-year-olds.
They were his children.
Sir, you are creating biblical verses of your own. You're not God. Only I am.
You are aware, Clue, that drinking water from your average well is to some extent unsafe, and the farther into the Sinai Desert you get, the less safe that water becomes. So wine would have been safer, even for children, than water found wherever.
Yeah.
I needed a birth control that could keep up with my lifestyle. Because I could deal with cramps, but not something cramping my style. That's why we chose Nuva Bling. The discreet yet diamond-encrusted ring that inserts neatly into the vagina. It's pizzazz that slides right up into my choach.
Plus, you can customize Nuva Bling by adding your own fierce and glamorous charms. And instead of throwing Nuva Bling away each month, you can reuse it as jewelry.
So wow up that womb.
Glam up that clam.
And shine up that shine. With Nuva Bling!
Say goodbye to the same old birth control with Nuva Bling.